It's a brute fact. I am, in fact, thinking. That's how I know I'm thinking. There's no problem there. It's just a brute fact. It's like saying, uh, no, no, no. It's a tautology. It's no. There's no problem there. It's just a brute fact. It's not about. There's no circle. It's a foundationalism. You know, because it's just a foundational fact. No, foundationalism isn't just one thing. It's just any brute fact is like the foundation of everything that is a kind of foundationalism. God damn it. All right, there we go. I'm not talking classical foundationalism. Like, there's three essential, like, do you know what a Agrippa's trilemma is? No, they just need no justification. It's not that they're unjustified. They just need no justification, or they're justified by themselves. Because it's true. It's just abundantly true. It's like there's an ultimate fact of the universe that can't be changed, and it's true. My existence is, yes. No, that's not how. No, that's not how knowledge works. So that's irrelevant. No, yeah, that's it. Right, that's the part of the I exist part, which entails reality, because I exist in reality. So, and knowledge is irrelevant here. So, knowledge is irrelevant here. So, it can be true without me knowing it. So, it's true, and I happen to know it. So, my knowledge is irrelevant. So, asking how I know it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I know it. Knowledge is irrelevant. I can just say it's true. It's true regardless of whether or not it's knowledge. So, you keep bringing up this knowledge thing. I don't care. No, no, no. Truth. Things can be true, irrelevant of knowledge. That's the point. Justified true belief. You don't need the justified part or the knowledge part. It can just be true. So it's true. It's a brute fact. I exist. I'm think, therefore I am is a brute fact. You don't have to justify it. It doesn't require justification. It's just a brute fact. So it's true, and there's nothing further.
Could use some help, buddy.
Ooh.
I need help.
That's correct. Which is that I exist. Yeah, I've already stated that a long time ago. I state that in like every video. The starting point of my epistemology is I think, therefore I am. No, that's what I've always said. It's the case. Cogito. Well, no, I think therefore I am is the justification. I'm not using Descartes' version. He tried to use it to shut up, or I'm going to mute you. So I'm not using Descartes' version. I'm saying that I think therefore I am, which demonstrably proves I exist, and I can use that as a grounds for knowledge. Descartes used it to support Cartesian dualism, which I don't, which is why Russell called it circular. Well, that's no, 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 no. The only reason that his argument was circular was because he used it for dualism. If it's not used for dualism, it's perfectly fine. No, that's not the circular. That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with the circularity. No, that has nothing to do with the circularity. That's a tautology. So, no, you totally don't understand the argument at all. That has nothing to do with the circularity. Again. Well, I already know what you're saying. Yes, which is still true, and you're still just denying bullshit. Right, I don't need to justify why I exist to know I exist. It's irrelevant. So, no, you don't. No, you don't. That's wrong. That's a presuppositional, incorrect understanding of knowledge. Correct, it's not. Correct, it's not. That's not circular justification. Again, no. You don't understand it. There's no circular there. That's not. No, you're not. You don't understand this. The I is entailed in the thinking. The thinking is the I. I'm not assuming anything there. No, I'm not assuming anything. The thinking is the thing that's apparent. I'm not assuming anything. It's occurring right now. That's how you know it. No, it's occurring. That's not circular. It's dogmatic. No, you're an idiot. Like, how do you get this? You don't assume it if it's occurring. So if I'm thinking that is a thing that is occurring, I don't have to assume anything. It's occurring. No, that's the thing. The fact that I am thinking is the proof. Those are the same thing. Like, I don't know. What you're saying is completely incoherent. No, again, wrong again. I is the thinking. The thinking is the I. You just switch the words out. They're the same thing. No, again, I'm starting with thinking. There is thinking occurring, and I'm going to label that thinking I. Because it's occurring. It's like, how do I know the sun is there? It's right there. It doesn't, it's right, it's not a justification, it's a dogmatic fact. I am thinking. Done. Not dogmatic, unjustified belief. So it's not a problem. Dogmatism isn't a problem. It's kind of justification for knowledge. You could call it that if you want. I think, therefore I am. No atheists have a problem with that. No philosophers have a problem with that. It's like, there's no problem with calling that dogmatic because it is. That was like Agrippa's dilemma, what I was talking about earlier. They can think that. Actually, I don't believe that's necessarily true, but whatever. I don't care. I'm not flip-flopping. Don't strawman me. I'm just going to mute your ass. No. I'm not asserting it to be true. It is true. It's a dogmatic fact. My assertion is secondary. That's fine. I can't prove to you I exist. That's not relevant to the point. So whether or not you know it is irrelevant. It's unjustified for you. It's not unjustified for me. Yes, actually it is. Justification has to be knowledge in your head for something to be justified. So yes, one person can have justification without... No, wrong. Obviously wrong. So again, one person can be justified in believing... Oh, shut up or I'm going to mute you. So one person can be justified in believing there is the Andromeda Galaxy because they saw it through a telescope. And no one else is justified in believing that because they don't have that knowledge. Justification is entailed in the knowledge in your head. So yes... Obviously. Obviously. What do you, nothing you said even made sense. Everything you just said was complete gibberish bullshit. Like, what are you even saying? Like, I am justified in believing I exist, and the fact that I'm justified because there is a brute fact that I do exist. Yes. Yes, I am. No. It's true independent of the justification. So it doesn't need justification to be true. It's just true. So it's true, and then I experience it, and that's how I know it's true. So I'm justified in believing it's true, but it can be true regardless of the knowledge. So I've already explained this to you like 4 times. You're just too dumb to understand it. This fact is, it's true. I exist. That is true. It doesn't need justification to be true. It can just be true. Stop. And then stop. So it's true regardless of any justification. It's just true. Then I believe it's true. So the belief that it's true requires justification. My belief that it's true requires justification, and my belief it's true is justified by the fact that I experience it. But its truth does not require justification. It's just true. No. Me saying things true is irrelevant. It just is true. I don't have to say anything. My saying it is irrelevant. Yes, you're right. You don't have to accept it. That's irrelevant. I don't need you to accept it for anything. Yes, that's fine. You don't need to accept it. I'm not asking you to accept it. That's not a part of the epistemology. You don't need to accept it for anything. No, it's true for me. It doesn't need to be true for you. Like, no. Again, what are you even talking about? Like, this is so simple. Are you just too stupid to understand it? You can assert that. Well, I'm obviously right because I have the experience of me existing. So you have to necessarily be wrong. No, you'd have to experience me not existing. That would be what your experience would entail. If I was a brain in the vat, I would still exist. So, well, no, that's not a brute fact because you're asserting a negative. So you can't assert a negative as a brute fact. So it's a brute fact that I exist, and then I can justify that with my experience. So again, nothing you're saying is relevant. Why? No. I'm gonna be done with you. Like, this is the most obvious thing in philosophy. No. I'm not gonna waste my time with your blabbing trying to show that I think therefore I am is circular. It's a fact. It's a brute fact. You don't need to justify it. It's done. It's justified. So my belief is justified. It's true, and then that's the basis of knowledge. It's a perfect valid. No. Again, oh my God, how are you so dumb? It's a brute fact, and then my belief in it is justified. Those are two separate things. No, you idiots. Muted. I'm just going to mute you. Shut up. It's a brute fact that it's true. And then my belief that it's true is justified because I experience it. Those are two separate things. My belief that it's true is justified, but it itself is a brute fact. Next. My brain. Damn it. All right. Let's see. Thank you for telling me, though. What was that? Is there an echo? Is that on somebody in Discord? Let's see. I can hear you. Create. Settings. Just the thinking that's occurring. The thinking that's occurring is the self. Yeah, the whatever, because we know thinking is occurring, and that thinking we're going to label that the self. So the self is just the label for the thinking.
People or physical or whatever, right? So there's just like a seeming stream of perception. Be that the other thoughts that occur within that perception, like the concept of I as an independent identity, could it be that that is some sort of
What-
figment of the perception.
What the
that-
I is irrelevant.
you-
So the I is just irrelevant. There's no such thing as like a singular I, or what the I means. It's just a label for the thinking. That's it. There's nothing. There's no
Okay,
more content.
And so
to
what
it.
I'm trying to get, okay, and so what I'm trying to get to with that is because a lot of people would think of I as an independent identity within the other things of perception, right? That's why I was trying to distinguish thinking from perception. Because if it is just the flow of perception, then the identity of thinking becomes distinct, because that's like a distinct thing within the flow of perception, right?
Well,
Does that make
no.
sense?
Thinking would be a kind of perception in this case. It's just I'm just referring to it as essentially the perception in a way.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. And this is where I try to be clear, but it's a little difficult to explain. Like we label this flow of perception as thinking, right? Because we think of ourselves as a thing that is thinking this. That's how we describe it. That's how we go about our daily lives, right? That's our
Yeah.
interpretation
Yeah.
of what is happening. But for me, that like a way to look at it is there is perception, like trying to reduce back Descartes' method even further, right? There's like there is something. There appears to be something, right? And if it's all just reduced to perception, then the identity issue becomes how we distinguish the identity between things. And one identity concept is the self that we come to within that, right? Unless you want to say that you are all of the parts in the perception. So you are the
Right.
tree, you are the other concepts extended from yourself within that, right?
Right, but that's totally irrelevant to the context in here. It's just not relevant. So just the thinking in the I is just whatever that is that it's occurring when we experience it. That is the thinking in the I. So any further thought about what it means to think, or what we're defining thinking as, or how we distinguish it from perception is just irrelevant. Just whatever that is that is appearing in front of us, the perception itself, that is the thinking. That is the I. And there's nothing more, no more detail added to it at all. We can definitely make further distinctions, but it's just not relevant to the argument. All we need is the fact that there is something we are experiencing, which is a thought. And whether or not it's the process of thinking or just like watching a movie reel doesn't make a difference at all to the argument.
Well, no, right. Like, so when you say right there, when you say that it just needs to be something that we are experiencing.
Or you as a person.
You're distinguishing an identity for the perception to occur too.
It's just, again, that's just a property of language, so it's irrelevant to the argument. You could call it whatever you want.
No, yeah, and I know it is a property of language. That's why it's difficult to talk about these things definitionally, because we're so used to defining or talking about using these words with specific definitions that we have pragmatically in our experience, right?
Right, we've just
And
learned
so what I'm
them.
trying to get back to is it's difficult because they're kind of word games there at a certain point. It's hard to get past that. So like when you say we, there's something that's happening to I or to me. It's like you're saying there's something occurring to this identity when the identity comes from the grander
Right,
perception
but you're putting
occurring
that into some kind of
within
larger
it.
context that you shouldn't be putting it into. So you just
Why shouldn't you?
assume there's nothing, assume there's absolutely nothing. The first thing we can show is that I am experiencing something, or there is something being experienced. And I'm going to label that me and thinking, and that's it, full stop. There's no distinction between we, there's no distinction between you and me. It's just there is an experience, and I'm going to label that me, full stop. That's all there is.
No. And I'm with you there, right? I'm with you so far on that. There is perception is how I would word it. There is,
Right.
or there is something. Okay, perception is a weird word to use as well.
Right,
There is something.
because perception usually means like
But-
sense perception. I'd call it thinking. That's why I use thinking.
Sure, and then thinking usually refers to like something happening in a brain or something, right? It depends on how.
Well, no.
we're
That's
looking
not
at
the
it, right?
case. That's not the case. So, because there's thinking could be lots of things. The fact that it happens in a brain is purely just the kind we know about. Thinking is just like it's kind of a perception. So it's just there's no entailments there. It's just there is an experience, and that is what we're going to call thinking. You can't label it as a brain. That's not a part of it. It has nothing to do with the brain.
That's not what I'm labeling. My point is that we use these words in ways that when people think about them, they think about them in a certain context. And I'm just pointing out that that's what makes them weird to use when we're trying to have these discussions that get further to the roots, right?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. So I get that you are going to use them in a certain way, and that's fine. When you say that we're going to use them like this, that's what you're accepting their use as. That's not something that we necessarily have to. That's what you are prescribing for us. So I'm just saying I'm trying to use different language so that we can get to the concept so that we're not burdened by these definitional constraints, right? So when you say thinking, there's something happening. And then when you say when the thinking occurs to me, you're saying that you're kind of making an identity for yourself.
No, that
because
means
you're
those two
distinguishing
statements mean
yourself-
the exact same thing. There's no distinction there. Those two statements are synonymous.
Well, I know that you're coming at them. You're coming at this by saying that they're synonymous. What I'm trying to get to is that there's an identity within that is the self within that something happening.
Well, that's again, that's your imposition on my statement. So it's irrelevant to my argument that you're saying that. And I'm not going to change my language in any way. So I'm just going to say that's a straw man of my argument. You can try. Oh, somebody's mic. Whoa, that was Toomey's mic. Wow. So yeah.
Tom, just to be clear, I'm not trying to state what your position is. I'm just trying to tell you what my position is, or how I'm looking at this. So I'm not trying to straw man you or anything like that or misrepresent you. Okay, I'm just trying to discuss this with you, tell you how I'm seeing it, and tell you how I feel there's an issue with the language here. That's all.
Well, no, I understand what you're saying, but the issues with the language is just I don't care enough because it's not relevant to my argument. Whether or not people can grasp that they're the same thing or not isn't really my problem. So I mean.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if you don't care, then I guess there's no reason to talk about it if you're not going to want to really get into it. But
right, because I'm not going to change my language at all. This is my language. This is what I mean by it. Whether or not you accept it or not is just not relevant to me. Like, so if you want to impose a secondary meaning of some kind of identity when I use the word me, I mean that's just your prerogative, and it's just not relevant to my argument. And I'm only interested in what's relevant to my argument.
Well, I'm talking about arguments in general, and just discussing concepts that, in general, outside of your argument or my argument. I'm just trying to discuss concepts. But if you don't care about that anything unless it is like confirmation for your own position, then I guess
Well, no. Again, that's the incorrect way to phrase it. So my position is completely accurately phrased in a way that is understood by essentially 99% of people, and the only people who want to like bring up pedantic word games about what me entails are just irrelevant to anything I've said ever. So it just doesn't matter. There's no value in having that discussion. My position is articulated clearly enough that most people can understand it, like 99%. So any debate about the pedantic meaning of what I could entail is just not relevant. It has no value for me to try and change that.
I mean, yeah, for you, it'd be pragmatic for whatever your goal is here. Sure,
no, again, so my goal is to get to the 99%, and 99% already understand me. So there's no pragmatic value for me, like trying to be more specific or more detailed in my analysis. My goal is accomplished with my statement. So the only people who have a problem with this are people who are overly pedantic about the meaning of the words and how to perfectly phrase things, which just has no value in society.
No, I think that the meaning of words sometimes can be insufficient. Like as we go through time, we have meaning for words because we have limited information about those concepts. And then as we acquire more information, we recognize that those words are insufficient to represent the concepts adequately. And so we discuss that and maybe try to come up with better ways to explain, or maybe even come up with new terms to label the things. Like for instance, when you use atheist in a specific way, and people attack you for that, and they go, oh, well, that's not how atheist is used by most people, or that's not how it's generally been used. And you go, well, that's the most reasonable way for you to use it that you see. You're not concerned about how words are used there, right? So, I mean, when we get more information, we can change how our language or change how it works to describe things in a way once we have better information. Do you agree with that?
Yes, but that's only the case like if the word is insufficient to explain the concept. If the word is sufficient to explain the concept, then you don't need to change anything. In the case of atheism, my use of the word atheism is the majority position, actually.
Yeah, currently, you're convinced at this point that it is sufficient the way you see it.
Yes.
And I'm just trying to discuss concepts to see if there's anything more here that we can actually get to. You seem to be closed off to that entirely because you're satisfied.
I don't know what you mean. You discuss concepts. I don't know what you're trying to get at.
Well, with the concept that we were talking about, before we got into the pedantry, was that I was trying to get to something different about that, and you seemed closed off. You're like, no, my words work fine for this. I'm going to use this, and I was trying to pose something about identity that may give us a different perspective, or gives something new to the concept of identity with the self, and this larger flow of something happening that we're talking about, right? But you're closed off. You're like, no, my words work.
Yeah, I have
And
no
so,
idea what you're talking about exactly. So again, my position is I'm just using the word me to represent the experience I'm having, and that's sufficient. And you're saying that, well, there's this other assumption about the word me, which is this identity, which is distinct from all other identities in some sense. Well, that just isn't relevant to the argument. Like, you can do that or you cannot do that. It's just, it doesn't change anything about the
okay, well,
argument.
maybe I could put it in a different way that might clarify, because I think
Sure,
I
go
don't
for
think
it.
I'm being clear. So this something that is occurring, right? Within that, there are, let's call them concepts. There are numerous things, right? The something that occurring for me right now, I'll use that terminology, that commonly used terminology, me. The something that's happening for me as I'm walking around, my living room, there's, the floor, whatever. I appear to be in that. And then, there are a number of things, sensations, whatever. Now, I think I am distinct
Nice.
from these. There are different identities for different things, right? But the idea is that something in total is happening, right? But we think of the I, the way most people think of it, as a distinct thing from these separate things, right? There are different identities. We think, like, you think of yourself as distinct from your chair
Right?
or your computer, right? So when we think about the I, we're not thinking that there's just something and that's me, because you're thinking of yourself as distinct. You're thinking as the something occurring to you. Do I have that right?
So far, yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, that if the you within that thing is an identity within the something, right? Could it be that there is something occurring that you are, even though it appears that there is some sort of perception that you, the identity within that, are having, that part of the full stream of things, that is just a figment of the full stream. So if we think about I as a part of this and not a distinct thing, then it's not. I'm not. I don't think I'm coming across
Well, no,
very
no. I
clearly
think I
with
think I
this.
get what you're saying, but it's just, again, that's irrelevant to the argument. So when I'm saying there is thinking occurring and I have some experience of that thinking, that could just be a part of my brain. It's just like idealism could be true and there's only consciousness. Solipsism is true and I am all that exists, and what I'm experiencing and my perception of that are the exact same thing, but it makes no difference. Because I'm not actually trying to make a differentiation to discover what the ontology or the relation between these two things are. It's irrelevant. It doesn't make any point or any challenge to the argument one way or the other. Like, we could be a hive mind. Well, my argument still follows because it's still the same. Or it could be that we're a we and there's lots of people and they all have different experiences and my argument's the same. Or there's just me and solipsism is true and it's all the same. So again, when you're going into that further consideration of the ways in which we use the word me, that isn't a part of the argument, because the only thing the argument's considering right now is the one thing, is that there is experience, and I'm going to label that experience me. That's it. That's all that exists in the universe right now. There is no we, there is no us, there is no other objects. There's only one object, and that's the thinking. So the object that you're thinking about may or may not be a part of you, or may not be a part of a collective. It's just none of that is relevant to the argument. So all of the further considerations of what the me could entail doesn't change the argument in any way. That's why it's not important to me to consider it, because you can mean whatever you want by it.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I wanted to discuss the distinction between different identities and this thing that is occurring. For a lot of times I saw that conversation going down a road that just wasn't productive, and I was thinking maybe I could help by trying to get the definition of I, or maybe identity, into that. But the other person left. I'm not really that concerned about it. I just find it an interesting topic to discuss.
Yeah, he was a presuppositionalist, so his position, he was never going to grant that. His entire argument is based on the thing that you can't justify a belief that I exist, and his position is just ridiculous. There's no reasonable way to interpret that at all. So
Wait, but he's a pre-sup?
yeah, he was a pre-sup.
Well, what's his problem? Like,
Yeah,
uh, I mean, his position's even kind of worse than that, right?
oh yeah,
He's making extended assumptions beyond that brute foundation of
not
perception
only
or
that,
reality. Or
he's saying that we can't justify belief that we exist based off of our experience that we exist. So he's saying you can't justify that because it's circular, which he does not, because he doesn't understand the philosophy behind it. And then he assumes that he can believe in an all-powerful being who gives him perfect knowledge. It's like, wow.
Right, extended from that, yeah. And which is his, I guess, brute fact claim. When I came in, I agreed that the brute fact is something that is without justification. I mean, that itself is
Right.
like an axiomatic foundation, right? It's
Yep.
brute fact is something that can't be explained by definition. So
Yeah. Well,
I
he,
mean,
he
it's
the
something
way he phrased it was, is a brute fact is something that, like, isn't justified or something like that. It's not that, and he says that the fact that it needs justification, like he's saying it needs justification. Without justification, it's not reasonable. Which that's not how brute facts work. Brute facts don't need justification.
right. It's just the point that we're required to start from because we can't get beneath it. There's no going any further. So
Right.
pragmatically, that's the starting,
Yep.
the essential base for it, right?
Yep.
Anyway, did you get your audio situation fixed on YouTube?
Yes, I did. Thank you. That was very helpful to know that. Yeah, apparently,
Yeah, no problem.
apparently it's sometimes when I open the window OBS, it picks up a different window, a different like internet window, and doesn't get the audio from the one I have Discord on. That sucks.
No, that's frustrating.
Yep.
Well, anyway, I'll jump off with you. See if anybody else wants to, talk to you or take
Sure.
a stab at you or something.
Sure. Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, I'm just making a drink, but
Hey, who's this? Who's making a drink? Make me a drink too.
yeah.
Twisted has no mic.
So you know when you say TJ, when you say there's thinking going on, and you're going to just label that thinking as I.
Yep.
I mean, what? How do you get from the thinking to the I without begging the question?
It's just a different label. You can just pick any label you want. You don't get one from the other. I don't know what you mean.
So I mean, but when you say you just relabel it, I mean, doesn't that contradict the laws of logic? It's like saying
No.
A equals something else. Right?
No, because the thinking is the I. So all of the properties of the thinking are also properties of the I. There's no difference between them. They're just a different label for the same thing. So there's no violation. There's no additional properties there.
I mean, is there any way to sort of show that, or you know what I mean, or is it more?
Show what? That I mean, for me to assert that there's some new property, I'd have to assert there's some new property. Like if I'm just saying there is this thinking and I'm just going to give it a name, like Bob or whatever, like there's not really much to show there. I don't know what you mean.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I totally see what you're doing. It's not crazy. It's like, it's very general. People do that kind of stuff. But it does seem, when you get into the depth of philosophy and stuff, and I'm not into that deep, but, it does seem that there is a begging the question going on to sort of say there is thinking going on, and then sort of to try and jump from there to, hey, I exist because I'm thinking. It seems, that you have to sort of either assume you exist to start with or beg the question or something like that.
Well, the thinking is what we're experiencing. So I experience something. There's the experiences are going on, essentially. And so I'm going to label that I, and so I exist because I am those experiences. So it's the I is just the thing that we know we're experiencing. So if there were just experiences going on somewhere in the universe and you weren't the one experiencing them, then it wouldn't be labeled I, and you wouldn't know about them. So there's not really a circularity problem because the experiences that are occurring, the only ones we know about, are the ones that we are experiencing. So I'm not sure.
Sure. Yeah, it's just, I suppose what I'm saying is, where you're saying that you're experiencing them, that means you are not the experience. You know, that you're experiencing the experience, which means when you say, there's thinking going on, you see what I'm saying? I mean, do you see what I'm saying?
Well,
there
no,
seems
no,
a
no.
disjunction.
I'm saying I am the experience. The experience is me. The thoughts are me. That is what makes me me. There's not like a separate thing. Those are me.
I mean, I understand like your thoughts may well define you, but I mean, but then you're assuming the I straight away in the beginning, right?
No. The thoughts are me. Like literally, they are what I am. They are fundamentally meanness.
I mean, yeah, I know where you're coming from. I totally know where you're coming from. But it just seems that what's your grounding? You start with the word I, right? Or you start with thinking going on, and then you arbitrarily join the thinking to the I kind of thing.
No, the thinking is going on. There's only the thinking. There's nothing other than the thinking, and I'm just going to label that I. So it's like here's a rock, and I'm going to label the rock Bob. The name Bob doesn't give any more properties to the rock. It's just the same rock. We're just labeling it Bob. So the thoughts occurring are the same thoughts. There's nothing additional I'm adding to that by calling it I. I'm just calling it I.
How about the laws of logic? Would you say that, I mean, are they you also? Or would you say that there's something that you're borrowing or using or...
No, the laws of logic are descriptive. They're not...
I mean, so in other words, if I just... So what if I use, what if I describe something incoherently? Is that, is that logical or do you see something because that's description,
No. But I'm not sure. Like, your question was, would I consider myself the laws of logic? And the answer would be no.
Sure. Yeah, no, but that's part of your experience, right? And you are the experience.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, no, because you said, it's not that you're experiencing the experience. You're saying, you are the thoughts, you are the experience. So if logic is part of that experience or part of the thoughts, now, according to that definition, now you are the logic kind of thing, kind of like solipsistic logic.
Well, no, the thing you're experiencing isn't necessarily like you can have experience of something and not be the thing you're experiencing. Those are two different things.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I just thought going by your definition. So you see what I mean? So that goes, now you're separating them.
My definition works the exact same way. There's no difference there. So I can experience the laws of logic or something, and I am the experience. But the laws of logic, the thing I'm experiencing, is a different thing. The experience and the thing you're experiencing are two separate things.
Okay, so put it this way. Would you say that you assume that the laws of logic are valid and hold? And if so, if they're just an assumption, then how do you know that they're holding now for sure?
The laws of logic are descriptive. They hold just because we use them like a figment of language. They don't like govern the universe. They don't hold in the sense that they're like holding the universe together. We just use them to describe stuff. So in that sense, you could say, yeah, we assume them in that way, but it's not really relevant to my I think therefore I am stuff, because I think therefore I am precedes the logic and the math. So I think logic and math can be doubted. I think therefore I am can't.
So are you saying that necessarily when you say I think therefore I am, you're not necessarily being logical?
Well, logic is again just descriptive, so it's a totally separate topic.
No, but as a direct question, are you being logical when you say I think therefore I am?
Yes.
Or are you saying that you don't need logic in order to do that?
Yes, I am being logical, but you don't need logic to do that.
So yes and no, kind of. I mean, you know what I mean? Because if you're being logical, then the laws of logic pre-existed your I think therefore I am, right? Because you're using them to identify the self.
No,
so
logic
it
is
seems that you're using the laws of logic.
Again, logic are descriptive. So if I said there is a tree, and I'm being consistent with English, I can say yes, I'm being consistent with English, but you don't need English to say there is a tree. You just need a different language. Logic is the same thing. Logic is descriptive. It's describing reality, but you don't need it to formulate reality. Reality exists independent of logic.
I mean, how do we say there is a tree without English? Do you mean we're saying a different language?
Yeah, different language. Japanese. I don't know Japanese, so.
Konnichiwa. Yeah.
Exactly. Konnichiwa.
Yeah, apparently that's Japanese. Yeah, yes. I mean, when you get into epistemology and stuff like that, and it's not that you're not running rings around my mind. It just seems there's a little bit of disjunction in at least the way I'm seeing it. Is that fair? At least from do you know what I mean?
No, I don't exactly know what you mean. Like, do you understand that logic and math are descriptive languages? They just describe reality, but they don't govern reality.
I mean, I look at it slightly differently. I think that, reality is logical. It just necessarily is part of, it's integrated into it. Like,
Right. I think that's the part where I think we disagree. Logic has nothing to do with reality. Logic is just our made-up language to describe reality. Reality is the way reality is, and then we use logic and math to describe that. But logic and math aren't a fundamental part of reality. They're just human languages, formal human languages.
I mean, yeah, I mean, okay, well, see, I suppose I'm dividing between like the ontological nature, or the ontological, logical nature of things, right? That things just have a logical nature, and then I'm just separating that out from the codified laws that we would describe that ontology with. So in other words, you're right, we codified, things are what they are, but I'm saying things were what they were before we codified it. That it was part of. We described what really was logical using a codified language of logic. Do you see what I mean?
Right. Reality is the way reality is, and we describe that with logic. But that doesn't make reality logical. It just makes reality reality.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like, obviously I don't see it how you see it, but obviously it looks like we're not necessarily going to budge on it, kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. I think you seem to be imposing some kind of system of logic onto reality when it's really the other way around. Reality just is reality, and then logic and math are just something we came up with.
So does that mean really that atheists don't necessarily live in a logical reality, right? Not necessarily. They use laws of logic to describe it, but it might not have any bearing on reality itself, right?
No, those are the same thing. So using laws of logic to describe something is logical because it's the language of logic. It's like saying using the word tree to describe a tree is English, but the universe exists independent of the logic. Logic is just a human made-up language to describe reality. So the logic is just irrelevant.
What do you think I was? Yeah. So what do you think I was? Well, you're saying it's irrelevant. So is that the atheist position that basically, that logic is irrelevant to reality, which means that if in the atheist reality, logic is irrelevant, right?
Logic is a made-up language that came after reality. So the reality exists, nature exists, and then we use logic to describe that. So reality predates logic by a lot.
Well, I mean, but you think as soon as you have, let's say let's just try and imagine no universe, just imagine no universe, just darkness, right?
Yeah.
That would be still what you would have. That would be, it is what it is, right?
Right.
So that would be logical, even though we wouldn't have the language to describe it. And then once you get a big bang or something, that would be it is what it is. It's not what it's not, So it just seems, you can see where I'm coming from. I mean, like you say, I am imposing that logical system upon reality itself from even before it began,
Right, but that's just our system of language to describe it. It's like saying, imagine there is no tree, and then there's a tree. Well, there was no tree, and then there's a tree. We can use the English word to describe both when there is a tree and when there's not a tree. The English isn't entailed in the system. You don't need English to do any of that. We're just using English to do that. So there is a system, like an order to what reality is, and we call that order logic, but it's not a part of the universe. It's not like the logic that we came up with is a fundamental part of reality. It's just a system of reality.
I mean, is it even possible? Would you say it's possible in your framework? Or, is it possible ontologically that reality is logical, without any kind of linguistic laws to describe it?
I'm not sure what you mean. Reality is reality, and we would call that
Sure,
logical.
so it is what it is.
Yes.
Yeah, so it is what it is. Yeah, so if reality is reality, then bam, there you go. Like, the first law of logic is from the get-go. It is what it is, right?
Yeah, but we're just applying that description to reality. There's no logic there. There's no math there. There's no logic and math in reality. Those are just languages we use to describe reality. Reality is what's fundamental, not logic and math.
Isn't it possible that the languages that we use to describe reality kind of reflect the actual nature of reality? Meaning that reality may well be logical.
Yes, it could.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay, that's my view, and I'm glad how you see where I'm coming from. I don't know if anyone else wanted to jump in and talk to you or anything. I'm still here.
Okay. So, Mr. TJump, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So, I had kind of a basic syllogism I wanted to run by you. if you don't mind, can I post it in the general chat for you?
Yeah, I think there only is the general chat. I'm not even looking at the screen, so I can't see it.
Oh, okay. I can read it out to you.
Yeah,
It's
go for it.
basically, yeah. So premise 1 is causality is everything. Nothing is outside of causality. Premise 2, causality as a concept or a system has no moral agency. And the conclusion is that nothing has moral agency. So I basically came up with this to justify nihilism to someone else during a discussion. But it seems kind of, I don't know. I wanted to run it by you, get your thoughts on it.
I would have objections to the first one. Causality is everything. I mean, causality is like a system of how interactions between things, but causality isn't a thing.
Okay. I would say, so you're basically saying that causality is not like, it's not like some physical thing out there. Are you saying more that it's a concept we made up to kind of what you were saying to him as more of like to describe what we're viewing happen in reality?
Yeah, sort of. Like, because when you said causality is everything, no, matter isn't causality. Time isn't causality. Space isn't causality. They're things that interact in reality, and we use causality to describe those. But there's a difference between causality and just stuff. Like,
Okay. So, okay, maybe I didn't word this right. So I'm more saying that causality, if it's a system that actually does exist, and we assume that it does exist, and it acts on all these things, we would actually not, how do I want to put this? We would not be able to identify any of the stuff that exists that we know of that doesn't exist as a result of causality and is not currently being moved by causality, right? So matter exists, basically matter has a cause is where I was going to go with that, right? Like,
okay, sure.
let's say it's the Big Bang, right? Like all these things are basically subject to causality is what I'm getting at.
Okay, sure. So if we grant that, objective morality could still be something that came from causality, like it could be a law of nature or something. So if we grant that causality is somehow like everything has a cause, essentially, other than whatever the necessary thing is. Because would you grant that there has to be, if matter has a cause, there has to be something that's either causeless or an infinite regress or something that caused itself?
This reminds me of the trilemma of justification, I think is what you're referring to.
Agrippa's
Like that
trilemma,
everything
yep.
either has an infinite causal chain, it's circular, or has no cause.
Yep.
Okay, if I'm understanding that right.
Yep.
I can't think of anything that would actually be causeless, but I do think there can be things that are like circular, right? Like they can cause themselves, or they could have some infinite line of causation.
Right.
Like
okay.
I could say that humans have an infinite line of causation that led to us being humans.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So just as long as you grant either of those, then morality could be entailed in one of those things. Like you don't need it to be outside of causation for it to be to have an objective morality. So I'd object to the premise 2 in that case.
Premise 2, causality as a concept has no moral agency.
Well, I mean, I might grant that one, but you don't need morality to have moral agency to be objective.
Right. So when you say objective, I might have a different definition. So I'm just describing objective as essentially something that's going to be true whether I believe it or not. I think I have a very basic understanding of it.
I'd agree with that. Yep.
Okay. So morality, the truth value in it to me comes from things having moral agency, because part of morality is basically giving a prescriptive on your moral duty as a moral agent, right? Like I wouldn't apply moral standards to a rock because it doesn't have the same feelings we do. It wouldn't have moral agency.
Right.
However,
but, I mean, do we have moral agency, or do we have like humans?
Right. So what I'm proposing is that we don't. What we call moral agency actually wouldn't be moral agency. So I would be asserting that there is some sort of misunderstanding, and basically calling what we have our urges to do good things. I think to call that moral agency is a misnomer. So that's basically what I'm asserting here. Since we are part of causality, and causality has no moral agency, neither do we. I think what we understand ourselves to have as moral agency, I think that is a misunderstanding. I think it
So-
would be something else. It would just be based on arbitrary values.
So my understanding is just that desire is what moral agency is, regardless of whether or not it's like determined. That really doesn't make a difference to me. I'd still say we have moral agency because our desires to do good is essentially what moral agency is.
Okay. So it's sort of here, I'll put it a different way. So desires to do things are, I mean, they're very abstract, right? So
Sure.
desire to do good things varies person to person, for example, or even person to animal, person to alien if they're out there. So a good thing to an animal is simply to survive. And for some animals, that's all they think is like good. That's all they desire to do. In our case, as humans, it varies. I can think it's good to give to charity. Someone else can think it's good to, I don't know, take from charity, like a reverse Robin Hood type deal. You could justify almost anything to yourself, and these desires and what we consider good are both based on arbitrary values at their bedrock, if you will.
Well, my
So-
my only point here is that our feelings of morality, whatever caused them, are totally fine to describe that as morality. You don't need the whole free will agency thing to have a morality. That's not a part of what's required. So if you want to say we're determined in some sense and we don't have essentially free will, or we're not outside of causality, we can still have an objective morality in that regardless. Like, we don't need that to have objective morality.
Okay. So we don't need free will to have like objective. So are other things able to have this morality? Things that wouldn't have free will?
Yes, because I don't believe we have free will. Most philosophers don't.
Right. Is that more the determinism side, if I'm remembering what determinism means?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So you're saying we would have no free will, right?
Right. I don't think we have free will.
Okay. So let me see. Why would we have moral agency at all if we don't have free will? If everything's determined for us, that absolves us of any moral decision we would make because it was determined not by us, but by something else.
Well, again,
That other thing that is determining these things has the moral agency.
So
It
from
makes
my
the
view, you
decisions
don't
when we
need
don't.
that for morality. Morality is just essentially descriptive of what the best way the world could be. It doesn't matter whether or not we're determined or not. It makes no difference.
So that sounds more like a goal of a specific moral ideology.
That's
As
that's
opposed
usually what
to-
morality is. It's usually grounded in a goal of some kind.
Right. And it would be, and that's kind of what I was saying earlier. These goals themselves are based in arbitrary values. Like I said, the goal could be to make sure that every charity in the world gets a certain amount of money. However, another person's goal could basically be to steal a certain amount of money from charities.
All right,
Correct,
so
right?
we would need to give an objective grounding for morality, but that could be possible. Again, like you just say, there's a law of nature that we just haven't discovered yet which grounds objective morality. That's one possibility.
Right. So what I'm getting at is that technically, if everything is causal, and we somewhat agree that causality, if it's like some all-moving system in our reality, wouldn't be a moral agent itself. I mean, and then you go on to say that things are deterministic. So why would there not be like a predetermined objective morality
Well, there
that
could
is outlined somewhere as like a law of nature? Like, why would that be?
be. I have no
Would
idea.
it-
It's just an
Because I
assertion.
assert that it would basically it's not there because, it's not there. There is no objective
Well,
morality.
you're
That's why
asserting
we
it's
haven't found it, and
impossible.
That's why not everyone agrees on it.
Well, you're asserting it's impossible. I'm just saying it's a possibility, which would defeat your argument.
Well, that's the thing is that so I look at it as everything's a possibility, right? It's just there's less likely possibilities and more likely possibilities. In my view, what I've presented is more likely, just to say that, as we are all products and I guess also functions or cogs in the causality system, we don't have moral agency because we agree that things are predetermined, right? We don't have that free will. So basically,
so-
there would be no objective morality in this possibility,
So
which I
again,
can present, a good line of reasoning for.
So again, most
opposed
philosophers
to, like, saying it's a-
believe in objective morality, and most philosophers believe we don't have free will. So most people don't think that morality has anything to do with free will. There's just no need for those two to be connected. So I can just grant that we are determined and we don't have free will, but we still have objective morality. There's just no connection. There's no need to have free will to have objective morality.
Okay. Well, then that brings me to, I guess, two questions I would have for you on this, just to clarify. So, so if you have morality, can you have moral agency if you are incapable of making decisions outside
Yes.
of yourself, or
Yes.
outside of whatever controls you? Like,
Yes.
if I make
yes. So this is brought up by Dan Dennett in Compatibilism and how the brain works, neuropsychology, is that even though we're determined, we still hold culpability for our actions because we have free will in the sense of our neurological framework. But even though we're determined and we can't necessarily blame the individual and say it's justified to put him in prison. It's purely a pragmatic issue. We can still have a system of morality there. There's no problem at all.
Okay, so it's more that morality is sort of necessary for our society to function, it sounds like.
Well, no.
Because
this
you're saying
is,
it's
again,
more of a pragmatic issue. To
No.
basically hold people accountable.
Prison is a pragmatic issue, but morality can still be objective. Morality could be objective, and we can still have objective value and duties or whatever, even though we're determined. The fact that we're determined is irrelevant here, because objective morality is just a statement of what's true independent of whether or not we think it's true. So even if we were just robots and had no moral agency, there could still be an objective morality out there. We just wouldn't be a part of it. So those are two separate issues.
So maybe we're misunderstanding each other on morality, because and I get what the objective moral concepts would be. I'm saying more like morality at its most fundamental, as I understand it, is basically trying to distinguish between good and bad, or right and wrong.
Right.
What you ought to do versus what you ought not to do, and so forth. So what I'm saying is there would basically be no ought, right? If you don't make your decisions, there is no ought for you, there would be no objective way to function in the universe, because the universe, for what we can tell, there would be no right and wrong. All there is
again, there's two things here. There's two things here. So one is that, is there an objective morality? There can be an objective morality in the universe, a way that people ought to act, but we may have no choice in acting. So there could be an objective morality out there that we have no access to. So we have no moral agency. We could all just be rocks, essentially. There's still an objective morality out there. We just don't have access to it. So, and then the second question is, do we have access to it? And most philosophers define morality as simply our ability to act neurologically, and so we have moral agency and morals and duties, so we do have access to it. So there's those two concepts. I think you're conflating them, and you're saying that because if we're determined, then there can't be this objective system of values, which is irrelevant. The objective system of values can exist regardless of any way we are, or even if we don't exist, there could still be an objective system of values. And so I think you're conflating our subjective brain states and how we discover morality with what could be objective morality.
Unless you can point out a contradiction.
So I think I didn't word it correctly. So I'm saying we don't have access or authority over our moral decisions. So in my view, that would take away our moral agency if we're not making the decision.
Okay.
And then the second thing about objective morality existing, it's more like I'm saying that if the system is basically causality, and causality itself has no moral agency, it has no right and wrong. It only has what's true and not true. That would be the objectivity. And as we understand it, there wouldn't be moral truths, right?
Well, no, there
would be more of...
Moral realism is the fact that there are true moral statements. So the moral realism, objective morality, is the statement that there are true statements about morality, true and false. So the idea that there can be objective morality is independent of whether or not we are moral. So whether we have moral agency and whether there is
descriptive of morality, or more true as to you ought to do so.
Both. So they're both. That's the point of moral realism. So there's two questions: is there objective morality, and do we have moral agency, and are we culpable to objective morality? The first question is, can there be objective morality? Even if we're causality, all just pure causality, we can still have objective morality. So that would not invalidate objective morality. You could say it invalidates our agency if you want to define agency as needing free will in some sense, but most philosophers don't do that.
Right, and I think that's fallacious to do. I don't think you can, like, if you want to say that there's some objective morality, you have to say that there's objective moral agency. Like, some people and some things actually are moral agents. I would say that only things with free will would be.
Right, and
simply
just
because
most philosophers just disagree with you. We don't need free will. We can just have agency, and the fact of how our brains work is sufficient. There's that's just how we define moral agency. It's not required to have free will to define moral agency.
Okay, well, let me give an example as to basically. I'm losing my voice. Sorry. Let me give an example as to why I think that. Right. So I could apply this standard that I guess the philosophers are giving to a car. Right. A car functions well enough to, exist, to function, to drive, to do all these things, but it itself is controlled. Its CPU, its brain, its engine, all of it is controlled by whoever's driving it. So we don't hold cars morally culpable because someone else is driving them. We would punish the driver of that car. They would be morally culpable because they made all the decisions for that car.
Are
so what
cars
I'm saying is,
conscious, though?
it's not if we want to go into consciousness, we can after that. But TJump, does that kind of make sense as to what I'm getting at here?
Yeah, but if you imagine there are like a million different cars, all who have different programming, and some run over people and some don't, we're going to hold the cars that run over people culpable and lock them up the exact same way.
Yeah, but I mean, if a car's not even conscious, you cannot even explain to a car that what he did was wrong. The car wouldn't even understand. The car wouldn't even be aware of whether or not his actions were right or wrong. I mean, this is an obvious fucking problem.
That's a more that's a deeper
that's
issue.
Not where
That's a deeper issue.
I can give two conscious humans if that's your problem with it, dude.
So again, just to address your car example, like if we have a billion cars and they all have different programming, and some of the programming causes them to hit people a lot, we're going to lock those cars up. It doesn't matter if we call them morally culpable or not, but we're going to say that, given our definition of moral agency, we're going to hold them accountable for their programming, even if it's not their fault, and we're going to lock them up. And we have to do that for pragmatic reasons, but we're going to say that they are morally culpable for that because of how the human brain works and how neurology works as a way to create beliefs and things. They're going to be culpable in that sense. So even if they're cars, they're still going to be culpable.
And I get what you're saying. So we would still believe them to be morally culpable. Right. And I would agree with you there, right? We think we can still hold the car morally culpable because of how we currently understand like moral agency and moral accountability and how we should enforce it.
Right.
What I'm saying though is that could be flawed basically just because if someone else is controlling you, and the other guy that chimed in, he didn't like my car example because it's not conscious. So what if one human took another human and let's say pushed them into, or like threw them through a window? Is the person that was thrown through the window morally culpable for that if they had no choice, right?
Essentially. So, but to stick with your original example, because it was a good example, was that it doesn't really make a difference. Like you could say there's the example of the guy who had the tumor in his brain and went around killing people. Was he morally culpable, or did he have was just determined by his tumor? And if you could remove the tumor, would you just let him go? Those kinds of problems it's really about the physical process in your brain that causes actions. If it is a process that is causing immoral things to occur, we're going to lock you up. And you're right that those could be wrong. Our perceptions of morality could be wrong, and whether or not they correspond to objective morality could be wrong, but that's a different question. So we define moral agency as just the ability for us to make decisions, and that's sufficient. Now, whether or not that corresponds to an objective morality,
we wouldn't have that ability to make
thing.
decisions, right?
Well, no, our ability to make decisions is just what our brains do. Now, if you want to call that determinism, that's still the ability to make decisions. It's just determined decisions. So there's no contradiction there. The only issue is, does it correspond to an objective morality? And that's just a different question.
Okay. Well, the first one you're talking about, so you're saying it does cohere to have basically that deterministic decision making and still be a moral agent. So you're saying those cohere. So basically, if that happens in any other case, like let's say determinism is itself like a moral agent, is that something that's fair to say then?
No, determinism isn't a thing. It's just a description of how things operate. So determinism couldn't be a moral agent.
Well, as I understand it, determinism's like it would be like a force that has predetermined the upcoming events, right? Like
Right.
you're predetermined to for an
Well-
apple to hit the ground if you drop an apple off of off of a ledge, right?
So I mean,
It's
that was
like a
that was the
predetermined
example I
thing.
gave where there was a guy who had a brain tumor and killed people. He was determined to kill people by the brain tumor. He didn't have a choice. And the question was he morally culpable? Like, yes, we're going to lock him up, but then we're going to remove the brain tumor and let him go because the moral culpable thing was the brain tumor, not him. So he's still morally culpable even though he was determined, and we're going to free him from that by removing the brain tumor. So even determined things can be morally culpable. Ooh.
Okay. So they can both be morally culpable, and I'm saying it's more like it's kind of fallacious to do that, right? Like
No.
it's not really, how would I put this? Let's say if I believed in objective morality, one objective moral truth that I would find is that you don't punish people for things they didn't decide to do, right? Like that they had no control over. That's how I'll put that. You don't punish people for things they have no control over.
You're looking at it from a different perspective. So when we say people make a decision over it, we're just saying their brains did it. It doesn't matter if they have control over their brains or not. That's totally irrelevant. That's a higher level consideration that is just irrelevant to moral agency. Moral agency is only relevant is, did your brain do this? And why your brain did this and what determined your brain is just not relevant to moral agency. It's only relevant as did your brain do this?
Okay. That maybe I'm not understanding. So you're saying it doesn't matter that your brain does it, but it does matter that it was done regardless. Like, is that what you're trying to get at with what you're saying?
Well, no.
Like it's going to matter that you did it regardless of whether your brain decided it or whether you had no control over your brain.
Your moral agency is only the things your brain decides to do, regardless of why. It doesn't matter why your brain decides to do it. Like your brain could be determined by years of nature and nurture, doesn't make a difference. Your free will is, or your agency is only in your whatever your brain decides to do. And you're culpable for whatever your brain decides to do, regardless of why your brain did it. So in moral agency and determinism is just whatever your brain decides to do. It doesn't care about your brain being determined. It's just not relevant. So we don't define moral agency in this, like that.
And you don't see any
context.
problem with that. Like in any of the examples
No.
I gave, like the guy being thrown through a window, we could take it to something funnier. You could say that someone was turned into a zombie for like 24 hours and ate someone, and then they were turned back. Would they still be morally culpable for that because they
the
had no
zombie
control
was.
over that?
The zombie was morally culpable, not the person who became the zombie.
Right. So when they turn back to a human, would you punish that person or do you
No.
let them go?
No, let them go. The person and the zombie are two separate things. The zombie is morally culpable, and if they were still a zombie, we would still lock them up. But if we changed them to not a zombie, then they're a different person and they're no longer morally culpable.
Okay, so why doesn't that apply to the tumor guy then?
It does. The same thing does apply. The guy with the tumor is
So once
morally
you get the
culpable.
tumor
and then
out,
we-
he's fine?
So the guy with the tumor is morally culpable, and we remove the tumor, he stops being culpable because he's a different person.
Okay. So I think I understand what you're saying. So as long as you're acting under like this force that's predetermining what you'll do, whether it's a tumor or some zombie virus, you are only culpable for as long as you are under that deterministic influence.
Well,
Because
no,
once
again, so
he's not a
you-
zombie, you don't punish him.
There's two people there. There's the person with the tumor and the person without the tumor. The person with the tumor is culpable. The person without the tumor is not culpable. They are two separate people.
Okay. So now I think I get like how your argument actually coheres a lot better than I did before. So basically, we're always going to be under this deterministic system that, controls our thoughts, and we don't have free will because it's determinism.
Right.
Since we're always going to exist in that system, we'll always be morally culpable. Is that
Right.
kind of what you're saying?
Yes. Depending on your view of morality, essentially, yeah.
Okay. So then what I would argue is there would still be no objective morality.
Well,
So
again, that's-
we
that's
can
a
agree
separate
that
issue.
there is
That's a-
moral agency for us, right?
Yeah.
Right? Like there would be moral agency for us. what would the objective morality be then?
Well, again, so those are totally unrelated. Like I can just say objective morality, there's a law of nature, which is objective morality, whether we know it or not, and that can be objective morality. It may have no connection to anything we feel or believe at all, but there can still be an objective morality.
Objective morality would be like a law of gravity. It exists regardless of your mental processes.
Exactly.
I don't know if that's a moral objective truth. I'm talking like what would objectively be good and bad.
Well, again, that's
Like,
the part you're conflating. You're
like-
conflating our subjective interpretation of objective morality with objective morality. Objective morality is just like you said, something that's true independent of what we think it to be the case. So there could be an objective law of morality, even if we can't understand it or conceptualize it, and it's just true. Doesn't matter what we think about it. Whether or not it has anything to do with what we perceive as good or not is just irrelevant. So objective morality is a much broader concept that's easier to define. It's just anything that's true independent of our opinion. And here's one example of something that's true independent of our opinion. Like, we'd just be wrong about our conceptions of morality and it'd still be true.
Right. So do we have any, is there any, and you will know, because I definitely don't know of any, but you might. So would there be any objective moral truth that we know of? Things that are truly objective and moral statements, or I guess moral truths. Things that are objectively good and bad.
Well, again, like, are you asking, do we know of any for certain? No, but I believe there are. And can we prove it? No. So, but those are two.
Well, I mean, proves kind of a vague term. I mean, if you had like some reasoning or some form of evidence, I would definitely hear that out. Just because like, I'm not trying to like be the ultimate skeptic or anything. If you think there's like an actual objective moral truth and like you have some reason to believe that, yeah, I would definitely agree there. It's just I don't know of any, so that's how I come to the stance I'm at now.
All right, I
actually don't think that there are.
Yeah, there's no evidence for an objective moral truth. It's not a solved problem in philosophy. It's just something we're arguing for, trying to find evidence of. There's no evidence. There's no like actual hard evidence of an objective morality.
Okay. Well then so I mean, can we at least agree that I'm somewhat right to basically infer from there that there wouldn't be one if we've been searching for it for so long? It's sort of like new elements in chemistry, right? Like if we went a couple million years without finding new elements and we had mapped the entire universe, I would say like, okay, I'm right to infer or use some level of inductive reasoning to basically assume that there is no more element. And I would apply that to what you just said there. If there's no hard evidence after all the experts have looked at it for so long, like, am I right to at least infer or believe that there is no objective truth?
Well, so the big problem with what you said is that you can't say there is no such thing because we haven't found it yet. But you can say that I have no reason to believe it, therefore I don't believe it. That's totally fine. You can say, until there's hard evidence, I'm not going to believe it. That's perfectly reasonable to hold that position. But you're not reasonable to say that it can't exist because we haven't found it yet. That would not be reasonable.
No, but he has a point though. Like if you take the model that there's no objective morality, and okay, what would you expect if that's true? What would you predict from that? That yeah, you'll never find it. And he's saying that so far after all this time we haven't found it. So I mean, I think at that point that's at least evidence that it isn't there.
Well,
no.
That's kind of that's pretty much what I'm trying to say there. It's more like, and I understand it's inductive reasoning because I haven't been presented solid proof of non-existence. Again, I may just be, an amateur or anything. I'm not well versed on proving negatives. But yeah, do you think? I mean, you seem to understand my position really well. Is there like any position like that you think would be better, or maybe better reason than what I'm offering right now? Just I don't know. I've been told you're really, really good at this.
So like
I'm curious what you think.
40-something% of philosophers are moral subjectivists. They believe there isn't an objective morality, and that's essentially the position you're holding. And their position is essentially we have no reason to believe there is an objective morality. We only have reason to believe morality is a product of a human brain, and that's it. And there's no objective basis there. And that's a totally reasonable position to hold. You can't conclude there is no objective morality. It's not reasonable to say objective morality absolutely does not exist. But it's reasonable to say we have no reason to believe it, therefore I don't believe it. That's totally fine. You can say it's imaginary until demonstrated otherwise. That's totally fine.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. And with my original, the syllogism I posted in chat when we first started, I was working under that presupposition, and it's my understanding right now that everything is basically based on presupposition. So, in my opinion, I thought it was like basically okay to reason off of those presuppositions. So, yeah, I would agree with how you kind of word it. I don't want to say that there's absolutely no objective morality. Although I will say that I feel I am better reasoned if I, understand, or if I infer that there likely isn't from what I've seen.
Yeah, that's a
from
perfectly
people not
perfectly
finding
reasonable.
objective morality after all this time.
Yeah, that's perfectly
Like that's
reasonable.
that's how I feel with that.
Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable position to hold. There is no objective morality. There's nothing illogical about that at all.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, is that kind of where you're at? I know you said 40% of philosophers are subjectivists. Are you kind of on that boat too?
No, I believe in objective morality. So, but
Okay.
it's a weaker position. It's like one of my weakest arguments, but I do believe in it. So,
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to like press you on that. I just kind of wanted to, see what you thought of that initial syllogism. I can let someone else jump in. I've been going with you for like 20, 30 minutes now.
yeah, for sure. You can check out my videos on secular objective morality if you want to see what my position is in more detail.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Is it like on your YouTube?
Yep. I have a whole
Okay.
playlist about
Yeah, I
my
need
views.
something to watch, so I'll probably jump on that.
I have a question, please.
Hey, Brenda, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Isn't the condition, yes, isn't the condition for morality or objectivity to be independent, mind independent? So it's independent of any one person's subjective opinion.
Yep.
So people don't agree on what is objective.
Right.
So isn't that an indication that there isn't an object of morality? Because if there were, people would agree.
Well, no.
But people don't agree.
Like, for example, it's objectively the case that the world is round, but not all people agree that the world is round. There are some very strange people who believe the world is flat out there. But the fact that we disagree doesn't show that there isn't an objective truth to the matter. It just shows that people are weird and believe lots of weird things.
Yeah, sure, but that's because it's a physical object, and morality is just an intersubjective agreement, right?
Well, that's the debate, is that morality could also be a physical object that we just haven't discovered yet. We don't know yet.
What would its ontology be?
Well, that's my law of nature. It could just be like a physical law of nature we just haven't discovered yet.
No, I mean its ontology. What would its ontology be?
A law of nature. So ontology,
laws don't have ontology.
Yeah, laws are descriptive of some physical process in the universe. Like gravity is physically the space-time bending, and that's a physical thing in the universe. So when I say morality is a law of nature, I mean it's like space-time bending. It's a physical thing in the universe, a physical law that permeates the universe that we just haven't discovered yet.
Well, sure. Well, laws in science are not like laws in human commerce. The law is a theory that has been so tested we can express it in very precise formulaic terms. So F equals ma is a law, right?
Right. So
but not all scientific theories are law.
Right. So by law, I mean like the law of gravity. The law of gravity refers to something that exists in reality. It refers to a thing that exists, which is the curvature of space-time. So when I use the term law in that sense, I'm saying the law of morality refers to something that exists, just like gravity. In reality, it exists. It is a physical thing that we just haven't discovered yet. That's what I mean by law of morality. The word law is not the key there. It's trying to say it's like gravity. There's some physical thing in the universe to which it refers to.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, I have a super hard time even imagining what that would be.
Me too.
And why would it affect humans?
Well, if it's like gravity, it's a law, so it affects everything. But the point of it is just to show how morality can be objective. The fact that we don't have any evidence for it, so it's not something you should actually like believe in.
Could it be just an emergent property of large groups of sentient beings?
Absolutely.
So we have large groups of water. The emergent property would be wetness. That's a classical kind of description of emergence.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we
Absolutely
could
it
say
could be.
that these things emerge, but is that really a law? Is that law or law-like? I mean, I'm not
Oh
really.
no!
It's
In that case, it wouldn't. There would not be a law of nature if it just emerged from social interactions. That would not qualify it as objective in the sense that I'm talking about.
But I mean, there are laws of nature that are emergent, though.
Sure, but not usually like social constructions. I don't think any social constructions are considered laws of nature.
Well, we can quibble on that, but I'm too lazy.
What, you know of a social construction?
I would like to hear your argument for that.
Well, I mean, isn't sociology contingent on biology? Isn't sociology like an actual phenomena that exists that's emergent on biological phenomena?
Right, but none of the sociological phenomena count as laws of nature. They're just sociological phenomena.
Friggin' people thinking of humans as something separate from the natural world.
Well, no, I mean like ape society. The things ape society does it would not be considered a law of nature like gravity. The things societies do or choose to do based off of their evolutionary process would not be the same as like the weak electromagnetic force or something like that. Those I wouldn't consider those to be the same thing.
You know, but like, what if we found like, well, I mean, I think this already is the case anyway, but, like consistent patterns that are never broken in this complex phenomena.
Well, I'd still consider like there's a difference between consistent patterns and consistent patterns grounded in existing things. So like the weak electromagnetic force, gravity, the strong force, those are like fundamental parts of reality that are like entangled in reality itself. Consistent patterns, like if Bob always picks his nose on a Tuesday, even if that's a consistent pattern, it wouldn't be like a law of nature. It would just be like a law of sociology, because the laws of nature specifically have something to do with an existing thing in reality, like space-time bending or electromagnetism or entropy. Those kinds of things are laws of nature. The laws of just any consistent pattern wouldn't be a law of nature, just be a law of something. So a law of math is consistent, or law of sociology would be consistent, but they wouldn't be laws of nature. Those aren't the same thing.
All right, I understand your point, I guess. It's like a difference of semantics, I suppose.
I think that
I have a question for TJump.
Go for it.
Oh, is he me?
no, he's waiting for you to answer.
What was your question? Person who has a question?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of psychological egoism? Well, you probably have, but have you ever like
Studied
discussed
it? No, I've never studied
Do
it.
you have, oh, discussed it, I meant, like, has anyone ever brought it up?
Maybe? I don't know.
And, like, do you have, like, a general response to its...
Can you tell me what it is? I don't remember off the top of my head, because I haven't studied it enough to know.
I don't want to, like, say something dumb, so I'm just gonna... So, it's the thesis that deep down our motivations are,
Oh, egoism?
like, all of our actions are... Yeah, egoism. Psychological egoism. So, like, all human actions are motivated by self-interest.
I mean, I sort of agree with it, but at the same time, I think that most of our actions are just a result of biology. So, for example, it's not really our self-interest as in our psychological state, it's our self-interest as our biological state. Like, people feel compulsions to give to close relatives more than to give to distant relatives and that is for self-interest in the biological sense, but not the psychological sense. So I would say that it's a biological egoism is more likely to be true than psychological egoism.
Huh. So if all actions are motivated by self-interest, then people can't be altruistic. Like, altruism isn't like a thing, because to some degree all your actions are motivated to like satisfy.
Yeah, sort of. So, but since there are certain things like one of the biological dispositions is to sacrifice parts of yourself to save a family member. That could be considered altruism in the fact that you're sacrificing of yourself to save a family member, but it's still a selfish thing for your genes, but you aren't your genes. And so you can have the altruistic feelings, the psychological altruism, but there's no such thing as biological altruism. That doesn't exist.
Oh, okay. So I understand what you mean now by biological.
Say if somewhere like let's say like I don't know, someone who's in a wheelchair, they dribble, and let's say there was I don't know $2,000 fine for making noise while, or let's say the president is speaking, right? And this person who's dribbling, they make a bunch of noise. Should they be?
What? I have no idea. Like someone in a wheelchair is making noise, and should they be fined for making a noise?
Assuming that there was let's say it's a president's hallway, and that that on the wall it says, anyone who's making noise will be fined. While the president an international speech, should they be fined the same?
No, I don't think so. Like Tourette syndrome is one of those where you have to, like, say curse words occasionally, and you have no control over it. No, they shouldn't be fined for that.
See, well, but how does that play? When you take that and the hard determinism thing, how that no one could have done otherwise. But you're saying that someone who, one person you put them in jail, they couldn't have done us, and the person who dribbled, you see what I mean? It seems.
Well, again, it's about the brain states. Like if they were killing people uncontrollably, like we wouldn't blame them, but we'd still lock them up. They would still be morally culpable. But like a fine at a speech, it's not immoral to do that. There's no immoral thing to talk about a president. Like there's no moral culpability there at all, whether you do it intentionally or not.
Well, what if that making the noise led to something terrible happening? Let's say it was like president, and because the speech was distracted, maybe the warning didn't go out for a flood or something, so now people end up.
Well, again, if it's like a future thing, like if you are uncontrollably killing people and you're going to uncontrollably kill people in the future, we need to lock you up. If it was a one-time complete accident and it was just because that's how your brain works and there's nothing you could have done about it, that's a separate issue. So the one is like the person with the brain tumor, if we can cure them of that, then they're a different person and they're no longer culpable. So if the person like had a epilepsy or something, then no, there wouldn't be accountable because it wasn't like a thing that we have to worry about happening over and over and over again. If they go into an epileptic shock and kill someone every 5 minutes, we're going to lock them up. They're morally culpable based on how their biology works. Even though if we could cure them, they wouldn't be.
But would you say that? If you was to be, self-critical, can you see some kind of inconsistency between the way we draw these lines between the things? Because apparently everyone under determinism, everyone, just has a brain state they couldn't do otherwise. They're stuck with, if I was abusive, I couldn't have done otherwise. If I'm kind to you, I couldn't have done otherwise. And it just seems, we're all kind of invalids within.
Right. So in deterministic moral agency has nothing to do with you. It's not, you are not at fault for anything you do. It's all determined. But we're going to have to, society is responsible to protect its members, regardless of whether or not you are personally at fault. So every person we put in prison, it's not their fault. We can't blame them. We're not justified. We're not right to put them in prison. We just do it because we have to pragmatically protect the people. They are not at fault. They're not like demons that need to be exorcised. They're just biological states, and we have to protect people from those biological states. If there was a way to cure them of those biological states, that would be the right thing to do in all cases, no matter what. So we would never hold anyone morally responsible in that sense. We just cure everybody. We just give them the cure for whatever disease was causing them to hurt people, and we just let them go. And that would be the morally correct thing to do. So go ahead.
So does that mean if you have a friend over to stay, and before they leave, they grab your PlayStation or your Xbox and they take it with them, and they never give it back? Would you just say that it's not there?
Yeah, in the objective sense, it's not their fault. That's just their biology. But we hold them accountable for pragmatic reasons, and that those pragmatic reasons are what we call moral agency.
I mean, I don't know. So when you say pragmatic, in that example, like, because it costs you money, right? And pragmatically, you could use your money.
All right. So like if we lived in a video game world and you could just print a new PlayStation instantly by pressing a button, then there'd be no reason to punish him for that. There'd be no pragmatic reason to care.
I mean, I think I'm with you. I mean, many people would claim if we could, let's just say you work for a PlayStation company. Let's just say it's easy for you to get another one for no money. Many people say it's still wrong, right? People that actually, yeah, you hold to objective morals. So I mean, surely if it's wrong to take something, to steal, it's wrong always, right? Even if the person's got enough money to replace it easily.
Right. But again, it's not, the wrongness is in the biological state. Like, what is their brain doing, and are we morally culpable to stop them? It's not about some kind of objective moral culpability there. They're not demons for doing it. It's just their biological state, and we have to address their biological state.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just obviously, it just seems. I don't normally hear people that hold to objective morals look at it as biological. So, like a monkey, for example. Like if you had a monkey in the house, a real monkey, it's bound to, because of its biology, to trash the place, right? And you wouldn't hold it accountable necessarily, maybe partially, but because it's a biological creature, it's going to have the same, moral culpability as, say, you. But it seems like you seem to be applying that to the humans, right? In a way, you're saying that objective morals are out there, but people are not accountable because they have this biology which they couldn't have done otherwise. Is that?
Well, again, my view of objective morality is just a description of the best of all possible worlds, and anything that goes against that description is immoral. So if a rock falls on you, nature is immoral for allowing that to happen. So my view of objective morality isn't the same as most people's.
So, I mean, would you ever lock up a rock that fell on your head? If you could?
If it was at risk of doing it over and over and over again, yes. If it wasn't, then no.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. So if you used to put it back where it was and then it was to happen again, yeah, I think eventually you're just going to lock the thing up. Okay, I see what you mean. At least you're...
Yeah, we would just move it. We wouldn't have to put it into prison because it's not at any risk of doing anything. We just move it off the hill. That would essentially be the locking it up.
But then again, I suppose if we're only assuming the laws of logic and stuff, for all we know, the rock, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to obey any kind of strict kind of law. It doesn't even have to remain a rock, right? Am I right? Things like the law of gravity don't necessarily have to remain the same. They could be completely different according to the,
Well, no, nature can't be not nature, but we can use different descriptions. So the laws of logic are just descriptions, that's it. The laws of logic can change any way we want. We can just use different logic, intuitionistic logic, fuzzy logic, many-valued logic. Logic is just a language. It's nothing more than a language. That doesn't mean reality can be different than the way reality is. It just means we can use different languages to describe reality.
Yeah, I think every time I talk about logic, I'm talking about that, like you said, that I'm looking at the ontological nature of things, as opposed.
So yeah, that just means reality is the way reality is.
ASA?
Yeah.
ASA?
Well, I mean, he stated the law's identity. Yeah, it's the way it is.
Right.
So I have an additional question.
Sure.
Are you familiar with the open question argument, right?
Yes, G.E. Moore's open question argument.
Yeah. So even if there were some law of the universe that says I ought to do A rather than B, why ought I accept that I ought to do A rather than B?
Well, there's a lot of different people who try to solve ought questions differently. My solution is that oughts just are irrelevant. Morality is just a bunch of is statements. My description of objective morality is what is the best way the world could be? What is the best of all possible world? And if it moves us closer, then that's good, and if it moves us farther away, then that's bad. And it's purely descriptive. There's no oughts there. Like oughts, I don't even care about oughts in my view of objective morality.
Super hard time fathoming. I like you, Tom, and I agree with 99% of what you say, but I can't wrap my head around that.
That's totally fine. It would be weird if people agreed with me 100%, and then just be cultish. So I'm glad I have my strange views.
So I mean, if you hold, sorry, I mean, we talk about the best of all possible worlds.
Yeah.
In the situation that we're in now, wouldn't it be better if all humans died? Like right now, so there's no more kind of harm and misery and suffering and destroying the planet.
No, because in my description of the best of all possible worlds is one where there's no involuntary imposition of will. So anytime you kill somebody, that's an involuntary imposition of will, unless they actually wanted it. And so that would move us further away from the best of all possible worlds, not closer to it.
But if we all agree,
if we all wanted to die, and then killing us would all be moral, yes, it would be good if we all wanted to die and you killed us all. Nope.
I see Doug is live. Sorry, Tom. You take second to Doug.
Oh, ouch. All right. Tell
Catch
Doug
you
hi.
later.
Tell Doug hi.
Catch you later.
See ya.
Hey, Tom, I have a question.
Sure. What's your question?
You there?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, man, I just want to say this is Franks92. I don't know if you've seen me on your YouTube, but I just want to say it's nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you too.
Yeah, you're an inspiration to me, bro. Just like your story and everything. I really, I really appreciate all the videos you do. But I have a question. So when you say God, like the best of all possible worlds would have been one where we would have been able to choose.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep. Like if a god created the world the way he would have created it, would have been given us all the option to choose to live in the world he designed as opposed to one of our own design, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. So would we be created already knowing like what the best who we are, or like how would that work?
I have no idea. So it's pretty much a hypothetical just to show that theism is nonsense, is that we could be created with some base form of knowledge, and we can use that base form of knowledge to process information and make decisions for ourselves. So like God could create me as I am right now and just snap his fingers and I am me with no prior experience. I don't need any prior experience to have that, or suffering. I can just have the same cognitive abilities I have right now without any experience of suffering. So, and then he could have given me the option and say, well, here, pick which world you want to live in. So you don't actually need any experience of suffering to have the same knowledge we have now. God could have just created us with whatever makes us truly us, with our free will, and we could have just decided from that point.
Okay, that's basically it. So hey, I'll keep watching, bro.
Yeah, thanks. And what is your image? You have a cool image on your YouTube thing. Is that like a guy in a suit?
It's a guy in a suit and his like head is blowing up.
Yeah, it's cool. I like it.
It's like when you get you lose your mind basically.
Yeah, it's cool. It's nice talking with you.
I like it.
So Tom, I actually have a question for you. This is a pretty hard-hitting question. So one of the things I have is I'm a pretty vast critic to people that miscue like philosophical thought and stuff.
Sure.
So I have to ask you, what is your opinion on social constructionism?
I have no idea. Social constructionism it's like the position that most is the scientific laws are social constructions?
No. Social constructions, basically social constructionism in philosophy is that society assigns descriptors and labels onto perceptions we see in nature. And as a society, we determine, okay, we should call that a rock. It exists outside of our perceptions, but when we see it, it's a rock. Okay, well, I just chose it to be called a rock. And then the next person hears me saying, oh, that's a good name for that we see in nature. I'll also call it a rock. And then socially, we accept that descriptor onto that. Would you agree or disagree with that?
As we discover things, that's how our languages form, but I don't think that's how reality forms. So I'd say linguistically, yes.
Yeah, I mean it's social constructionism. There's two things that are happening with this. There are some people that say that this is how reality forms, which is not actual what social constructionism is. This is the twisted form that some people use that take it out of context, and then the one I just described is a correct form.
So just as how languages form, I would say sort of. Like I'd say the original language was essentially just grunts, and we tried to mimic the grunts of other people to express the same ideas, and that's how language formed. So yes, in a general sense, that I think that is how language formed.
Yeah, the only reason I'm asking is there's a portion of the skeptic community that I've noticed that tend to have a difficult time understanding. Like, I'm not trying to name drop here, but there's like Steven Pinker, for example, and where he states that all of social constructionism is completely and fundamentally wrong. But when you actually look on the philosophy of what social constructionism actually entails, it has nothing to do with making claims about reality. It's just making claims on the descriptors of what we see in reality. And there seems like this misunderstanding between individuals such as that and people who actually improperly use it. I'm just wondering, like I said, I guess the question is, have you ever noticed that yourself, where people take philosophy and they twist it or misunderstand whether people are doing it from their mistakes to try to go after them, or so on and so forth?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That happens all the time. Steven Pinker, I agree with on pretty much everything. The type of social constructionism he is critiquing is the kind that you were talking about earlier, that make claims about reality. So most times when people talk about social constructionism, they're talking about like relativism, that kind of social constructionism, which is, you're right, a more modern incarnation of what it means. If you're just talking about the linguistic form, then yeah, me nor Steven Pinker have an objection to that. Steven Pinker actually agrees that that's how language formed. I got this from him in his descriptions of linguistics. So it's really only the kind that they're claiming that reality itself is socially constructed that people are disagreeing with, and that Steven Pinker disagrees with. But because it's so popular and so representative.
I disagree. See, that's the thing that I have to say though, Tom.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. It's not popular. It's just popularized by the media.
Oh, I agree with that. But see, the thing I have with Steven Pinker and several prominent skeptics is they make this out to be a bigger implication by the general populace. So like, I'll give you a prime example, and I know this doesn't seem like it's kind of like social media banter or whatever, but it's an important thing. And you have a lot of these individuals that are labeling people as, like SJWs and so on and so forth. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, yes, I'm agreeing with you so far. Keep going.
So you have groups like this who are claiming people are woke, SJW, so on and so forth, because they are ascribing every individual who talks about social or socially advocates for progressive change or anything like that to be adhering to this form of twisted social constructionism. Like that's what they claim. They generalize these individuals like myself who don't actually believe that. And I mean, what do you think? Do you think that's an issue, or?
Yeah, that happens a lot, where people take the more radical viewpoints and then generalize everybody as holding those same viewpoints. It happens to atheists all the time. So
I agree.
It's definitely a problem, but trying to be more specific about it it's difficult.
Yeah, and I can understand that. I guess that's my biggest problem. Like, I think it's kind of like overreaching with your field of what you're trying to do with your philosophy, is you have these individuals on a specific spectrum that are basically trying to strawman, like you mentioned, atheism to what it actually means. And the same individuals that are doing this are also doing this as well. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's really careless language is really just the problem, because most of them, the reason they're just saying that is because it's virtue signaling to their base. Like, the reason I like to use the term atheist more than agnostic is because that's what my demographic, my target audience uses to describe themselves. It's the word atheist, even though it's not philosophically the definition of atheism. And so I identify with that word rather than the agnostic label. it's not really about like what is the correct usage of the word philosophically. It's about like how do we identify those labels in society. And when people use the term like social constructionism, the way they identify that term is with the relativist, the crazy left SJWs like you were mentioning. And so that's how they use the word, even if it's not technically correct. Like I think, who was it? Ocean, the polytheist, he gets this all the time because when people use the term theism, they're all usually talking about Christianity. But there's lots of kinds of theism that aren't Christianity, like polytheism. And so he doesn't like, when he says he's a theist, people confuse him for being a Christian all the time because they misuse the term. So I think it's just careless uses of language, and I think what you have to do is just understand that's what they mean by the term, is that they're just being careless and they don't really mean it in the literal sense. They're just using it to describe SJWs, not specifically you.
Oh, absolutely. But see, that's the other thing. It's kind of like, it's just it's to me, it's kind of disingenuous because I've known people have explained this. I've seen an interview, or was it a debate? I don't remember. I saw it like last week between Steven Pinker and someone else, and where he was debating someone in social constructionism, and he was explaining this is what it actually means. And he's like, but that's not what people are. I'll have to link that to you, Tom. But people like Steven Pinker have been explaining this, what you just mentioned, and he still presents it as that the generalized populace actually use this rhetoric. That's what I'm saying. He dishonestly, disingenuously, continuously pushes this narrative when people have called him out on it, told him that most people don't do this. Some people do, and they're wrong. But what do you think on that?
Well, again, I just think the circle he's in, most people use the word social constructionism just to refer to relativists. And so he's just been exposed to it so much that he's adopted the same kind of habit. And just telling him that there are lots of people who don't use it that way isn't really going to make a difference for him, because in his circle, that's when most people use that term, that's what they mean. So I don't think it's disingenuous on his part. I think that's just because in his circle, that's how people use the word. That's how he uses it too.
Well, I guess the only thing I would kind of clap back on them from that is, I mean, I've seen your discussions. I'm not going to name drop anybody that you know who I'm talking about. They mislabel the term atheist all the time. They're saying that atheism is this way. That people have corrected this individual on many times and correctly, addressed it. And he continuously pushes this narrative. Wouldn't you find that to be disingenuous?
Sort of, but not really. So I think that it's only disingenuous if you like try to impose that on other people. Like if Steven Pinker was saying, you are a social relativist or a social constructionist, and you believe that reality was purely just made up language game, then that would be disingenuous because he's misrepresenting your position. Now, if you tell him that, well, no, I'm a social constructionist only in the sense of the language, how language evolved, and he's like, oh, okay, and just grants your position and says, so this is what you mean by the word, that's totally fine. It's only disingenuous if he tries to misrepresent your usage of the word and misrepresent your position. But just using the general term, I don't think that's disingenuous because that's how a lot of people do view the term. Same in the case of the atheism. If someone uses the term atheism to mean God absolutely does not exist, because there are people who do use that terminology, it is not disingenuous to use that terminology. It's only disingenuous to use that terminology to misrepresent someone who doesn't use that term.
I understand. I can respect your viewpoint on that, Tom. I disagree that I don't think that this is what he's doing, because in my honest opinion, again, this is purely subjective, but in my honest opinion, I believe that there's a large contingent of reactionaries among the skeptic community that are pushing this narrative to either draw angst from their crowd because they know it makes money on social media, or they try to create some type of narrative they know is very popular that keeps them in the limelight. That's my opinion. I have good evidence for that opinion too, but that's kind of like the situation I'm seeing, and it's an unfortunate thing for me.
But you don't think there's lots of people from the social constructivist crowd who hold those views and,
Oh, absolutely. There are people that have those views, but there's a difference though. The small minority of people that hold these views do not encase the generalized populace. Most people who do advocacy for social or progressive ideals like I do not adhere to that. I'm around these circles all the time, and they don't believe in the relativist point, that position on social constructionism. They merely describe it as a way that we've generated the language. That's it.
Is
But
that what
this
you
is
think
the
Steven
this is the
Pinker
narrative.
is saying? Are you saying that Steven Pinker is accusing most people in the social justice community
Yes.
of being relativists?
Yes, that's my opinion.
Yeah, if you can send me the clip for that, that'd be great, because I have not seen that as his position.
I'll link you some other things, and I'll give you examples that maybe won't persuade you, Tom. And that's completely fair. But I'll send you some links later on, and you can go over that, and you can make your determination from there.
Yeah, sure. Because if he's just accusing everyone in the social justice community of being relativist, I wouldn't agree with that either. So I'd be on your side on that one.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I agree that there are really people out there on social advocacy side that do this, and they're fundamentally wrong. They're just out there. They're just trying to replace one supernatural claim for another. That happens, no doubt. But the overwhelming populace doesn't do this, and it's a huge problem. This is a big narrative, by the way, Tom, that's been going pervasively across social media over the last 5 years. Like, they generalize this all the time to people who advocate for positive change in society.
Yep.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, it's definitely true that people always generalize and demonize from the most extreme of the position. So if you look at how do atheists define Christians, you see the people like the Bethlehem Baptists or whoever they are, the people who like I hate gays or whatever on their posters doing protests. So people always demonize by showing the worst of the side without trying to consider the general consensus of most people, because most people are just average. Most people in every ideology are usually just average people. But that doesn't
absolutely agree.
That's not what sells. That's not what gets people to view your show. So you want to show the worst of them.
Exactly, and that's I think that's goes to the crux of my issue of what's going on. And I know it doesn't really have anything to tie with you, Tom, but in my opinion, and this is one of the reasons why you get such vitriol by certain individuals on social media, is because of these elements. These elements have literally taken over good portions of the skeptic community, not all of it. And these same elements there's crossover between that narrative and also this other narrative that I'm talking about. And it's disturbing for me that people would adhere to angst more than actual logic or reasonable thought. You know what I mean? It's sad for me.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that, but drama is what sells. That's why Steve McRae is only interested in drama and no actual content.
I didn't want to name drop.
It's okay. I do.
Dude, I was just about.
How do you feel about Sam Harris and his?
Like, what
you asking me?
Yeah. His general arguments about human suffering and objective morality.
I accept more. I like Sam
Oh no,
Harris.
I was asking TJump.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you can tell me too. That's fine.
Yeah. So
it's Tom.
I'm a big fan of Sam Harris. I don't agree with his views on objective morality, because he's essentially saying objective morality is a brain state called well-being that is potentially measurable, which I don't necessarily agree with. I do like essentially most parts of his argument, except forcing people to be in well-being states even if they don't consent to. He gives this analogy of a guy who just wants to vomit until he dies. Should we force him to stop? My view of morality is no, if he wants to do that, he should have the right to do that. And Sam Harris is no, we should force him to not do that. And I think that's actually immoral. So on his view on morality, I disagree, but I agree with most of everything else. Because you mentioned a few other things, didn't you? Not just his morality.
Well, yeah, so I was specifically talking about how he kind of begs the question of that there's this thing called human suffering, and we should all just acknowledge it exists. While I would say something like human suffering is kind of
Well, I think he's just referring to the fact that pain and experiencing things we don't want to experience, which is, he just uses that as a starting point, like a brute fact, but there definitely is evidence of it. We definitely experience suffering. He just doesn't try to argue for
sure,
it.
but we would probably not agree on what human suffering is. It would be hard to define.
Right. That's true.
But are you saying that he's just saying that the general idea that it is a thing exists and it exists or something like that.
Yeah, that's essentially his starting point. He's saying there are good things and bad things. Bad things are human suffering, whatever that means, and that's his starting point to say, so we need some descriptor of objective morality to do something about it. So yeah, he doesn't actually define what human suffering is until way later in the argument. That's where he gets his like well-being thing from.
Like, yeah, well, like why should he though? Like, you know, isn't this something like all of us should know already?
What? Why should he what?
Define
Why,
suffering.
why should Sam Harris like define what suffering is in his book? Like, don't we all know what it is?
Yeah, since he's just using...
Yeah, so you're doing the same thing. Hold on, you're doing the same thing Sam Harris does, right? Because what you might think suffering is and what I might think suffering is could be totally different. There are like cultural aspects that might influence our definition of suffering. So to just say that suffering exists and we should all just acknowledge it without defining it is not a very...
Well, when just saying suffering exists doesn't mean it can't be different for societies. So the fact that it's different for societies is totally fine. That still means it exists. So I don't think that saying suffering exists entails that it's the same for everybody.
If you enjoy suffering, is it still suffering? If you
Depends on the definition you use, but usually no. Usually suffering is definitionally the things that you don't enjoy.
okay, so like Mel Gibson movies, you know, that's suffering.
Take it back. Braveheart was an amazing movie. I hate you.
No, I like that one. I like that.
But yeah, like
He's gone down since.
Yeah, he has. But like people who like suffering, like masochists, like that wouldn't be considering... They like pain, but being in pain is something they enjoy, so it wouldn't be suffering in the larger context of the word.
Yeah, the comparison is to working out, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
people work out, and it's not... You don't enjoy it necessarily, but you do enjoy the overall... The benefits outweigh the cost.
Well, yeah, you actually do usually enjoy it because it gives you a dopamine rush when you're working out. Gives you positive feelings. So it's usually something people do actually enjoy is the sensations.
Right, like for me, it takes about 3 weeks, and then I actually look forward to working out. But if I haven't been working out for a long time, then in order to get myself started, it's a real chore, right?
Yep.
That's subjective.
Does that mean obviously like raping a woman, or if someone rapes a woman? Obviously, I'm guessing that will cause an endorphin rush or something, dopamine rush. Does that mean that it's not suffering, or you know, how do we?
Well, it wouldn't be suffering for the person doing the raping, but it would be suffering for the one being raped, most likely.
No, I mean, but you'd think that there must be some kind of chemical release in the brain, right? Even though she would be unhappy, surely on a physical level, there must be some chemical, you know, dopamine release or something.
Cost benefit.
Yeah, I mean, lots of things release
Like
dopamine.
it's worse.
Like being stabbed is going to release dopamine. It doesn't mean being stabbed is good. The suffering is kind of like your interpretation of what you perceive as enjoyment or not enjoyment.
TJ, so like, you know, with the involuntary imposition of will, like say if it sounds terrible, but say if a 4-year-old child wanted to be raped by a 60-year-old man or something like that, would that be immoral? If she wanted to and he wanted to, would that be immoral?
Yes, because again, my stipulation, my rule of it's any involuntary imposition of will only applies in the best of all possible worlds, which we aren't in the best of all possible worlds. So you'd have to consider, well, if every being is a consenting adult and they choose to do consenting things, well, then it's not immoral anymore. But a 4-year-old child is like a biological limitation on like our world, and so that itself is an immoral thing that shouldn't occur. So you have to put it, in order to understand what it means to be moral, and any involuntary imposition of will is immoral, you have to look at it from the perspective of the best of all possible worlds, because it only applies from that perspective.
Which we're not privy to, right? So it makes it a little bit harder to comprehend, right? It's kind of like it's a world that we're not used to, right? We don't have evidence of.
Well, it's an abstract, so it doesn't exist, but it's like you can look at things from the perspective of it pretty easily.
Sure, yeah, I'll try to, yeah. I see what you mean. So how about in this world? So you always say in this world that would be wrong. Let's say you got to go in Arabia, she's starving to death, and she concludes that by, you know, allowing herself to be raped, that she will end up getting food. So therefore, it's what she wants. She wants the food, so she, you know, makes a, you know, a sacrifice, if you like, or whatever. Would that be wrong for her to do that? Would it be wrong for the man to do that?
It
You know,
wouldn't
in
be.
your scenario, in this world.
It wouldn't be wrong for her to do that. And then it's consent, so it wouldn't necessarily be rape. But in that case, like, the fact that she needs food is a problem, and we should solve that problem. And the fact that she needs to give herself up for that is definitely not a good thing. So, but I wouldn't necessarily think that either of those situations are immoral, because it's not rape at that point. At that point, it's consensual.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, but it would just be underage, right? According to our current thing. Yeah.
Yeah, if she's underage, that would be immoral because there's biological limitations on what can be counted as consent. So, in that sense, if she's underage, it's still immoral for the guy, not for her though.
Okay, yeah, that actually makes sense. You know, more than earlier on. Yeah, because I see what you're saying. That that actually totally is the system. That is, I agree with you. To be honest.
Cool. Damn it.
Tom, let me ask you a question. Do you ever get kind of bogged down with the philosophy talk all the time, man?
Not exactly. I mean, there's certain kinds of topics that bore me to death, like pedantic stuff, like just getting obsessed with the language game. That stuff I get bogged down with pretty quick. But other than that, no.
It is important, though.
TJ, so if you hold to like is it objective morals?
Yes.
I'm thinking, would that sort of necessitate objective truth, or would it not?
Yes. Yes, it would necessitate objective truth. So yeah, I do believe in it. I'm not a subjectivist. I'm not a relativist. I think there is objective truth and objective morality.
Okay, but then you agree with subjectivity as well, obviously, right? There'd be a relationship between the two, I guess, as well.
What do you mean agree with subjectivity?
So what I mean is, like, you know, so you agree that there's objective truth and you see that there's objective morals, but everyone has their own opinion on these things. But that wouldn't change the objective fact. It would just mean that everyone has a different opinion, right?
Right. So like there are some people who have the opinion that the world is flat. They're just wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah. So okay, yeah. So I know. Yeah. So I used it. Yeah, it was a loose language. So when I say you agree with subjectivity, you just you know that it's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, it's objectively true that subjectivity exists. Okay, that's a better way to word it.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
Buying into the NASA propaganda.
NASA is a lie.
So Tom, let me ask you a question on this. So in regards to like Matt Delahanty, he doesn't believe like humans can determine what could be with like conclusively. He makes a statement that he thinks humans can only perceive what is more likely true. Do you agree or disagree with that?
For the most part, like in most things in reality, we can only give probabilistic assessments. Like all of science is just probabilistic. The only things we can be certain about are like, I think therefore I am. There's some difference between my imagination and my experience. I can describe things in certain ways, but those are the only things that have like absolute certainty. Everything else is probabilistic, but it's usually really high levels of probability.
Gotcha. Thank you. Cool.
Is it highly probable that we have probabilities, or is it like an absolute objective fact that we have probabilities?
Well,
and is there an argument for either?
It's an absolute objective fact that we can use probabilities to describe things. Whether or not they apply to reality is a different thing. It's.
So I mean, okay. So, I mean, but would you say, but more directly, I mean, is it an objective fact that we have probabilities, or is it a probabilistic fact that we have probabilities?
It depends on what you mean. Like the way reality is, it could be completely deterministic and everything is determined and probabilities are just a measure of our ignorance. Or it could be the fact that there's like randomness is a fundamental part of reality and there really is probabilities. Like it's a real thing, but that's an unsolved problem. So I don't know. Could go either way.
Well, there's different senses in which the term probability.
Yep.
You know, there's like frequentist and epistemic probabilities for.
Yeah. So yeah, it depends on what you mean by.
Could you expound on that? Yeah, maybe expound if you could, Joel, because I'm not familiar with the terms, but I agree with the concept that you're saying.
Hey, one sec, I'm gonna get a.
You have a coin, right? And you flip it 1,000,000 times, and let's say it's like a perfectly unbiased coin, and like you know, half of the time it lands on heads, the other half of the time it lands on tails. You know, that would be a frequentist probability. You know, okay, what are the odds that it will land on heads or tails? You know, it's 50-50 for. An epistemic has to do more with you know, you know, like in science, like okay, so you see some evidence and you have this hypothesis, and you know, does it increase the likelihood of that hypothesis being true?
I guess not. No. I guess not. I mean, unless I'm misunderstanding.
Let's say let's say you get home and you know, and you know, like somebody tells you that a tornado, like, you know, went through your house, but you know, your house seems perfectly fine. It's not destroyed. It's not a big mess. You know, you can assess the probability of that hypothesis being true. You know, given what you see, you know, that would be epistemic prob.
Okay, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah.
But you know, frequentist probability, yeah, it's basically descriptive. It's a frequency at which things happen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any criticisms of virtue ethics?
It's been a while since I've researched virtue ethics and the different kinds of grounds for deontology, so I don't remember. You can give me a description of what it is, and maybe I can give a comment on it.
Sure.
Hey, look.
So virtue ethics is currently one of three major approaches to normal. I think maybe initially identified as that one that emphasizes the virtues of or moral character in contrast to the approach that
Oh yeah.
emphasizes duties.
So yeah, it's like it's moral if you try to do good. If you attempt to do it, your motivations are the parts of what are considered immorality, regardless of the consequences. And I disagree with that. I think the consequentialism is far more apt than your intentions, because you can intend to do good and have good virtues and have negative consequences. So I do not agree with virtue ethics in that sense.
I've heard interesting defenses of it from Rosalind Hursthouse.
Yeah, like what?
But I'll just like send you the article. You can read it if you feel like it.
Sure.
Hey, Tom. Go ahead, man.
Hey, Tom, this is Titanicus. I got a brief question for you.
Sure.
Do you think that if people believed what you believed about morality, that the way that they spoke about morality would change? For example, in a legislature, if they were deciding what is right and wrong, do you think that they would use the same language?
Probably not. But I think modern legislators are behind in neurology. If we just studied modern neurology, the way they talk about morality would be completely different. Like Robert Sapolsky has a really good discussion on this, how the legislature, the way they talk about culpability is completely behind our understanding of neurology, and they completely need to change the way that the judicial system describes morality and culpability. It's totally wrong. It's totally behind neurological studies. So it needs to change. The way they talk about it needs to change.
That does sound interesting, and I haven't heard about that. Could you unpack that a little bit? I mean, in what sense are they speaking about it incorrectly?
Like they hold people morally culpable. That say if you go to jail, you're wrong, and we're right to put you in jail. And really, the understanding is that they're determined by neurological processes from birth to. Robert Sapolsky does this amazing video where he goes through how different levels of things can affect your decision from seconds to what's going on biologically in minutes to hours to days to years to millennia, and how all of that can have an impact on any one given decision at any one time. And none of it is necessarily your fault. So you're not culpable in that sense. And the legal system holds you culpable, like it's totally your blame. And we need to change that to understand that really they're victims of biology, and we need to account for the biological factor and not treat them as if they're somehow monsters and we're just heroes for imprisoning them, because we're not. And it's a really interesting. Just Google Robert Sapolsky on like decision making or something like that, and you should find just an amazing video he does on it. He goes through just all these factors that determine every decision we make at different levels and how it can change drastically just based off of every single contingent factor. It's a really good, really great video.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I was a public defender for about 2.5 years. And so, I mean, you're really speaking my language in the sense of culpability. I guess what I would struggle with is predicting how defendants themselves would characterize or speak about their own actions. I mean, if somebody, for example, did murder someone, I mean, I heard more moral language coming from the mouths of defendants than I ever did the court or the prosecutors. I wonder what would replace that language.
Yeah, I think that it's. I don't know if the language should have any impact. Like, they can still use whatever language they want to describe it, but I think that in considerations of what is considered like what makes them culpable and whether or not we should put them in prison, moral language should just be irrelevant. It's just not a factor that should be involved. It's like, it only matters, like, are they a risk to other people or not? Whether they intend to be or not just doesn't make a difference.
That could be a way to cause these people to not do what they do, or make them less likely to commit those crimes.
You mean like saying it's immoral to do it and saying you're culpable will be like a deterrent, as opposed to saying it's biologically driven and so they're more likely to do it, or less likely to stop themselves from doing it because they don't feel as culpable?
Well, I wasn't going that far with it, but it's along those.
But yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Like, there is some truth to that. That, like, when you're if you're a little drunk and you want to do something, you will say, "Oh, I'm a little drunk, so I can blame it on the alcohol," and you're more likely to do it for that reason. So in that
It's like
sense,
when you have.
what?
Sorry,
Well, yeah. So it happens like that occasionally, but it's not like a significant factor. It's not like that's going to make it. Everyone's just going to start committing murder because they're determined. Like, the theists often claim that to be the case, which is it's just not. It'll have some, like, 0.0000001% impact on the demographic of people, and it's not really going to have a huge impact. So it's not really a concern.
I wasn't even referring to the point as, okay, what are people gonna think if they all were aware that their actions are determined by causes beyond their control? But it's more like
I think, yeah, one of the problems that you run into is that most defendants are very low functioning people, whether we like it or not. I don't know if they have the capacity to think about morality in these terms, and if they did, I don't know if their conclusions would be the most rational, responsible conclusions either. Managing that problem, I think, would be very difficult.
Well, I think it's more that people find reasons to justify whatever that is they want to do, and so morality is just a tool to justify your own actions. It's not. It wouldn't really act as an effective deterrent. It would be more likely to act as a encouragement. You're going to find some way it's moral to do what you want to do, and then use that as justification to do it, regardless of whether or not it actually is.
Yeah, I think that's right, actually. I wonder what would be people's justification for going through the difficult process of rehabilitation. I mean, it really bugs me, but most of these guys I saw come out did heavily lean on religion in order to get themselves to change. I don't know what would take the place of that.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the biggest problems in the secular community is that we don't have that really strong grounding that's been there for thousands of years and from those beliefs, but we'll get there. We just need to find other kinds of secular ways to ground those kinds of motivations. But since it's new, we don't have that thousands of years really helps to drive it into our psychology.
Some atheists have turned to the state.
No one should ever turn to the state for anything. The state is not a good source of rationality or values, for sure.
Oh, I mean, I'm not saying people should, but I mean, it's been.
Yeah, people idolize a lot of things. Like, one of the reasons Stalin was an atheist was because the previous regime was very Christian, very religious, and so he used that to his advantage and made a secular model, a non-religious model, and people turned to that thinking it was going to be better because they just had such a terrible experience with their religious overlords. And so, yeah, people turn to essentially anything to try to find value and meaning and purpose and all those kinds of things. You just got to find a good one.
Hey Tom, you're a pretty big advocate for teaching evolution and stuff and scientific facts to people.
Sure, absolutely.
I'm just curious. Have you heard of a game? Because I know you're gaming too. Have you heard of a new game that's called coming out called Ancestors?
I have not heard of that. I just started gaming again. I've stopped gaming for a really long time, and I'm just got back into it. So I'm not up on the new games that are coming out.
Understandable. There's a new game coming out called Ancestors, called Humankind Odyssey. It's a game. It's like a free roam game that's purely derived on the evolution of humans from 10.
That's cool. I hope it'll be interesting and get people involved. I mean, I know there was the Spore game which taught evolution in some general sense. Really, you got to watch the evolution of the animals.
So Tom, why?
That's how they get the kids, man.
Yeah, that's right. What was it? What'd you say?
Why are you getting back into gaming?
Live streams. I'm gonna try live streaming.
I used to play Spore a lot.
Yeah, I'm trying to build up my Twitch side, my Twitch streams, and I started a YouTube channel. I got like 60 subs on my gaming YouTube channel. Yeah, woohoo! And yeah, I'd like to do that. One, games give me a tax write-off. If it's a part of my job, I get a tax write-off for buying video games and stuff. That's cool.
Do you think it would help you, Tom, if you maybe got into games that actually have a deep philosophical vantage point, because that is the mainstay of your channel?
Yeah, for sure. I think that there are some games that do that really well. Like
Are you
Fallout.
talking
Yeah,
about
there-
Minecraft?
Well, about what?
No. There's actually two games I would recommend to you. If this is the there's one called Senua's Hellblade's Return or whatever the hell it's called. Yeah, you can get it on, I don't know what system you play or PC, but it's called Senua's. It's the philosophy behind psychopathy or people. She's basically psychotic, and it's kind of like a mind game type of thing, and it goes into the thought process of someone who has mental illness. And there's a lot of philosophy behind it too. That's one game.
I play PS4.
Assassin.
Fallout has a cool karma system.
Yeah, Fallout is a
Where-
good game. Skyrim is a good game. Those both go into a lot of psychological concepts, especially in the mini games. There's another one, a war game. Oh, I forgot what it was called though, where you had to go through and kill a bunch of innocent civilians and justify it. That was a good psychological one. There are a lot that really go into interesting philosophical concepts. Usually sci-fi ones do that. Did it freeze again? Oh my god.
Well, I mean, Elder Scrolls does it in a Jordan Peterson kind of way.
Yeah.
Imagine a game where it's just like a bunch of thought, like the trolley problem, and you have to decide.
I don't know if that would be a very fun game.
Yeah, no, it would be the fun part would be like, how do I kill both people, the 5 and the 1?
That's probably what happened.
You beat the game if you can kill all 6 people.
Yeah, if you're looking toward more of like a political game, Tom, I was going to recommend there's a game called Stellaris. It's a RTS space-based game. It's actually one of the only games I've ever seen where you can actually build a government strictly based on like pure like reason and logic. There's no like they've completely expunged religion. It's like an atheistic type of government. It's interesting. So that'd be one I'd recommend.
Is it a PS4 game?
If you want a game that goes into like the philosophy of math, I would recommend Elmo Teaches You How to Count 3 for.
Yes. Bioshock.
I mean,
Bioshock had a good psychological thing to it. I like my games. The games I really like are the ones that are hard. I like hard games. Ninja Gaiden is my favorite game. Ninja Gaiden 2 and Ninja Gaiden 3 was not as good, but still pretty good.
I mean, but it seems like games are becoming more philosophical. I mean, and you know, it's been my opinion for a while now, but I think in general games have better character development and stories and plots than movies. But you know, at this point, it may not back in the day, but now it definitely.
So if the goal is difficulty with philosophy, wouldn't getting over it with Bennett Foddy be the real winner here?
Well, difficulty is I only like in video games, not philosophy. And the difficulty, the thing that in philosophy that wins difficulty is Hegel. Phenomenology of spirit is absolute cancer. And what's his other one? The science, something, historical science, something or another. Just absolute cancer. No. Hegel wins on difficulty for philosophy.
Why, is he a boring writer?
No! You know, you remember my debate with Nomad, and what they say makes absolutely no sense. Like Hegel's like that, where he just makes up words and just puts them in, saying things you can't figure out. Because what did he mean by that word? He never defines it. It's completely gibberish, and he's supposed to be like a classical, historical philosopher, and I have no idea why people take him seriously. It's complete gibberish.
Poor Nomad. I mean, he's trying his best.
There's a lot of philosophy like that, though. I mean, especially now.
I would say like the philosopher of our time would be like Hitchens.
Hitchens, like
Listen,
Christopher
buddy,
Hitchens?
I'm not your average schmuck. Okay, I know all your little tricks.
Who did you say would be the modern philosopher?
Oh, Darth.
Oh, yeah, Darth Hawkins. Hilarious.
Honestly, I respect philosophers who are able to communicate their ideas in a way that everybody could understand.
It's scary out there.
Yeah, that's like the hardest.
The whole filibuster thing.
Oh my god. Yeah. He really needed to Google what that word meant.
He was filibustering to tell you that you're filibuster.
I know, right? Hilarious.
You know, when you entered that conversation, it seemed like you already like had heard of the guy. Right.
Well, yeah, I was invited to talk to him actually, and people have asked me to talk to him for a while, so I've definitely heard of him.
Yeah, those people definitely did not like you, because getting into a conversation with Darth Hawkins is like one of the worst things that can happen to somebody.
Well, I'd actually like to talk
fucking-
with him if he could actually like answer my questions. That would be an awesome conversation. I would really like him to just answer my questions, but he has a thing of not answering questions, which is kind of sad.
Yeah, he's not gonna be productive like that.
When he used to come on to politics, I would go in and troll him and get banned, but I was friends with one of the mods, so I would get unbanned. They always give people like Darth Dawkins or Mr. Batman access to their to the mod mod status on their own rooms in politics. I would go in and troll him, and then he would ban me, and then I would get a mod to unban me, and go back.
They both have a habit of interrupting people and then crying victim when you overtalk them.
No, here's the idea, right? He has a set dialogue tree, right? And if you move even an inch outside of it, you're obviously like, this is a debate tactic that you're trying to follow. That's what he accuses you of doing, right?
Yeah.
As long as you're not answering his yes or no questions, and as long as like you're trying to like get outside of his dialogue tree, then you're just like a sneaky, slimy debate tactic person who.
I mean, sometimes they ask loaded questions or false dichotomies. It's like, okay, so here's two options, pick one or the other.
Yeah.
But, you know, when there's other options.
Yep.
Listen, buddy, I'm not your average schmuck.
That was pretty funny. Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
It's like when they ask me, okay, if you don't believe in God, then what's your explanation for why there are laws of physics, you know, the uniformity of nature, whatever you want to call it? It's like, well, I don't really know the answer, honestly. I mean, I don't need to have one.
Right, you don't actually.
So he used to, yeah, he used to do this thing where he would always ask the same question, which was, what is your defeater for the Christian God? So what I would do, I would always go into his, like, I would always go into his server expecting the question, and I would say something like, lightsaber, or, like, you know, different, well, let's say, like, Glock 9. That's my defeater for the Christian. And then he would ban me.
But that's a joke, though, isn't it? Because that isn't. Surely you don't think, you know, just entertain that the Christian God is right.
Are you asking if I think a lightsaber could defeat the Christian God?
Yeah.
You bet, buddy. That's exactly what I think.
I mean, it just sounds a bit absurd. How do you defeat an omniscient spirit with a lightsaber? Where would you swing it?
Oh no, I like it this one. So like, there's this syllogism I heard. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it's like, a ham sandwich is greater than a god. So here it goes something like this: nothing is greater than a god. A ham sandwich is greater than nothing. Therefore, a ham sandwich is greater than God.
Okay, yeah.
But that's how you defeat the Christian God. It's perfect.
Christian God.
Hey, Tom.
Hey.
Speaking of Darth, I was just curious to know, what would a perfect conversation with DD look like to you? Like, how would that go?
Where he would just
if he did everything you wanted him.
I would just want him to answer my questions. I don't know exactly what his answers would be, because the perfect conversation is one where I get to explore his views, not one where he like actually says what I want him to say. I just want him to answer my questions.
Or no, so what would you think his answer would be to your questions? Like, what would your questions specifically be? And then what would you assume his answers to be if he was being intellectually honest? And then how would that play out?
Well, he actually did. He answered like 3 of my questions. I put it for like I got 5 minutes to talk and ask questions, and he answered 3 of my questions, which was, does God conform to the laws of logic? And he said no. God is laws of logic are a reflection of God's nature. And I can say, okay, well, I can just say the laws of logic are a reflection of nature's nature. And so I can use his own arguments against him. So any argument he brings up, I can just use it to support pantheism or any other of the God hypotheses. And I want to hear his response to that more than anything.
Yeah, I think the laws of logic are properties of whatever it is that exists. But, you know, we also came up with words sentences to describe that.
Yeah, I'd say that reality is the way reality is, and logic and math just describe reality, and that's it.
In 2 senses, I would say, like, yeah, they're properties of reality. And 2, we acknowledge it. We acknowledge that. We recognize that, and we try to describe it.
TJ, when you say that it's like descriptive, not prescriptive. Say if I said, pizza sleeps fast under the West, therefore the much. Surely you would, even though that is what I said, it's surely you would prescribe that I use logic in a different way, right? Surely you would prescribe logic in that scenario, no?
Well, I would prescribe that you use logic, but logic itself doesn't prescribe that you use logic.
Sure, yeah. I suppose you'd have to have like an omniscient being prescribe it, right? For it to be prescriptive.
Well, no. Logic doesn't matter where logic comes from. Logic itself doesn't prescribe anything. It's just descriptive. It's not like logic says you should do X. Nothing in logic says that. So logic is just describing things the way they are. It doesn't prescribe that you do anything and prescribe that you use logic.
Like ya is ya, and a thing cannot be ya and not ya at the same time in the same sense.
Sounds prescriptive. Like if it cannot be, it sounds like you're saying therefore it must be this way. It sounds prescriptive.
No. It says it cannot be is descriptive. If to be prescriptive, it should not be. So should would be prescriptive, can would be descriptive.
Yeah, I mean I see what you're saying, but I still, to me it just doesn't. I don't, even though that sentence you said holds, I still don't think that it's just descriptive. Not how I.
Another way to think about it is that, two contradictory states of affairs don't unfold ever at the same time in the same sense. I mean, isn't that what is meant by A and not A cannot both be true at the same time in the same sense?
Pretty much.
So when you say that, the laws of logic describe, what is or nature or whatever, but then you say that, that your epistemology doesn't really necessarily have anything to do with what is, not necessarily, then how can you how can you describe what is if your epistemology doesn't have anything to do with what is? Do you see what I mean?
It doesn't. So it starts with I think, therefore I am. So in that sense, it does start with what is, which is I. But then after that, it doesn't tell us anything about what is. It just tells us about how we know things. So like I can tell there's some difference between my imagination and my experience. When I imagine a unicorn, I don't see a unicorn. Now that doesn't tell me anything about what my imagination is. Like it could be material, it could be dualistic, it could be idealistic, and my epistemology makes no distinction between those three. So it doesn't. My epistemology tells us nothing about the fundamental nature of reality. Is it material? Is it idealistic? Is it dualistic? Don't know, don't care, totally irrelevant. The only thing my epistemology does is it says, I exist, there's some difference between my imagination and my experience, and how do we describe those things? But that doesn't tell us about what reality is. It doesn't tell us about the fundamental nature of reality. It just tells us how do we differentiate between our imagination and our experience, and that's it.
What definition of truth do you use, TJ? Do you go with truth is basically is what is real, basically, or not?
Yeah, the correspondence theory. Truth is what corresponds to reality. Correspondence theory of truth.
Sure. Okay. So if reality is what is, and we don't necessarily claim to know it for sure, does that mean we're saying that basically it's true that we don't know anything to be true, basically?
It's true that we don't know what absolutely fundamental nature of reality is. Doesn't necessarily mean we don't know anything to be true. So like there can be things that are true that aren't necessarily have anything to do with reality. Like I can say bachelors are unmarried. That can be a true statement because it's just definitionally we made it up. It has nothing to do with reality.
But you don't think you don't think that's part of the reality that we live in, that bachelors are unmarried or whatever?
No, it's just a made up figment of language. So it's not true in the same sense. It's not descriptive of reality. It's just a made up piece of language.
Mm-hmm. Go on, John.
The way I think about it, right, is that, the reality I experience, the world I experience, including my own mind and everything else, I mean, that exists no matter how way I slice it. Even if it's a hallucination, it's still there in one way or another. And,
Yep.
I mean, that which corresponds to the world I experience corresponds to reality.
Yep.
So, I mean, so going on that kind of definition, which I don't have a problem with, would you say that basically whatever you experience is ontologically real? because basically that's all you're working with? Or would you say that there's non-ontological real that is separate from my real? Do you see what I'm saying? Or
Yeah, they're
wouldn't that
separate.
just, you know,
They're
wouldn't that
separate.
be really what is the case? You know, even in, do you know what I mean? If you're having a subjective experience of what you think is real, that would really still be the case, right? So now it'd be ontologically real also. Do you see what I mean?
Well, no.
Okay, if I have a subjective experience that differs from the world outside of my mind, right? You know, that would be a real feature of my own mind, which is a part of reality. So, you know, in that sense, it would be there.
So that means ontology and epistemology seem to be joined again, right? You know, which we're not allowed to do in atheism, right? We say, no. You know, ontology and epistemology separate.
No,
Well, I mean,
they're different. They're different areas of philosophy. It has nothing to do with atheism. Ontology and epistemology are just completely separate areas of philosophy. Ontology is what exists. Epistemology is how we know stuff. So if something existed and we knew it existed, then that would be an epistemology of an ontology. But they're in philosophy, they're separate fields. So that's what
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean
with
when they're
you.
separate. So
The funny thing is, though, if I sorry to interrupt, but like so like you say, like, you know, you have what is, and if we know it, then we have an epistemology about ontology. But then also us knowing it would be ontologically real also. So
No.
we'd have this like
No.
infinite chain of
No.
what is and it's known and that
No.
is the case
No.
and
No.
that's known and that, you see what I'm saying? No?
knowing something isn't an ontology. Knowing isn't a thing that exists. That's not what it means. So you wouldn't that no. So ontology is just a list of all facts that exist, or all facts that describe things that exist. It's not like there's no infinite regress there between epistemology and ontology. Epistemology is just how we get to knowledge.
Yeah.
Like,
But I
you
mean-
both have points, though. Like, you know, ontology would be, the study of the nature of being, and epistemology would be the study of knowledge. But I mean, you know, at the same time, I agree with you. I mean, I think of philosophy is a lot like science. Like, you know, where do you draw a line between chemistry and physics? Where do you draw a line between metaphysics and science, or metaphysics and epistemology?
Yeah, I mean, you know, just to interject. So in other words, like, you know, like I understand that you were talking about existence, but to me, I mean, knowledge, it might not be a physical thing as such, but it is the case that we have knowledge. So now it's like, it's ontologically real that we have an epistemology. Do you see what I'm saying? At least that's how I see it. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I see it.
No, so like we exist, that's ontology, and our brains exist, and that's ontology, and our brains have some kind of configuration, that's ontology. Now, does that configuration correspond to reality? That's knowledge. Knowledge is, yes, the configurations in our brains correspond to reality, but that doesn't exist. There's no like, the fact that it corresponds to reality isn't an existing thing. It just happens to be that our representations do in fact correspond to reality. So knowledge doesn't exist in that sense. The fact that our brains exist and happen to be in a configuration that describe reality isn't itself an existing thing. So that's not ontology.
But then, am I fair in saying that the way that you're making that sound is like existence has to be a physical thing? Is that
Well, no,
fair?
that's just an analogy. So that's the point, is that the knowledge is whether or not our beliefs correspond to reality. But our beliefs existing as whatever we imagine them to be isn't the same as them existing and corresponding to reality. The fact that they correspond to reality isn't an existing thing. That's not ontology. That's epistemology.
So, I mean, if solipsism is a possibility, right? Many people, you know, assert it as a big thing.
Yep.
Wouldn't that mean that all of reality may well be whatever you think would actually be the ontological case, right? You know, ontology would be all in your mind. Everything that you think is the case would be the case. Is that,
Yes.
you know, at least you think?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay, so then in that case, would epistemology and ontology be totally linked again?
No. So again, epistemology is, do your beliefs correspond to reality? And how do we get our beliefs to correspond to reality, essentially? It has nothing to do with the beliefs themselves exist as a thing separate from whether or not they correspond to reality. So you can't have a belief that exists as correspondence to reality. That's a contradiction in terms.
Solipsism is a good way to troll.
Well, you know, you could be in my mind. I'm just kidding.
So is like consequentialism in a lot of ways. You can just consequentialize a lot of things to troll people. It's really
Is there any metaphysical solipsist in here? So not just someone who says that you could be in my mind and I can't disprove it, but someone who says, you know what, you are in my mind, and I, you know, is there anyone here that like? I guess not.
It's interesting. What would a solipsist do? Would a solipsist watching someone play video games? What would that be? That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it'd be in their mind. At least in their mind, it'd be in their mind.
It's either you playing the video game is a figment of my imagination, and you can't prove otherwise. Because all things are a figment of my imagination. It's just non-falsifiable.
Right. So, but would a solipsist actually watch a gaming streamer, like of someone else playing a video game? Why would they ever do that? That'd be really hilarious. Like, I'm watching a figment of my imagination play a video game.
It's actually the same question I have for why a lot of people would watch somebody else play video games. I mean,
it's a good point.
But like, I mean, sometimes I watch robots on TV like smashing each other. I mean, I don't think those robots are conscious, but I enjoy it.
But explosions are awesome.
So, TJ, do you hold to that we could? The only thing that we can know for sure is our own experience. I'm guessing that you do, right? Basically,
Yes.
ultimately.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And everything else would be, you know, it would be, you know, believed. It'd be high probable, you know, highly probable, but not, yeah, like say, it would be uncertain.
Yep.
So that leads to some, you know, some funny things though. It means like you could have, you know, you could love your wife, but she doesn't necessarily exist, right? Or she exists somehow, some way, but you know, she might not ontologically be the case, right? She could just be, you could be in love with a figment of your imagination, sort of thing, which is fair enough. I mean, everyone's entitled to do that, I guess.
Well, it's possible. There's no, like, that's not a strange consequence. That's just basic logic. I mean, yeah.
What do you think of Christians when they say, no, I know my wife exists? You know, do you reckon that bit, is that religious, or what do you think?
They just don't understand basic epistemology. I mean, it's not really an option to say that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would say that I know my wife exists, but I'm aware of the solipsism problem. I'm aware that, you know, I have my own experience. I can't see other people's experience from their own, you know, perspective. You know, so I have, you know, but to me, it's, you know, it seems like revealed to me that other people exist. But I know that does sound like a bold assertion, obviously.
I'm not going to speak for Tom, but I don't think it's unreasonable for someone, Christian or not, to think that his wife is really there. I mean...
Well, it depends, like...
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think they can be absolutely certain, you know, with 100% certainty, but, I mean, is there reason?
Yeah, that's the thing. If by no you mean you have 100% certainty, then, and you say you know that your wife exists, then you're kind of full of crap, because you just don't understand epistemology very well. I mean, if you say, like, you can say you know, but with less than 100% certainty, because knowledge doesn't require 100% certainty, and that's totally fine. But if you claim that you know with 100% certainty, then you're full of crap. That's what I think.
Okay, well, say if I went with the full of crap proposition or whatever, that means, though, that, you know, you being, say, you know, against that proposition, ultimately, you can't even be certain that I said it or that I'm real. So you would have a problem with someone who might not even exist, and they would be full of crap, but they might be in your mind. You see, that seems to lead to absurdity as well.
No, not really. Like, I could say that if someone said that, regardless of whether or not they exist, they would be full of crap. So epistemically, that statement is unjustified, regardless of whether or not you exist. So, like, the truth or falsity of the statement is independent of who says it. So it's not about me having a problem with you. It's me having a problem with the logical justification of the argument.
Sure, yeah, no, I see that. I know, yeah, it's not a personal thing, yeah. But yeah, I'm with you. Do you think if, say, if an all-powerful being existed, could that being make it known that other minds exist? Or would you say definitely never, you know?
Sure, it's possible.
Okay, well, that's kind of the Christian claim, isn't it? That the world's been made in such a way where things testify of themselves, you know, that we can know that there are trees.
Sure,
you
but
know,
you could say the
you know
same
what I mean?
thing and, like, say there's a law of nature that gives us perfect knowledge.
Yeah, or supernature or something. But yeah, I'm with you.
So yeah, you can just, I mean, you can say there's a magic 8-ball that you roll and it gives you absolute knowledge of the fundamental nature of reality, and it could be true, but it's the fact that it could be true isn't like evidence.
Sure. Was you gonna say so, Joe?
A lot of people, you know, they get hung up on what's possible, right? And there's plenty of things that are possible, but you know, being possible doesn't mean it's plausible.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, yeah, that's funny on both sides. On the, let's say, the atheist, non-theist, and stuff. You know, theist, non-theist. That you know, like in both camps claim things that are possible, and you know, from both sides, we don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Like some people believe, yeah, some people believe like something can come from nothing, like absolutely nothing, not from a being. But you know, some people claim no, you can have a whole universe come from nothing.
I don't know of anyone
we
who
can't see that.
I don't know of anyone who actually holds that position.
I think he's right, though, even if he didn't give the best examples. But, for example, like, okay, I'm an atheist, right? And I love inductive reasoning. I use inductive reasoning all the time. And you know, I would wager that they do. But, you know, a lot of times when I bring up inductive arguments to atheist types, they'll be, well, you know, it doesn't follow necessarily that the conclusion doesn't follow necessarily. You know, it could be possible. And it's, you know, it's the same thing. You know, yes, it's possible, but is it likely, or is it unlikely, or what?
Yeah, there's a reason to bring up those arguments. Like if you're claiming it's impossible, then all you have to do is show, okay, it's possible, just to disprove your argument. But if you're just saying it to, if they're making a probabilistic argument and you say, well, it's possible that otherwise, well, it's just a non sequitur. Like, of course it's possible, but that's not the point I was making.
So, I mean, would you say, TJ, that it's possible for a man to walk on water?
Yeah.
Or would you say it's not possible?
Sure. Absolutely possible.
Okay, fair enough. Cool. Okay. At least you're consistent with that.
And I'm the kind of atheist who'll say that that's nonsense. But I mean, I'm not saying that I'm absolutely certain that it's nonsense, but I would use my inductive reasoning to conclude that most likely didn't happen. And I will have atheists who will say, well, you know, you can't prove that. You know, you should be agnostic. Like, you should lack belief and let the theist be the one, you know, to defend that proposition. And I'll go beyond that. I will straight up say that is highly implausible nonsense.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's highly implausible anybody walked on water, but it's possible. So as long as he by possible he means that, then I'm okay with it.
And I suppose it comes down to that when we're doing this inductive and, you know, inference and stuff, it comes down to sort of, you need all of the knowledge, you need all of the, you know, circumstances, right? So, for example, like, men do not walk on water, right? Christ was a man, therefore he cannot walk on water. That makes sense. But then again, if he's more than a man, then that would change that rule. If he's using his, like, divine nature to walk on water, then that would be problem solved. You see what I'm saying? It all depends on the information, you know, that we have on the thing.
Well, no, I'd say it's possible that people can walk on water. I'm not going to rule that out.
I mean, I would maybe say that people cannot walk on water at all unless there was some kind of divine intervention. I don't know, again, that's a bold assertion. I'm not going to be able to prove it, you know, because of things like solipsism and stuff. But yeah, you know, it's, you know, because they weigh too much, you know.
Well, I'd say
you know
as soon as we have like the technology to do it, we're going to be able to do it. So I think it's definitely possible. I think it's possible that like we can walk on water if we gain more control over the laws of physics. We don't really need the divine intervention to do that. Walking on water really isn't that impressive.
Sure. No, I mean, I suppose not. But I suppose, let's say if you was controlling the laws of physics without technology, then that's impressive, right?
Well, I mean, that's also possible too. So I wouldn't say, because I think humans are probably going to be able to do that eventually also.
Well, you believe that they might evolve a sort of mind control kind of element or something? Kind of like X-Men or something?
Something like that.
Wow. I mean, I always find this, that atheists, like, they'll deny, not you, but some atheists will deny all sorts of, you know, biblical stuff, you know, miracles, where, no, that's nonsense. But then they get into sci-fi and they're like, hey, you know, and they pretty much believe the same things as the religious people, but as long as it's within a sci-fi kind of framework, you know.
Yeah, I don't think anything in the Bible is impossible. I think it's all possible. Like, I wouldn't deny that it's like logically contradictory in any way, except for maybe like the properties of a god. But yeah, everything in the Bible is pretty mundane for me. Like, all of it's definitely possible.
How about circumcision? Is that mundane? I'm trolling a little.
Well,
circumcision?
I do openly hate circumcision, but you know that's different stuff, though. I mean, like that's more about morality, where we're talking about what's plausible and what's implausible. But
yeah, I mean.
But I mean, circumcisions happen all the time. I hate that it does, but it's not. It's like around 30% of men worldwide are circumcised. It's not a uncommon thing.
Do you wonder if there'd been no, let's say no, Bible manuscripts, let's say whoever wrote them, let's say Moses wrote them, it doesn't really matter who wrote them, but if they never existed at all, do you think that 30% of the world would be circumcised, or do you reckon maybe no one?
Probably less. Definitely less.
I agree with Tom, because and the reason I think there would still be circumcision is that because there are cultures that circumcise independent of Judaism or independent of Western American influence that still do it.
Right. It didn't start.
And there were people before the Jews that did it too.
Exactly.
Well, again, I mean, even that both of those claims they're debatable, and I don't really want to get into that now because it's but some people would say that those tribes that do that may well be lost tribes of Israel, and also the idea of it coming before, even that's hard to prove. We have maybe a cave painting or something, and trying to date a cave painting gets subjected.
Painting.
But I don't
think they have any cave paintings of circumcision. Don't think that happens.
No. What I mean is, I think he's talking about Egypt, is where it would have been before. But even that, you'd like say we've got these, two different types of people on in a painting. Someone who looks kind of Egyptian, but again, we wasn't there, so we don't know that ancient Egyptians looked like the way we think they might. And then you have, you basically have someone who's quite dark, let's say black, and then someone who's more reddy toned skin, kind of like a red Indian skin, but with maybe dreads. And one's circumcised than the other, and there's different ways of interpreting the data. Some would say that this is Israelites in Egypt, and some would say no, this is that. It's kind of open-ended kind of discussion.
Well, I mean, whatever your inference, aka your interpretation is, right? I would ask for evidence, or the train of thought that leads you to that interpretation.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I suppose it would come down to, say, if you already believe, let's say, the Bible, for argument's sake, then you would maybe look at this evidence, like just the only evidence that we have, and you would try to interpret it in light of, could it be interpreted in this way? And you might be like, oh, okay, that totally could be. There's nothing contradictory about interpreting it this way. And then someone who doesn't believe it will be like, oh, no, obviously the Bible and the Israelites stole this from ancient Egypt and then said that God gave it to them. You know what I mean? It's kind of the two.
Well, I don't know who stole it from who, but if I had to make a guess, I would say that circumcision probably began in prehistory, like, before recorded history. Given these isolated tribes that do it, that don't have contact with the Jews or the Western world that still do it. So.
I mean, how isolated are we talking? Because obviously some of these tribes, I mean, we don't know how long, trying to work out how long they've been there would be very difficult, right? Then, like you say, they don't leave cities around and stuff like that. They're more like, they just literally live off of the, the forestry or whatever, right? So it'd be very hard to infer how long they've been there.
Well, no, they've been there prior to any contact with the Middle East. So, like, it's there are Australian Aboriginals, Polynesians, and Native Americans who do it, who have had no contact with any kind of Christianity at all. So,
I mean, yeah, but I mean, again, but when you say that, for example, like the Aborigines, right? Surely you believe that they came from the out of Africa thing, no? Right, they didn't evolve separately.
But I mean, like, the circumcision thing that was invented by Judaism happened like 2,000 years ago, through 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. It wasn't like a long-term thing. So we know that they've been there for tens to hundreds of thousands of years, not two.
Well, I mean, how would we prove that? I don't want you to kind of go off and go and get me evidence right now. But what I mean is just generally, I mean, we have people in Australia, and then we have people, let's say, in Africa. You believe that the people in Australia probably came from the people in Africa. They had to go through the Middle East to get there. And you're saying, oh, this probably happened like hundreds of thousands of years ago.
No.
But I don't see how you say that. I think it's just based on the assumption of evolution, right? I guess, which gets deep, deep.
Well, evolution isn't an assumption. It's the most well-supported theory in all science. If we look at evidence nothing supports anything more than evolution. It's like gravity, essentially. It's that well supported. So if we're looking at the evidence, yeah, the evidence supports evolution, definitely.
I mean, there may be evidence for evolution, right? You know, it has explanatory power, but it doesn't necessarily mean, you know, say 300,000 years ago that Aborigines were coming from Africa through the Middle East and towards, you know, Australia or whatever.
Well, I mean, I know of a couple different lines of evidence for this. Like, you know, I think the strongest one would be genetics, but there's also paleoanthropology and archaeology. You know, when you actually find remains of, you know, human beings in Australia from, like 40,000 years ago. Or, something like around that time. I'm pretty sure Mungo Man is like that old.
May I ask this face of Yah individual?
Okay, sure.
So, Mr. Face of Yah, it seems like it's important for you that circumcision be based on Judaism or Christianity. Why is that important? What am I missing here?
No, it's not important. Obviously I'm going from the more of a Christian paradigm, right? So to me, it's, you know, it did come down as a kind of given law for the Israelites, as opposed to being stolen or, you know, from like, you know, ancient tribes or 300,000-year-old, you know, tribes who just chose arbitrarily to start cutting the end of their dick off.
I'm open to the possibility that there was no, you know, copying going on, that, you know, different tribes of people could have started this practice independently of each other. Like, I think that's pretty possible.
It seems random though, right? I mean, you know, why didn't one of them? It just does seem random. I agree. Okay, it's hypothetically possible. You know what I mean? You know, but yeah, it does seem. I don't know. It doesn't. You know, why would anyone do that? Just up for no particular reason.
A lot of these cultures, you know, submit their children to bullet ant rituals where, you know, they're bitten by one of the most painful insects in the world. That also seems pretty random in a sense, but they do.
Like the thing is, right? Like people. You know, it seems that people have this habit of mutilating themselves or mutilating their kids even. Like, you know, there's so many examples of tribes that, you know, will, you know, pierce themselves, tattoo themselves, cut off parts of themselves, modify parts of themselves. So, I mean, it's a rather common thing. So I don't think it's that much of a stretch to think of circumcision as something that began independently in different parts of the world.
Mm-hmm. So is there any, like, would there be direct evidence? Not now, because we're online, but would there be any direct evidence for, you know, circumcision going back 300,000 years or something like that, do you reckon? Or not really?
Oh, 300,000 years is a bit much. Humans have only existed for about 200,000 max. So there definitely has been evidence of it, like in Egypt, that predates Judaism. And there's definitely evidence of it in the Pygmy tribes that have never had any contact with Judaism. And so that's pretty strong evidence it did not originate or did not originally or only come from Christianity. That's pretty strong evidence.
So yeah, but I mean that's what I was saying earlier on, that you know, the evidence of it in Egypt is highly subjective. It's not really, there's no way to prove that, you know, just because you've got some paintings of some circumcision going on that you believe dates before the Israelites, which really, you know, how are you dating these paintings? That, you know, I'm really not sure exactly how you think you're doing it. And then also the Pygmy tribes, I'm not so sure about that. So, I mean, how long have they been there? What's the evidence for that timeline? Do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, they're pretty good, consistent ways of dating to know for sure that it came before. And there are pretty good, consistent ways to know that the Pygmy tribes have not had any contact with any cultures that are as modern as Israelites were, or technologically advanced as Israelites were at those time periods. So there's you just Google the research for it, but it's pretty good evidence that it did not happen, like 99% certain.
Does the Bible require that circumcision be unique or given by the Christian God? I don't understand the value of this particular belief.
What the Bible says is that Abraham and God made a covenant, and God told Abraham that, you know, yes, like all his male descendants should be circumcised at 8 days after birth, and all the slaves as well. But I mean, I don't think you have to believe that, you know, the descendants of Abraham, you know, which would be the Israelites and the other people, are the only people who do it.
No, I mean, it's just an inference, right? So you're right. It doesn't necessarily have to follow, but it's like an inference. It's like a sign of the covenant between his people and him, you know? So it's, you know, but yeah, I do understand that, you know, anyone could do that to themselves. So there's no reason why it has to follow. It's just kind of an inference, yeah.
And obviously, you don't have to answer this question, Face, but do you think that circumcision is a moral act?
I don't normally put it in the bucket of moral or not moral. You know, not normally. I mean, I'm not, and I don't have my children do that. But I'm not an Israelite, you know. But like, yeah, I suppose if you know, if I was the creator of the universe and I said that, and I gave all life and I said that this will be the sign between me and you, I don't see it as immoral. But yeah, I suppose it's just neither or. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I suppose. Is that what you think? I mean, if you could put yourself in the mindset of somebody who wasn't Christian, just looking at it for what it is, does it seem right?
It seems unnatural. I'd say that. It seems unnatural. You know, it doesn't seem natural. You know, but at the same time, I don't know if it's immoral. It might just be neither, you know, what's that word? Amoral. Kind of not necessarily to do with moral.
The way I think about it is if you do it out of your own volition, or, you know, you have somebody do it to you because you wanted it, you know, that's your own business. But I mean, that's not how most circumcisions are done in the real world. In the real world, it's done mostly to children. Babies.
Yeah.
Newborns.
Yeah, really. Sure, yeah, I mean, there's actually been one death, as far as I know, from circumcision in a hospital. You know, like the baby cried so much that it died. You know, it's pretty.
There are a lot of complications that happens, and yes, there are deaths in certain cases. But I mean, you know, as far as I can tell, like even the rate of complications is most likely under documented. I mean, there's probably more going on than we're being told what's being recorded.
Face, would you agree generally with Tom's involuntary imposition of will framework for morality? Does that make sense to you?
I mean, well, it depends, because it gets really kind of murky when we talk about it. Then, you know, as I brought examples, he said, no, I'm talking in a perfect world. And I was saying, yeah, which we don't have access to. So, you know what I mean? It seems like if we're just talking in the... When asking specifics about this world, his answers make sense. They were consistent, you know. But they're not as consistent with his initial outlaying framework, because that was for a perfect world. Do you see what I'm saying? Is that an answer?
Well, you have to understand that my objective view of morality is meant to understand morality in all possible worlds. So it goes from the perfect world to understand how we fit there and how we can get closer to it. So it definitely considers things moral in our pragmatic sense, but we have to put it in the context of, well, will it still be moral once we technologically no longer need to do that?
I mean, I suppose, like, if I maybe just go into examples might help. So, like, say, if someone's legs are, let's say they have no filling in their leg, and you play darts on their legs, and they notice what you're doing, and they laugh. Is that a moral?
Well, morality is imposition of will. So if they let you do it, then it's not immoral, and if they don't want you to do it, then it's immoral.
I mean, I don't know though. I mean, the thing is, but you've made them laugh, remember? So you cheered them up, you know, and they didn't feel anything, you know. So it depends. But maybe give me an example. Maybe ask me a question. And
well, it would be like killing animals. Like killing animals to eat food right now. Right now, we kill animals to eat food because a lot of societies still need to eat meat to survive. And like, if we stopped killing animals, lots of people would die. But it's not moral to kill animals. It's immoral. Like, animals are beings that shouldn't be killed. And as soon as we have the technological capability to feed everyone without needing meat, it'll be just straight up immoral to ever kill an animal for any reason. And we can understand that why now and in the past we've seen it as not immoral to kill animals because we needed it to survive. And in the future, once we have the technological capabilities, we'll understand that that's an involuntary imposition on the will of the animal, and it's immoral to do it. So we'll understand in the future that that involuntary imposition of will is immoral when we no longer technologically need to do it. And that's kind of the point of my system, is that when we look into the future, when we gain technological freedoms, will this action still be considered moral, or will it be considered immoral? And the centralized feature that makes it immoral is if it has involuntary imposition of will. And if it has involuntary imposition of will, in the future, when we technologically no longer justify it, it'll no longer be seen as immoral. It'll always be immoral.
Right, yeah, I mean, well, that's similar to the Christian paradigm, slightly different, but, you know, the Christian paradigm is that, you know, in the beginning that everything was perfect, or at least very, very good, and there was no killing of animals or suffering. Then these things were granted for whatever reason there may be, you know, like, say, lack of you know, whatever it might be. So now, you know, it's in an imperfect world, there is suffering and everything, but we're allowed, you know, it's permissible to kill animals, to eat them. But then in the future, according to the biblical narrative, there will be, a restoration of how things should be, and there'll be no more suffering and no more dead animals. So it's similar. You know, is that similar?
Except for the whole hell and eternal suffering part.
I mean, yeah, again, that gets into kind of, I'm not sure about eternal suffering. There's different interpretations. You know, I think maybe my understanding is that there will be a perfectly fair judgment on each soul. So, you know, whatever you whatever you have done wrong will be punished perfectly and justly, and then you'll be destroyed, or you may well inherit eternal life, which you're not owed.
So that would be a big difference right there. So if you're punished for anything, that's an involuntary imposition of will, and if you have the technological means to no longer justify that, then it's just immoral. There's no justification that could ever grant punishing someone. It's always immoral if you don't need to do it to protect someone's life, essentially.
Well, not fairness. You don't believe in justice and fairness and things like that.
So justice and fairness are pragmatic things that are only needed because we need to protect people's lives. Once we have enough technology, they're gone. So those aren't real features. Those are just imaginary, pragmatic decisions.
No, but isn't that just your imagination speaking? And I don't mean that in a rude way. I just mean that you don't know, like you say, you don't know the actual ontological nature of all things. So when you say, hey, you know, pragmatically, it's just, that's your opinion. Is that fair? Or are you saying that now you do know the absolute ontological?
Well, no, my epistemic grounding does not give us that yet. So it's not just the starting of my basis is I think, therefore I am, and it doesn't tell us anything about ontology. I go into a full argument about why I think there is objective morality, and we can say there is objective morality. That's a whole different thing. So I do believe in objective morality, and I do believe it's an objective truth that we can know. Probabilistically, I don't think we can know it with absolute certainty. And then we can use that to judge what morality is. So that's... Again, so I'm saying there is an objective morality, and we can know it in some sense, hopefully, in the future. And
I mean, what I'm saying, so yeah, but you get what I mean. Like, is fairness? Is there anything unfair about?
What? Unfair about what? You cut out. You said, "Is there?"
Do you know what I mean?
Unfair
is there anything
about...
unfair about fairness? Like, yeah, you know, if someone, you know, someone slaps you around the face. Now, I don't recommend slapping them back at all. But if you were to slap them back, are you immoral? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'd say it's immoral to slap them back. They're immoral for slapping you, and you'd be immoral for slapping them back. There's no fairness. There's no justice. It's if like killing baby Hitler is immoral, killing Hitler is immoral. Doesn't matter how many people he's killed. Justice and fairness, reciprocity of immoral actions don't make them immoral. They're still wrong.
See, I'm, you know, again, obviously we're in a different paradigm. I mean, I can't see that punishing someone justly for what they've done wrong is. It might be like, you know, unfortunate. It might be painful. It might be, you know, a whole bunch of things. But I don't know that it's necessarily immoral. I mean, okay, maybe by your definition, it's an involuntary imposition of the will. So by your definition, it would be.
Yep.
But maybe, you know, that's not how everyone defines it, right? So I guess, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, is that I think my view of morality is more accurate representation of reality.
Sure, in your opinion, which it would be, right? Obviously, your opinion would be right.
If you check my videos, you can see that there's a whole list of arguments about why this is. It's not just an opinion. I think there's evidence that supports this as a better explanation of morality than any other explanation of morality.
Yeah, I mean, I know where you're coming from, but I mean, you entertain that all evidence could be solipsistic evidence, right? Technically, it could all be in one's mind, which means your opinion would always conform to what you think.
Well, again, knowledge doesn't require absolute certainty, so that's irrelevant. We can still have knowledge of, and it doesn't need to be absolutely certain. Even if we could be in the Matrix, it doesn't matter. It's still knowledge.
I mean, is certainty a thing, or, you know, would you say that, you know, is?
Well, yeah, I'm certain I exist, but that isn't required for knowledge.
So, I mean, what you're saying is, okay, what you're saying, you can know something that is actually false, or, you know, maybe let me reword that. you know, like you're saying, look, you can know that Elvis Presley is the current president of the United States. Because it doesn't matter whether it's true or false. You're saying you can still know it.
No, you can know something without having absolute certainty, and it can happen to be true, and it can still count as knowledge.
I don't think things like, if I say Jean-Claude Van Damme is in a swimming pool, he is. Doesn't mean I know it, right? Just because I say it and it's true.
So
Even if
So again, there's a really complicated argument here. It's called fallibilism. If you want to Google the philosophy behind it, but you can know something without absolute certainty. It still has to be justified. It doesn't have to be justified absolutely, but you have to have a justification. It has to be a belief, and it has to be true. But it doesn't need to be absolutely certain. Your justification does not need to be absolutely certain. There needs to be some justification. So if you want to Google fallibilism, then you can research exactly what all of the technical parts are.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay, but what you're saying though is like when we talk about something that's true, you know, I mean, what you're saying, apart from your existence, you don't necessarily know anything to be true. So all of your knowledge claims outside of your existence would be uncertain. You know, would be not just uncertain, but we even, you know, how can we claim knowledge if we don't know what is the case? You know?
Well, again, you don't need absolute certainty for it to be knowledge. You just need some justification. It doesn't need to be 100% justification. So it's not required to have that, to have knowledge.
Okay, but forget about the justification just for a minute. But just take the truth bit. Just the truth bit. So you're saying like, you know, you don't know what's true, and then you're saying that, you know, it has to be true in order to. You're saying that basically you have to, what is it? Believe it has to be true. If you believe things that are true, but you don't know what is true, then how do you even know? Do you see what I'm saying? There seems.
Well, again, so knowledge is a justified, true belief. It needs those three things. It needs to be justified, it needs to be true, and it needs to be a belief. So if I believe Jean-Claude Van Damme is in a pool right now, that's a justified belief, and it may be a true belief, or that's a belief and it is true, but it's not justified. So I need some reason to believe Jean-Claude Van Damme is in the pool right now. So if I know somebody who is friends with Jean-Claude Van Damme and he says that, oh, Jean-Claude Van Damme is in the pool right now, then I believe my friend, so I believe Jean-Claude Van Damme is in the pool. So it's now a justified belief that is true, but it's not 100% certain. Like my friend could be lying, he could be messing with me, but it still counts as knowledge. If it happens to be true, it still counts as knowledge just because my friend said so. It's a sufficient justification, even though it's not 100% certain.
Okay. So would you say, I mean, how about absolutes? Would you say that, you know, do you agree with absolutes? You know, on any level, apart from...
I think therefore I am, and some like trivial stuff after that.
Okay, yeah, so basically solipsism is the absolute, and everything else would be outside of that. But can we even be sure that everything else outside of that is uncertain, if we're not certain that it's uncertain?
Well, we can be certain about our knowledge of it, so knowledge is easy to be certain about.
Yeah, so but the knowledge doesn't have to be certain. But you're saying it's easy to be certain about knowledge, even though it can be.
Knowledge about something like that exists in reality that corresponds to reality does not need to be absolutely certain.
But then reality could be in one's mind. So when we say reality, we're just talking more solid.
Right. But again, that's not a problem. So I mean,
okay.
I'd suggest you're talking about really complicated philosophical topics that take a lot of background knowledge. And if you want to really try to, like, I've answered the question multiple times, the answer is still going to be the same. You do not need absolute certainty for knowledge. But if you really want to get into it, you should Google fallibilism and try and research the topic to try and really understand it.
No, I mean, I understand fallibilism. It just basically means you can be wrong, right?
Well, no, it means that you can have knowledge without absolute certainty. It doesn't mean you can be wrong.
See, well, I mean, that's a claim. And obviously the person who said that, they don't necessarily know that.
Right, and so if you want to get into all of that, that's just purely semantics. You're going to have to just Google fallibilism, and you can debate with them about it.
Sure, but you see what but you at least can see what I'm saying.
No,
if someone says, look, you can know something without being certain, they can't be certain of that, right? Because they're claiming to know it, but they're saying they don't have to.
No, that's semantics. You don't have the background knowledge of the topic. Like, there's a lot of philosophical literature there, and I would suggest you just Google fallibilism and try and research that, because that's not correct.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from. That's your opinion, I guess, and that's fine. Obviously, that's totally fine.
Well, I mean, obviously, everyone has a difference. Like, this has nothing to do with my opinion. This is just the philosophy. Like, if you just Google fallibilism, you can just read it explicitly. They actually talk about this.
No, but what I mean is that's you hold to that. So in your opinion, that is more correct than the other philosophies.
Well, as far as I understand, it's the vast majority of philosophers hold to fallibilism, like the vast majority. So it's the best philosophical grounding of like any philosophical position.
Sure, but if it's true, then they're not even sure that they hold that view, right? They can't be sure.
No, again, so you're conflating beliefs, a surety of beliefs, and a surety of reality. Those are two different things. Again, you're gonna have to Google fallibilism. I can't keep going through this with you because it's just way too technical, and you don't have the background knowledge.
Okay, fine. I mean, if you're certain, that's
Face, why is certainty so important to you?
I think it kind of things become incoherent without certainty. You know, I say, look, there is no certainty, and you say, you certain, and I say no. I mean, you see how that seems.
Face, do you think that it's possible that it might be true, though? That it really might be the way things are?
I think for many things, yes. You know, like the Van Damme thing. You know, it may well be that fallibilism has its frame of, like frame of reality. But I don't think all things. You know, I don't think we can put everything in that box. You know, like even if you just want to say like the one thing that is certain that there is no certainty, or which sounds crazy, but I just don't think you can have no certainty at all. That just seems crazy.
You get to certainty, Face. You personally.
What, me? I mean, I have like a revelational epistemology. So like, it gets into sort of more spiritual things, which atheists don't even believe in spirits. So it kind of.
But how do you get to certainty about that?
Yeah, revelation. That's what I'm saying. So basically, all epistemic questions in a revelational epistemology ultimately are answered by a revelational epistemology. It is popular, but it's just necessary.
Right. So you're asserting a certainty as a presuppositional claim, right?
I mean, depending on how you define it, but yeah, I mean, I suppose so. Not just like an arbitrary presupposition. It just seems, not only is it revealed to me that it is the case, but logically, I think it has to follow. I can't see how, in other words, you couldn't even know there are laws of logic without being certain that there are, right? I mean, well, depending on how you define knowledge. You could say, unless you want to say, I know that there are laws of logic, but I could be wrong. But I think that sounds very, very...
Okay, the way you're explaining this, as it appears to me, is that you've come upon this and it's satisfied you out of need. Like you're making an argument from utility. Like we need to do this in order to get certainty, and I want to have certainty. Therefore, I'm going to accept this. Is that fair?
I'm not sure. I don't think it's the whole thing. I'm saying so. It was revealed. It was revealed that this is the case before I understood the how to maybe to word it right. Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm saying that the Holy Spirit revealed things to me. And then after I came across, epistemologies, and I looked at them, and I thought, wow, most epistemologies deny that we can know anything. But, so in other words, epistemology is how we know things, and then many of them can't. And it just seems like that's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, that sounds kind of weird that most epistemologies would deny that you can know things.
With absolute certainty. With absolute certainty. So
may I interject?
Sure.
I also like third-party verification.
Well,
so
can
when
you
it
be
comes
wrong
to knowledge, other people.
I wanted to ask you one question. Could you be wrong about you said you got this from the Holy Spirit or something? Could you be wrong? Could you just be a delusional and be mistaken?
No.
Why not? Why can't it just be a figment of your imagination?
Yeah, I mean, it's just revealed to me that it's not. Now, understanding your framework, that would sound like a bold assertion. So, it's fine you thinking that could be deceived, but I'm just saying it could not be. Some things they're just necessary. But again, trying to make a case for that is a bit more difficult. All
right, we can just say that about anything. You can say the spaghetti monster revealed to me that I'm the king of the universe, and that just is infallibly true.
But I mean,
but you don't believe that.
Doesn't matter
I think
if I believe
Tom
it.
asked a good question, right? But I think another good question would be, how do you know that anything this source reveals to you is true?
Yeah, by revelation. So again, it's going to be circular. But
Exactly,
it's
and that's how you kill presuppositionalist apologetics. When you point out that they have a freaking circle at the heart of it.
Well, no, you're saying that all circular reasoning is necessary because don't you think you think? Don't you? You appeal to existence to try and
distinguish?
let me pick up on that for a second. So, the reason all epistemologies grant we don't have absolute certainty is because all knowledge rests on one of three axioms. One is infinite regress, the other is dogmatism, and the other one is circular reasoning. None of those give you absolute certainty, which is why epistemologies grant we don't have absolute certainty. So that's...
I think that's a fail there, though. I mean, or in my opinion. So, like, what I'm saying is, if the circular part, if we go for that central one, the circular reasoning, now, if the thing that thing that is grounding out that circle is all-knowing, if it's feeling, honest, caring, if it has the properties of the Christian God, then there's not a problem. It's circular, but it would make sense that something that knows all things would rest upon itself rather than someone else or something else.
No, that objectively fails. So we know that can't work because the circular reasoning is like, if the God thinks it's all powerful but isn't, or if the God thinks it's all knowing and it isn't, well, then you've just assumed that you're all knowing. So you can't use the God claiming it's all knowing to know it's all knowing. You need some other way to do it, or else it could not be all knowing. You're assuming it's all knowing, which isn't revealed.
No, I'm saying it necessarily is the case. I'm talking about the ontological state of affairs, right? Trying to give an epistemology is a little bit more difficult, but I'm saying that, I'm saying that I have a revelational epistemology about the ontological affairs.
Well, no, this is why circular reasoning doesn't work. This is just one example. If you claim to have knowledge that this being is all powerful because the being said so, the being could be wrong, and you just don't know it. So your justification is on the being, and the being could be wrong.
Well, I mean, you're saying it could be wrong, but you're not certain of that because you don't really have an epistemology.
Well, no. It's
And if
just
somebody
it's a logical
asks you,
necessity.
how do you know? Sorry, and if somebody asks you, how do you know that anything the being tells you is correct? You'll either have to assume it, or you'll have to appeal to the being's revelation itself. Circular.
Yeah, I'm talking about, like, I would say that, the inner testimony of the Holy Spirit, but to you guys that's going to sound like be good. So I would say more like, when talking to an atheist, you really cannot make a case for anything because basically they don't even believe anything outside of their own mind.
Well, no, I can.
So
grant
whatever I say is
I can grant everything you've said. I can say, yep, the Holy Spirit exists. You have a message from the Holy Spirit. There is a God, and the God told you this. But the God could still be wrong. The God may not know. That's the problem. You have just assumed the God is absolute, and you've labeled it this and claimed it's necessary, but it's not necessary. We know it's not necessary because I can just imagine there's a greater God. There's no contradiction in that statement at all. And so there could be something that created your God, and that God has just told you, given you a revelation, and told you that it's all powerful, when really it's not, even if it thinks it is. There's no logical
contradiction. Or God could be lying.
Or there could be an evil God.
I'm talking about the Most High. I'm talking about the revelation of the ontological
that's
nature
just an
of.
assumption you've made. That's the problem. Is that's not a revealed fact. You haven't been revealed the fact that every ounce of you haven't been shown all of the universe to know that there isn't a greater God. And the God hasn't been shown all of the greater universe to know it's not a greater God. You've just assumed that. That's the problem with circular reasoning, is that it works for anything, which is including things that are false.
Well, TJ, would you say that you're assuming everything you...
What? You cut out.
Are you assuming everything you just said? Basically everything you just said, you told me what I'm doing and what this, and it could be that.
No, everything I said is definitionally
the
true. Everything I said is true by analytic logic, so I don't have to assume any of that.
When you say true, do you mean subjectively true, or are you saying that it is necessarily ontologically the case that there could be a greater God? For example,
There are things I assume, there are things I reason to, and the things I reason to, I use principles that rest on assumptions that I cannot reason to, because if I try to, that'd be circular.
Well, there's analytic and synthetic knowledge. Analytic knowledge is just definitionally true, like logic. Logic is just definitionally true. So it could logically be true there is a greater God. That's just definitionally the case, simply because you're claiming there is this thing. And it has this properties, and there could just be a greater sense of the property. It's just logically entailed in what you mean by God. So,
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. That I'm talking about the Most High.
Well, no.
So when you say there could be a great,
No, I could say there is the Most High. You've just assumed that what's talking to you is that thing. And so there is the Most High thing, and there are other things that aren't the Most High. And you've been given a revelation, and you're assuming that your revelation is from the one that's the Most High, and not one that's not the Most High. That's the problem.
Let me ask you right here. Let me ask you. So when you make claims like that, are you assuming that? You know, in other words, are you assuming that I'm assuming, or do you know with absolute certainty that I'm?
No, I know with absolute certainty because it's analytic logic. Analytic logic you can have absolute certainty about.
I thought you was denying.
I'm denying synthetic certainty. You can't have certainty that something is true when it corresponds to reality. So like I said before, I told you that you were conflating the true, what we can know with absolute certainty about what we know, like internally, or what we can know with absolute certainty about reality, ontology. So epistemology is totally fine. We can have absolute certainty about what we believe about what we believe. We can't have absolute certainty about what exists about reality. So they're two separate categories.
Well, you say that, but what if the ontological nature of reality is that there is the revelatory being? And now, you know, you're assuming there's not, and saying, oh, we can't do that, we can't get there. But I'm saying...
Well, no, I'm saying you have no justification to believe that. If it's true, you still have no justification to believe that. So you would have to show some way to do it, and circular reasoning does not work. We know circular reasoning does not work as a justification for that. So you'd have to have something else.
So earlier on, when you was claiming to know certain things, and you were saying that you don't have to justify to others. That's what you were saying, that you can have you can know you exist internally, but you don't have to justify to others. But now you're saying, I have to justify this to you.
Well, that's because not a belief about what you exist. So you can't believe you exist and have certain beliefs in addition to that. You can only justify your belief that you exist, and then any of your fundamentally further beliefs could be wrong, including your revelatory beliefs. But if you exist, you can justify that without anything because it's a brute fact. But revelation isn't a brute fact. It's necessarily contingent, one, on that you exist, two, that you have experience, and three, that you have experiences of a certain kind. So that can't be a brute fact.
Well, I didn't say it was a brute fact necessarily, but I mean, are you saying that is it possible to have an ontological revelation within your experience that could not?
Well, again, ontological revelation. A revelation would be a means to knowing in epistemology. You can have an experience, and can that experience be descriptive of reality? Yes. But can you justify that it's descriptive of reality? That's a different question. So you can have an experience of a supernatural being, and that experience could be true. You really did meet the super ultimate being. But in order to justify that belief, epistemology, you need something else. You can't just use the experience itself.
So, I mean, well, how about the inner testimony of the Holy Spirit? So, again,
Same
it would
thing.
be, ultimately, we're using the Most High as the grounding for all things. You're saying that I have to go outside of the High and try and justify him. But wouldn't that then become my ultimate, would that be my ultimate, grounding?
No, the problem is, again, your experience. So you can say you met the Most High, and that can be true. But to justify that that's true, you need something else other than your experience. Your experience is the problem.
Okay, but then how about with your experience that you exist? You claim that you don't need to justify that, it's just absolute. But then you're saying with me, my experience, I have to go outside of it to...
Correct, because my experience, I can show I exist. Now, all my experiences could be wrong. I might be delusional or a brain in a vat or in a solipsistic universe, so I can't justify any of the things I'm experiencing, but the experience itself, the fact that I had an experience, is a brute fact, is a fundamental ontological fact about the nature of reality. So you can claim that you have an experience and that your experience is an ontological fact, but you can't claim that your experience being true is an ontological fact. That requires justification.
Well, you say that, but what if the Most High is the grounding for all truth, and he reveals truth to those whom he wishes? Is that, why...
How do you know he's not lying to you?
We've been through this, right? We're gonna ask for justification for that.
How do you distinguish between
so,
reality and imagination?
Sure, I'm saying that the Most High reveals what is real. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to kind of go outside of him and try and justify him with, say, what do you want me to do? Go to some Christian hadith or something and say, oh, look, this proves it. I mean, you could just say justify that, and we'll go on forever and ever and ever, right?
Well, when we take something like, say, for example, gravity, something that we can demonstrate and show, that I can't necessarily justify that just because I drop something and it falls. But what we tend to do is we tend to go talk to other people, and other people can tell us that, yes, your experience matches my experience, and based on that, we can build a model of reality going forward that allows us to interact in the world that we've been given. That's the groundwork for everything.
So are you saying that? So are you saying that if billions of people since, say, the time of, said that that this conforms to their experience as well, therefore it would be valid or not?
No, not just their experience, but being able to verify demonstrable information. Like when I say I have something and I open my hand and it falls to the ground and I'm using that as evidence for gravity, I have this experience in my head right now. But when I go to Tom and I say, Tom, when you let go of things, do they fall down? And Tom tells me yes. Now we both agree that this is very likely justifiable knowledge that we can use going forward, and then we can use this knowledge, which is the testament of science's technology, to make a better world for us going forward. That's the basis for everything.
I want to interrupt.
Sure, but bear in mind, you guys are saying that anything outside of one's own mind is uncertain. So when you go to other people and you say that they verify, so you're saying that someone who might not exist can verify something to you.
Because I have to deal with the world that's in front of me.
Well, I mean, I want to.
No, but that could be all in your mind. That makes no sense.
So what? Who cares? Who cares?
This pattern of behavior
how can you
allows us
operate in a framework like that, where you basically saying, look, I could be operating. You guys are basically have faith that other people exist, right? And you're saying that they can justify you based on faith that that all of these truths, like in quote, right?
We have a pattern and we have a history of being able to take things that we can justify objectively with other people and using that knowledge going forward, and we're able to manipulate our surroundings and improve our surroundings based on this. We're able to improve and understand things that react consistently with what we experience. And when other people can confirm these events with us, we are basically just doing the best with what we can. Are we brains in a vat? Maybe, maybe not. But we have the reality that we have in front of us, and we have other agents in this reality that can verify that they're experiencing the same things. And based on that, we can use that knowledge to operate in this reality, regardless of what gods may or may not exist in the process.
I'd like to interrupt and ask a question, if possible. Face, if I said, I know a guy named Bob, and I said Bob is the ultimate creator of the universe, and you asked me, well, how do I know this? Well, I said Bob told me so. Would you believe me?
Sure. I mean, that's not exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that basically I've received the Holy Spirit from this being. Which are you saying that too, or are you just saying he just?
Well, Bob has a niece named Jessica, and Jessica told me that Bob is the ultimate creator of the universe.
Is Jessica the Holy Spirit, or?
Yeah, Jessica's a magic spirit being, yes.
Okay, but truth revealing ontologically exists.
Yep.
Ontologically is truth revealing. Yep. Okay, fine. Then you have the Christian worldview. You just renamed it. I can't refute that worldview
because Bob isn't the Christian God. Bob is just a different thing. So Bob is this guy.
No, but I'm saying.
Point to him.
But he has the same fundamental kind of properties. Basically, I can't refute the fundamental properties that are necessary for revelation and truth and all of that. But I can say that you're being coherent now, but you took the truth and you've renamed it.
Well, no. So Bob isn't a Christian God. He didn't raise Jesus from the dead. He didn't create suffering. He didn't create hell. He didn't cast Satan out of heaven. He's just Bob. He's just been eternal. He created the universe and then just stopped. That's all he did. So he's definitely not the Christian God. He is all powerful. He is all knowing. He is truth making, and he has a spirit being. It's not the Holy Spirit because that's the Christian thing, but it is a spirit being. It's a super magical niece named Jessica, and she has the truth making properties and can describe them to us. And she told me that Bob is the all powerful creator of the universe. And the way I know this is because Bob told me he's the all powerful creator of the universe. Does that sound reasonable to you?
No, listen, I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm just telling you that basically what is the case. But again, I wouldn't expect anyone to believe me because people's hearts are basically hard. They're falling away from the Most High. They're lovers of lies and all kinds of
Face. I mean, if you set yourself up like this, there's no way anybody can argue against you. You're setting yourself up to be infallible with this argument.
Well, my goal here
Only
isn't to say that isn't to reject you. My goal here is to show you that the internal logic you're using is inconsistent. That justification does not work, and the way we know it does not work is because it can work for anything. We can use the same argument to justify any belief we want, which is why philosophers do not take that justification seriously, because it doesn't justify
Is that true?
anything.
Is that true?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely, ontologically must be the case. It can never fail.
Yes.
Because earlier on you were saying that, truth is more, my understanding is you wasn't claiming to know the ontological state of affairs, but now you're saying that this is the case.
No. So
It just seems that's a
not-
contradiction.
That's not an ontological claim about truth. That's an epistemological claim about truth. So there's two different claims there. If you
Yeah, but
My
you're separating-
position and Tom's position is that there are certain things we can know with practically absolute certainty, but a lot of things that, we don't have absolute certainty.
Are you certain of that?
It's kind of like the difference
Yes.
of all bachelors are unmarried versus all bachelors hate women.
Yes.
One of those we know is definitionally true, and one of those is it can only be verified to be true if we go out and take real world sample data.
Real world sample data, or do you mean
Yeah,
like
that's the difference between analytic and synthetic knowledge. Analytic knowledge is true by definition. All bachelors are unmarried. Synthetic knowledge, we have to get numbers in the real world to verify that things are true or false.
What do you mean by the real world? Because now it seems like you're talking more like you're leaning towards the Christian worldview. When you say real world, you're talking ontological state of affairs. You're not talking solipsistic state
Like
of affairs.
going outside and talking to bachelors and asking them if they hate women to get the synthetic knowledge to determine if most bachelors actually hate women.
No, but what I mean is, if those bachelors might be in your mind, then all you're doing is you're using your own opinion or your own imagination to conform to what you think you already believe, right?
But we've already discussed that we have to deal with the world that we're presented with, and so we look for patterns in that world and we go with what's consistent. If I go up and talk to other agents in this world and they talk to me back, I am left with only one option, and that is to assume that they are actual agents and not AIs pretending to be agents. I have to deal with the world that's in front of me. So if I want knowledge about the world that's in front of me, I have to go out and learn about that with regards to synthetic knowledge.
Okay, but you don't know anything outside of your own mind, right? For sure. So when you talk about knowledge, you're not talking about something that necessarily is justifiably true. You're just saying it's your opinion, right?
I don't know, but I have 37 years of a consistent experience that has allowed me to believe that everything that I'm doing will continue to behave the way it has been, and that things like that science tell us exist are true in our worldview because they consistently demonstrate themselves to be true on a daily basis. All right, I have a pattern of history of things working.
Sure, but a solipsist could say the same, right? Basically, everything that you just said is consistent with solipsism, is it not?
Yes, it is, but that doesn't matter. So the point of this is like saying a bachelor is unmarried. I can be absolutely, positively, 100% certain that is true, 100%. No problem saying that, because it's a definition we made up. So anything that entails like definitions we made up, we can be absolutely certain about because we made up the definitions. So when you say God,
So if someone makes up TJ, so if someone makes up a definition that God is the Most High, then necessarily that is true, according to that, the way you just worded that, right?
the definition they
Correct,
made up,
but
it's true that they made up a definition, but it's not true ontologically that that's the case. Those are two separate.
Okay,
kinds
so
of truth.
an unmarried bachelor isn't necessarily ontologically the case, according to that same methodology you just used.
An unmarried bachelor is.
Think about it this way.
The
If
definition
there's a
is that-
bachelor out there, it doesn't matter how many there are, if there's any out there in the real world, they're going to be unmarried by definition.
So is God the Most High by definition, John?
By your definition, yes, God is the most.
If you
by your
define the
definition.
concept that way,
The
but
thing
the thing
is,
is, Tom is not
bachelors-
saying that because if they're bachelors, that means they're unmarried. That means that bachelors have like a necessary existence. I mean, that's not what he's arguing for.
So he's talking about a
Bachelors
truth.
are unmarried
that might
men.
not-
That doesn't mean they exist.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. What you're saying is it's true that Superman can fly, but it has no bearing on reality. Okay.
Correct. Exactly.
Okay,
That's
fine.
analytic knowledge.
Okay,
Face,
fair
what
enough.
do you think we lose when we can't be certain about a claim? Like I know that it snows every year where I live. I know that. but I'm not certain of it. Can you tell me specifically what I'm losing because I lack certainty?
I think I could try. So, I mean, let's say that you claim that you're, 0.1% certain that it snows, right? I would say, are you certain that you're 0.1% certain? And you would have to say no. Which
Yeah, I
means
would
that you
say
can't,
no.
you can't know anything to any degree. You can't know anything to any degree if you can't have certainty on any level.
Sure, I
we
couldn't know it with certainty, but can you tell me specifically what I'm losing? Practically, what have I lost?
No, what I'm saying is you can't even know a 0.00001% knowledge because you can't be certain of even that level of knowledge.
So he's saying,
Sure.
like, are you like 99% certain? Like, well, can you be sure about that? Like, no. So you're 98% certain? Well, can you be sure about that? No. So you're 97% certain? And he's going to keep asking that forever and says, he's trying to make the argument that you can't be certain about at any point. Well, then it just goes to zero, which is just false. It's not how knowledge works.
It
He's
necessarily
just projecting degrees of
It necessarily is
confidence.
the case. It necessarily is the
We
case.
operate on degrees of confidence.
No. You're not sure that you even have confidence. You don't even know what confidence means according to your
Sure I
own
am.
framework. You can't be because you're not certain of
I
what
have
anything is.
confidence the sun's going to rise tomorrow because it rose today and it rose yesterday and it rose every day for the last 37 years of my life. That gives me a degree of confidence and trust that it's going to happen again tomorrow.
Okay.
We have patterns in life that we can look at. They're not 100% some of the time. It might not snow during a drought season, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't winterize your pipes.
That's the white swan fallacy, and you can't even be 100% that you're not 100%. I mean, you're completely
That's
contradicting.
not a fallacy. That's not a fallacy. That's inductive reasoning 101.
But it's not necessarily true. It's not necessarily the case that there is no black swan.
So I understand what you're
That doesn't
saying.
make it fallacious.
Well, it is if
He's-
you.
It would be fallacious if he was claiming that, yes, it does follow from this that, okay, yeah, the sun will rise tomorrow, but he's not arguing that. He's saying that, yeah, the sun will most likely rise up tomorrow. And my reasons for thinking this are these past consistent.
But he's not certain that it most likely will rise. He's not certain that it even will. He's not certain that there is a sun, right? Let's be
Going forward, I operate on these degrees of confidence going forward to live my life so that way I can use this information in my life to live a better life.
So, Face, here's why I asked, because, I mean, certainty seems very, very valuable for you. You're desperately defending it. You want it, you need it. And I'm trying to get you to explain to me, why should I also value the kind of certainty you're describing? Why is it important? What am I losing when I don't have it?
I'm gonna get a drink.
Well, I did say you're giving up knowledge to any degree, even 0.00001% knowledge. You literally can't even know what knowledge even means.
History. That ignores the
We're
past
not
history.
Sorry, we're not giving up knowledge because we're not pretending to.
Are you certain of that, John?
I am certain of that. I mean, I'm not saying that I don't know anything, but I'm not pretending to have absolute.
Are you certain of that, John?
No, nobody in here
Then
is certain.
contradict-
We operate on degrees of confidence.
John-
We are very
John is certain.
high degree of confidence. We have a very high degree of confidence that these things will continue to be true because of the way that they have existed in the past. Can we know it with 100% certainty? No. Do we need to know it with 100% certainty to live our lives? No.
I'm saying you can't know it to any degree of certainty whatsoever. You can't be certain at any level. Like TJ got it. That any 0.0 reoccurring. You can't know anything to any degree because basically what you're saying is no matter where you put it on the scale, 0 point whatever, you're going to say I'm not certain of even that level of confidence, right? Basically, you're giving up knowledge to any degree.
I am 99.99999% confident the sun will rise tomorrow. That, I believe, is justifiable enough to hold the knowledge that the sun will probably rise tomorrow.
It's just a belief, though, right? You just give me a belief.
Why does it have to be 100% certainty that the sun rises tomorrow?
Well, I mean, I'm not claiming we're not necessarily talking about the sun. I'm saying that I'm talking about really the Most High. He's the absolute necessity.
We're talking about any claim. We're talking about knowledge on any claim, right?
Obviously, well, I mean, the thing is, I mean, I would say that, things like the sun rising tomorrow, it's a 99.999R, right? But there's no necessary rule why it will rise tomorrow because it didn't always exist. There's no reason why it will always exist.
Based on that, I am justified in believing that it will rise tomorrow. How are you justified in believing that the voice you hear in your head comes from a God?
Well, no, I don't hear a voice in my head.
So Face, because I'm interested in your line of reasoning here. I want to chase this down to the end. So I'm going to go along with you and say that I can't even be certain about my levels of certainty about certain claims. And if I take that all the way, I basically don't know anything. Then what? Because it still feels like I do, and I still act like I do. I'm interested in knowing what the consequences of just accepting your argument and just moving on is. So what's going to happen?
Well, I mean, it's not really an argument. It's just I'm just telling you the state of affairs. So really, what I'm saying is you're living in the basically in the Christian world. You're living in the most highest world, where certain things are revealed to you, where you know certain things for sure. But because you want to deny him, you'll deny that you can be sure, which is kind of absurd, right? Because you can't even be sure that you're denying.
Do you think that you've kind of gone into a theological bent here? I was following the logical reason, but if we go into theology, I don't know if this thought experiment's going to work.
It's all linked within the Christian worldview. Logic, is part of theology. It all stems from him. We have this.
Okay, I guess it's just not going to work. Then I can't keep going.
No. Yeah, what I'm saying is not refutable. You can disagree with it, but
what about the Muslims that make the same kinds of claims?
They don't. If you got one, bring them here and let me talk to them. Within 10 seconds, I'll have them say that they are agnostic towards his existence. Which, if you want to call that, a theist, I mean, you can, but it's a contradiction.
How do you know God's? If you can't have certain knowledge, how do you know that this God is actually telling you the truth and not lying to you? Since you can't know for sure that he's not lying to you.
So you're saying if you can't be certain, are you saying so?
You just told us we can't be certain unless we accept that this God is the foundation for your worldview. My question to you is if this God is the foundation for your worldview and this God is lying to you, how would you know the difference, or how would you know?
That's two different questions in one. You see, that first you're talking about
because I can't have absolute certainty of anything.
I'm saying you can. I'm saying that you can, but I'm saying that from your framework you can't. So you're denying certainty, but I'm saying that you're certainly denying certainty.
I'm trying to take your point of view. I'm trying to embrace certainty here. Okay, so you're saying that I can only be certain of knowledge in what exactly is your argument? That I can only be certain of knowledge if I accept the Christian worldview?
That's not what I'm saying. Really, what I'm saying is that you're denying you're only, he is the ultimate justifier for everything. He's the ultimate cause of everything. He's the ultimate cause of your reasoning. He's the ultimate cause. Yes, I am.
How can you be certain of that? How are you certain of that?
Like I said, all epistemic questions ultimately we're going to boil down to revelational epistemology, basically.
And how do you know he's not lying to you?
Yeah, I'm saying that it's part of the revelation that he cannot lie. But again, like to you, that's going to sound
arbitrary. How are you certain of that?
So Tom,
all epistemic are going to come down to revelation.
Tom, what do you do when you get to this point? You're the expert. When you're speaking to somebody who speaks this way, what is there any way to go? Anywhere to go from here?
Different topic. Since
There's another way to approach this. There's another way to approach this. I wanted to face something, if I could. Face this revelation that you had. How did you come upon it? What was your personal experience of it? Did it appear to you in your mind? Did something come to you, come to your mind, come to your awareness?
So, I mean, okay, it was always, how would I put this? So basically, I asked for the Holy Spirit, and then he endowed me with that. So you
asked...
Yeah, I suppose experience, if you like, but not a voice in my ear or in my eyes or anything, nothing, not part of the natural senses, more to do with a supernatural thing, which is outside atheism, which is not going to make sense anymore.
You called to something, and then you had an experience of something occurring to you, and this appeared to you in your mind as a revelation from this God, right? Is that a fair way to put it?
Basically, I asked for the Holy Spirit and received it, and from then on, I've had a different epistemology, basically.
Okay, you asked for the Holy Spirit, and then you experienced something that you refer to as the Holy Spirit. You are convinced that that was the Holy Spirit. How can you be certain that what you are convinced of actually is the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, again, that's all epistemic questions are going to come down to revelational epistemology. That the being itself is self-revelatory, right?
So just a reason.
You're heading back to your confidence in this. So you are the intermediary here, which you experienced something, and you're saying that the thing you experienced is actual, but it's based on what you felt. It's based on your interpretation of something occurring. And how can you be certain? You're going back to the God, saying the God is certain because the God gave it to you, but your interpretation is that the God gave it to you. Your confidence in that.
But I mean, even if he had like a schizophrenic like experience where he actually heard the voice of God telling him, "Yeah, everything I've revealed to you is true. You can know the laws of logic." Well, I mean, still, how would Yah know that anything this being reveals to him?
And I think bringing it back to the confidence thing, Face, you're just, you feel confident in what you experienced is actually a God. You're trusting the confidence of this experience you had, yet you keep making the claim that it is the God. But that's all stemming from your confidence in an experience. Do you disagree with that?
I fell out of the room and just came back, so I'm slightly lost. Do you know what I mean? My phone went flat. So.
Okay, well, I'll just repeat what I just said. What you explained as your experience of this revelatory experience is that you asked for something, then you had an experience which you were confident was this God. But every time you explain it, you say you know it because it is the God that gave it to you. But what you're basing that on is your confidence that it is the God that gave it to you. You can't get to the actual God that gave it to you. It's your confidence. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I disagree. I think really that's really your confidence that it was my confidence. I'm saying I'm certain. It necessarily is the case. It couldn't be otherwise. It's revealed from him in a way where I can be certain. But I understand from your perspective, I could never prove that. I understand that you could always say solipsism, I might not exist, he might not exist. You can always do that. But I'm saying that it is the case, but in terms of proof.
It's not about proof. It's not about proof. What I'm talking about is how you're explaining it. I'm basing this off of your explanation of your experience. I'm not making claims about proof or anything like that. Your explanation of the revelatory experience is that it occurred to you and you experienced a confidence in it, right? And your explanation of that is I'm tracking the explanation that you gave of your experience. Do you not see that?
Well, I think, but when you say, so I think what you're trying to do, tell me if I'm wrong, but if I was to say yes, it's confidence, and you'll say, oh, well, confidence doesn't equal proof or truth or anything like that, and you're done. Basically, that's what you're trying to do, right?
That's what appears to be happening.
Sure, yeah, to you. You're confident of that, right? This is now your revelation, that you're confident, that I was confident, but you realize you're self-refuting when you do that. I'm not doing that, you're doing that. I'm not refuting myself, you're refuting yourself, right? And you know that.
No, I'm not refuting myself. I'm assessing your position, asking you about your experience, and he dropped out of the room again, didn't he? Oh, no, there you are.
Here.
Somebody else came.
What you're saying is based on your confidence, right? Basically.
The truth about his epistemology is that he added this extra belief that he justifies by appealing to said belief, aka circular reasoning. And he has the same assumptions of logic that we have, plus some extra ones. So he's working with extra unjustified baggage. And now what he's going to do, he's going to ask me, well, are you certain of that? Are you absolutely certain of that?
Yeah, I was going to say, haven't we gone in circles long enough? I'd like to ask Tom a question, actually, about his moral position and objective morals, if anyone minds changing the subject.
Let's please change the dodge from Face, but yeah, we can move on. This is getting a little.
Yeah, no, you guys destroyed me. Just like pat on the back.
I'm back.
You dodged, but
we've just kept going in circles for so long, and I can only spin my wheels and not get anywhere for so long before getting bored of it.
Sure, yeah, and I didn't mean to take over, but thank you for hearing me out and everything. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks for coming in. I'd love to have you come back sometime too.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely cool. Yeah, I mean, I'll sit here for a minute and listen, but yeah, thank you, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, Tom, so what I kind of wanted to address to your position on objective morals is that traditionally the way societies historically tend to apply morals is we set a moral objective, and a moral goal for society, and this moral goal is a subjective moral goal. And then based on that that subjective goal, you can have your objective morals, but there's tiny differences. And to kind of give a more in-depth example, there's two prevailing moral goals that tend to fight back and forth, for example, in the United States. And one of those moral goals is, like you mentioned, the no, the improvement of human freedom, right? That's a moral goal in society, and we can see things like murder and theft objectively rising to the top of that list. And then on the other side of most society, they put something like human health and well-being as the highest moral goal. And based on that, you can still have murder and stealing objectively rise to the top of the list, but depending on the goals, some things aren't objective, like abortion becomes objectively moral in one side and objectively immoral in the other side. And I wondered if you had ever put your moral system to that kind of a historical test and looked at how societies in the past have implemented them or attempted to.
Yeah, so my view is always the same principle. Any involuntary imposition of will is always immoral, no matter what. I apply it to all cases of history, now and in the future, and so it never changes. There's no exception to it. It's always that one rule. The changes in society are purely pragmatic. Like right now we see killing animals is immoral because we need it to survive. It's objectively immoral. It's always going to be immoral throughout all history, the past and present. We just happen to subjectively see it as moral right now because it saves people's lives. But it's not. It's not moral. It'll never be moral to kill animals. And I see every case
What about societies? What about societies that choose a different moral goal? For example, elevating human health and well-being above human freedom.
Right, so I see
because
them
societies like that do exist.
Right, I just see them as objectively wrong, like someone who believes the world is flat.
Okay, so how did you determine that human freedom is objectively better than human health and well-being?
I compared it to answering moral dilemmas, moral intuition, and moral progress, and I said, well, which model answers all of these most consistently? And it seems to be the freedom one takes precedent over the human well-being one.
Well, I agree with you there, but what can you elaborate? Like, I kind of want to. Morals is a big topic, and I kind of want to understand it more as I learn more and get your point of view on it.
Right. So if we just go through like a list of all possible like moral dilemmas, and we take the two models and say, well, how does this model answer this dilemma? It seems that when we come up with answers, there are more problems with like the human flourishing model. Like, would it be okay to kill an entire planet of a different species if it was for human flourishing, if human flourishing required it? And given the human flourishing model, the answer is yes. But I say that's clearly false. Like, no, killing an entire race of another species on another planet is obviously immoral, even if it was to pursue human well-being. So if we look at that kind of question and say, well, what should we do given the situation that all humanity is at stake and has to either choose our species or another species, the moral thing to do is to let our species die and to let them live. That is the moral, compassionate thing to do. And given the human flourishing model, it's the moral thing to do to kill the other species. So it seems like that model gives the wrong answer to a very big moral question.
Well, what if that model was applied more broadly? Say, for example, we just applied it to life in general.
Right, I think we should. That's kind of the goal, is that my analogy was just to make it obvious by making it a different sentient species, but I think the same thing applies to animals in general, that we shouldn't be killing animals to support human life. It's immoral to do so.
But what if you're just talking about the flourishing of life in general and your alien scenario?
Oh, what would have to, like, what would be if we made the moral objective flourishing of all life? Well, then I'd say, like, given the utilitarian problem, if one guy walks into a hospital, has 5 healthy organs, and there's 5 dying people, and you can save their life, do we kill the one person to save the 5? And if the goal is all human flourishing, then we should kill the old healthy guy to save the 5 young dying people. And that would promote more longer human life and sustainability at the cost of one's life, but it's clearly immoral to do that.
But the alternative is, the other 5 people.
Yep.
Thank you for that. That gives me a lot to think about.
Yeah, no problem.
No, but I mean,
I've been trying to ask you that question for a month.
but isn't the alternative that the other people die?
Yes.
And this one.
Are you getting to the clearly immoral part? What's the clearly coming from?
Moral intuitions, like, that's it.
So it's coming from like your asserted foundation.
Well, no, I'd say that our moral intuitions are shared for the most part. Like if we consider the idea of wiping out an entire planet of another species to save humanity, I mean, most people, I'm assuming you and I alike, would both see that as pretty immoral. And if a healthy guy walks into a hospital and we're going to kill him and take his organs to save 5 other people, most people, including you and me, would probably see that as immoral, regardless of my moral model or your moral model. So the point is to say that we all have a common moral intuition to some sense, and we have to evaluate how we answer questions and moral dilemmas given our intuition, and which model seems to come up with the correct, as in what reflects our intuitions most accurately.
It's like an objective majority, basically. So the proposition would be that it's an objective fact that most people would feel this way about it.
Well, no, those are two separate things. So one is that, like, our epistemic means of knowing morality is our moral intuition. So, but that doesn't mean morality is objective. Like, all morality could just be a psychological phenomenon. So the fact that we all happen to have these could just be a product of evolution, tell us nothing about objective morality at all. So that's just a measurement tool to try and assess what would count as a better candidate for objective morality. It doesn't in any way tell us what is the objective morality. So my argument is just that my model can answer these questions and is a better candidate for objective morality than the other candidates. But we can't prove it's objective. There's no absolute proof there. It's just trying to add up moral intuition, moral progress, and moral dilemmas, which is all could be subjective. We don't know. And trying to get what is the best candidate for objective morality, even though we can't justify what it actually is.
Okay.
Ayn Rand.
I think I see now. I think I get it more clearly than I did before. The idea is that your foundation of involuntary impositions on will is what you're saying is the best way to explain a law that would describe what most of our moral intuitions seem to add up to. Would that be a right way to, or fair way to characterize it?
Sort of. I think I'd phrase it differently. I'd say that we all have this moral intuition that gives us specific kinds of answers. And there's lots of different ways to explain that. One of which is it's just a subjective part of evolution. The other is maybe it's just tied into an undiscovered law of nature or something. And so the possibility is that maybe it's subjective, maybe it's objective. And if it's objective, we want to propose explanations of what makes it objective. What is the law that describes this objective morality? And we propose laws and see, well, do they correspond to our intuition? And we compare them and say, well, which one corresponds best? Which is the better candidate if we have an objective morality? If we assume there's an objective morality and we assume that our intuitions can describe in some sense what this is, what's the best candidate principle to describe it? And that's my goal, is to drive what is the best principle to describe what that is if we assume it's there and we assume we have some connection to it.
Okay, so I see where it's going. So I appreciate that you're being, kind of honest and saying that it's, that's your goal and it's not for certain. To me, it appears that this moral intuition that many of us agree upon all come from individual subjective values that add up to a greater majority, right? Now, my difficulty with conceptualizing this is how we get from those subjective personal values on morality that add up collectively to a majority to get objective morality.
All right, that there's absolutely nothing. You can't get from the majority consensus to objective morality. Those are two separate things. So one, I'm assuming there is an objective morality, like in a law of nature as an example. And I'm assuming that our intuitions can express this accurately. Like if I'm visualizing the table in front of me, I'm saying that my eyes accurately represent reality in some sense. And I'm saying, okay, I'm going to use that information to try to describe what it is that we're seeing. So it's not about like how do we get there? It's like saying, do our eyes actually describe reality as itself when we see things? Well, the answer is partially yes, partially no. And so I'm saying the same thing about intuition. Intuition gives us a description of this thing, which we're going to assume is there, and we're trying to figure out what is the best description of it. So it's like asking, how do we know that our eyes describe reality as it really is? Well, we don't. We can't be certain about that. We can only describe it within the context of a framework, which gives us testable predictions, and then that gives us the most reasonable way to move forward. But we can't be certain it describes absolute reality, the objective reality. It's just kind of like an inference from induction. And the case for morality is kind of the same. It's just a lot weaker.
Okay. Now you said, if there is this law of morality, we're going to use moral intuitions and moral progress, right, to be able to like do some sort of testing to try and come up with some confirmation that it's there.
Yeah.
Is that can you think of and propose any sort of like tests that would actually like how that would look to get us to any sort of confidence or raise our confidence?
Well, my prediction is that I can predict how moral intuitions are going to change over time, given technological advancement. So I can say that, given this advancement, here's how our moral intuitions are going to shift at this year, whatever, when we get these kind of advancements. We're going to see everyone's going to see eating meat as universally immoral because we no longer need to do that. It's just going to be an agreed upon thing. That's going to be how our moral intuitions shift over time. And then you can keep doing that and project that if involuntary imposition of will is the standard, every time we gain a technological advancement that allows us to no longer impose on someone's will involuntarily, then that thing will always be seen socially as immoral. Our moral intuitions will grow in the sense that they will see that as immoral. And that's kind of the predictions I'm making. I can't actually make a prediction about an asteroid's going to come at year whatever, or something like that, or the particle X is going to have this energy or whatever. It's all about how our intuitions are going to change over time and how we're going to be able to answer the moral dilemmas over time.
Okay.
Anybody else have any thoughts or anything they want to discuss?
No one else has anything. Tom, it's up to you. I know I've come at you with this a couple of times, and we don't have to go through it if you don't want to. Just a quick thing, but so about the having children is a moral thing. I came up with a little syllogism, and if you wouldn't mind going through it with me, and maybe if you could show where my premises are incorrect or how they might not lead to the conclusion.
Sure.
Might help me see where you're coming from. So, premise 1, involuntary impositions on will are immoral, and causing beings to experience impositions on will also immoral. Would you agree with that?
Sort of. Like, because causing there is really vague.
Okay, so like if you like the rock falling on somebody is immoral, right? Because it causes an imposition on. So if somebody, like we would say somebody is immoral if they cause an imposition on somebody else's will that they didn't want, right? Like that's all I'm saying there. Involuntary impositions on will are immoral. If somebody causes an imposition on somebody else's will involuntarily, that's an immoral act, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It seems like that's what I got from your position. So premise 2 would be human beings that live in this world live in our world will necessarily experience involuntary impositions on their will. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
Okay. Premise 3, when someone intentionally has children, they cause people to experience involuntary impositions on their will because people who come to exist in this world necessarily experience involuntary impositions on their will.
Nope, that is guilt by association. So the parent doesn't actually cause any involuntary impositions of will. That's not what they're doing. The nature does, and the parent knows nature's going to do that, but creates the kid anyway. But the parent doesn't cause any involuntary impositions of will by creating the child. So that there's no immoral action in creating the child. There are immoral actions after that during the child's lifetime that the parent knows is going to happen, but the creation of the child itself is not immoral.
Okay. Yeah. Before when we talked, you said, if someone can do with their body what they want to do with their body, right?
Yep.
So as an example, I would say, I can do with my body what I want to do with my body in my space. So I go and I take my gun and I'm shooting it and I'm shooting into crowds of people. I'm doing what I want with my body. Now I know that the nature of this reality is going to be such that it causes, it will cause harm to somebody. It'll be an imposition of will on somebody else when that bullet hits that person. I'm just doing what I want with my body though.
Remember, so you have to put it in the context of the best of all possible worlds. It's only any involuntary imposition of will is immoral given the best of all possible worlds. So in the best of all possible worlds where everything is consensual, you could take a gun and do whatever you want with it and it can't hurt anybody ever. So it's not immoral for you to do that at all. So the immorality is actually
In the best,
what?
in the best of all possible
do I-
worlds, having children, you could, the children would be born into a world where they wouldn't experience involuntary impositions on their
Right.
on their will, but that's not the world we live in.
Well, right. That's,
So
that's
when
kind
you
of the point.
But
is that-
even the act of making the child, they didn't consent to it. No, none of us consented to existing.
Not a problem.
I mean, some of us might be great.
you can only consent after you exist, so there's no involuntary imposition on creating someone because they didn't neglect that. So there's not a problem there. So the point is that it's not immoral in the best of all possible worlds to have kids at all, which should tell you that it's not immoral in this world either. It's only pragmatically not justified necessarily, but it's not immoral because it's not immoral in the best of all possible worlds.
Okay. Yeah, I just tried to reformulate it. I'm still not. To me, it's like the gun analogy, like you're pushing somebody in front of a bus because you know what's going to happen when you put them in that situation. Like what's going to happen to the child when you put them in that situation. To me, it's effectively the same. But we don't have to. I don't want to run this thing into the ground. We've talked about this a few times. We may just not come to an agreement on this.
Well, yeah, because
But to be fair, you do have a point. Like the parents did something that led to a person being created, which led to a person experiencing involuntary.
Thanks. I'm glad you see my point. I feel like
if at the view that all or maybe most involuntary impositions of will are bad. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have kids because I would know that doing so would lead to that outcome that I'm striving against.
I don't personally think it's ultimately immoral, just to share my opinion, because I think we need to make a cost-benefit analysis. And then also if we use like intuitions and we use experiences of people that we generally see, most of all people usually tend, because of our nature, we tend to make kind of the best out of things, and we have this sort of psychological adaptation which allows us to view life as better than it is worse, right? So most of the time I think people prefer to exist, especially with the way we're leading the world now. So I don't think it would necessarily be immoral overall when you do a balancing account, right? When you balance the good with the bad. So I'm not personally saying that I'm not an anti-natalist or something. I'm just trying to use the involuntary impositions on will position to show that it would logically lead ultimately, if that's just the thing we're considering.
Well, no, again, because
Cloud,
the
I
parent
don't-
doesn't ever impose an involuntary imposition of will, so the parent doesn't ever commit that immorality. That's why it's not immoral for the parent to do it. Nature does that, which is nature is immoral, but the parent doesn't do that. So it's like you're doing guilt by association. That's not a thing.
I mean, I get
Tom,
what you're saying.
I have a question. If a baby is in a tank full of sharks, right? A shark tank, and the sharks eat the baby, is that an involuntary imposition?
Yes.
And the follow-up question is if I throw the baby in the shark tank and, my actions led to that involuntary imposition of will, and I knew it was going to. I mean...
You throwing the
Am I
baby
not-
into the shark tank would be an involuntary imposition of will. And the sharks eating the baby would be a second involuntary imposition of will. You're guilty of the first, you're not guilty of the second.
But I mean, like the thing is, like this analogous to, Cloud's point that, like throwing the baby into a shark tank, and yeah, you could say that itself is an involuntary position of will, but that also leads to more involuntary position of will, like,
Right. So you're only guilty of the first, of throwing it into the baby. The sharks eating it makes the sharks immoral, not you immoral. So in the case of creating a baby, like since the baby didn't exist and it wasn't opposed to existing, there's no involuntary imposition of will in creating it. If it already existed and you're forcing it to live in this world without its will, yes, that would absolutely be immoral.
It's not just the creation. I mean, we know that it's physiologically going to attempt to survive. And then by putting it in this place where, I mean, even from the time it's born, right, it's experience, like if you don't feed it, it's going to experience hunger, which is an involuntary imposition on will, right? It wants to eat. It doesn't want to be hungry. It doesn't want to feel hunger pangs and such. So you're essentially throwing it into a shark tank. Sure, it didn't have an ability to consent yet, But I mean, a child doesn't even have an ability to consent anyway, based on our standards, right?
No. I'd
but-
say that it does not consent to being thrown into the shark tank. So I'm saying that's immoral for you to throw it into the shark tank. Yes, it is immoral for you to throw it into the shark tank.
And I'm saying the world is the shark tank. So baby, fetus, whatever, you're creating the baby. And then, yeah, the creation isn't the problem because it didn't have a will to not be created. But you're causing a being which will have a will necessarily, as we know, and it will necessarily experience involuntary impositions on its will in this world.
I think you're
And
not
we know
understanding the analogy and how it makes it immoral. So it's immoral to throw a baby. Get rid of the shark tank. It's immoral to throw a baby because the baby doesn't want to be thrown. It's that simple. That's immoral for you to throw a baby. But the baby doesn't exist and you're creating it, that's not immoral. So, like, for example...
But even if...
Not saying the creation is immoral. I'm saying putting a being into a world where it will necessarily experience immoral things is immoral. Like throwing a baby.
Or
You're
what
creating
if,
a baby just to throw it.
But I mean, I don't think... Like, does it really matter how you put the baby in the shark tank? Like, you know...
No. You
could
get
say
rid of
that-
the shark tank. The shark tank isn't what's the immoral part. The immoral part is throwing the baby. So the shark
No,
tank
but
is
even if you
shark.
put the baby in a basket, you know, like the Moses story, and you put him, like, you know, in the basket, and you lay the basket on the surface of the water, and then the sharks eat it.
Get rid of the sharks. The sharks do not matter to the analogy. Doing anything to a baby without its consent is immoral. So it's not about the sharks. The sharks don't matter. The world doesn't matter. The river doesn't matter. It's doing something to a baby without its consent is immoral. But if the baby doesn't exist to give consent, then it can't be against consent to cause it to exist. So that's why the analogy doesn't work. Regardless of what happens afterwards doesn't make a difference. The creation event itself isn't immoral.
Not the creation event, though. It's what happens necessarily because of the creation event.
Did you do it?
So
Did
no
you
matter
do
what
it? Like if you didn't
Yes, no
do
matter
it,
what-
it's not immoral. Like if you don't control
No matter-
nature, if you designed nature to kill the baby and then created the baby and put it in nature, yes, that would be immoral. If you didn't design nature, you are not culpable for nature. You do not hold responsibility for it.
That's why I used my analogy, because I didn't design physics so that a bullet would hurt somebody. So it's not my responsibility if I enjoy with my body to shoot guns toward where there may be crowds of people. It's not my responsibility because I didn't design the physics. I'm just doing what I want with my body.
Right, and the answer is the exact same for that analogy too, is that if you have the right in the best of all possible worlds to do whatever you want. So it's not immoral. It's pragmatic for you not to do it.
Yeah, and I'm just coming from pragmatism, like looking at this with what we're dealing with. This is the world we do have. And so
that's
the creation
different
of
from morality. That's not morality. Morality has nothing to do with pragmatism. So I would say having a baby may not be pragmatic because you may be bringing it into a world where it can just suffer and die. Like if you don't have enough money to support the baby, I'd say it's not pragmatic for you to bring the baby into the world because you can't support it. So I'd say don't do that. I wouldn't say it's immoral, but it is not pragmatic. So don't do it if you can't afford it, if you can't provide a life for it.
In that sense, I'm just saying that it's based on reality and what we're dealing with within the parameters of what we know and what we have the ability to do, like our limitations. So
right, but
we know
that has nothing to do with morality. That's pragmatism and morality are two separate things. I agree with you that it's not pragmatic to have a child, especially if you don't have the finances to support it. But that has nothing to do with morality.
So, Cloud, could I ask a brief question of you?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So if we accept Tom's definition of what is immoral in his best of all possible world scenario, and if we accept that it is involuntary imposition of will, the act of creating a child, the actual act itself, if there is no will to involuntarily impose on, I mean, can't we just accept that, at least for the purposes of this definition, it's the act itself, it's not going to be immoral if we assume that the definition is true.
So from what I'm saying, so there is no will to impose upon the creation itself. Like if it just stopped at creation and then there was no will to be imposed upon, but will necessarily comes from the creation act. There is a will that is going to exist. There is a being that is going to exist necessarily from the creation. You can't, you can't disconnect those two things. So you're necessarily creating a will that will have immoral things occur to it. I don't see how those things can be disconnected.
The creation of will is involuntary imposition of will?
Necessarily leads to it in this world. I don't see how.
Sure.
I mean,
But
it's
what about the
effectively
first question. Is creation of will necessarily involuntary imposition of will?
Well, actually,
Without the follow-up.
I already answered it.
Well, it couldn't be.
I asked him that before. Like, if you could create a baby in the best of all possible worlds, that wouldn't be immoral. He agreed to that. So he acknowledges that just creating something isn't necessarily immoral. It's only creating it and knowing that it's going to be in this world. That's what he's arguing.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. I missed that.
I don't remember you asking me that, but that would have been my answer, Tom.
Oh, I did actually. You can actually go back. I think cycle back about 5 minutes, and you should have answered it.
Okay. Yeah. No. Fair enough.
I think
I
then
am
the
a
problem
fallible
is like if I assume that Tom is carefully selecting the words that he's going to use to establish this moral framework, then if we also have to include actions that probably or definitely lead to involuntary imposition of will, then we've added a big can of worms and a lot of complexity to that moral framework.
Well, that's like in the best of all possible worlds, that's not possible. So there's no probabilities assessments there. It's always 1 or 0.
Yeah, so that's the thing. We're not talking about the best of all possible worlds. We're talking about this world, right? The best of all possible world is a guiding point for what we would like to work toward. But then, what I'm talking about is what we're dealing with just what we have.
Well, that's the thing, is that morality is only understood through the best of all possible worlds. If you want to know what moral is, you have to put it in the best of all possible worlds. Otherwise, it's just a pragmatic definition. It has nothing to do with morality.
You know what? I guess I agree with that. Because, I guess if you want to talk about morality, you have to set up some standard in your mind, which either you're in line with or you deviate from. And, I guess we could call that, the best of all possible worlds.
No, I understand that. Yeah, in the best of all possible worlds, when we had children, we'd create beings that were born into a world where they would never have involuntary impositions on will, on their will. Unfortunately, we actually do live in a world where they necessarily will have that occur to them. So yeah, we have something to compare it against, but when we act in a certain way based on what our reality is and what we're dealing with.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Let's say.
So I mean, we have to be pragmatic.
Well, let's say like a parent gives their kid the keys to the car, and the car explodes. Is the parent morally at fault for the child's death because they gave them the keys to the car without knowing that it was going to explode? It's just a normal car.
No, of course. That's why I was careful to say initially that if somebody like is aware of this, like they intentionally put somebody in a position and they know this is going to happen. Like, because if somebody does something that they didn't know was going to happen to somebody, you wouldn't say that there's manslaughter and then there's murder, right?
Well, right. That's the point, is that we don't know what suffering is going to be caused by the child, or whether or not they're going to be happy, or whether or not they're going to have a valuable life. That's just an assumption. We know suffering is usually going to happen, but that suffering isn't your fault because you didn't plan it. It's like you don't know, just like you don't know what's going to happen when the car explodes. It's the same thing.
Sure. No, that's why I said, like, I'm not an antinatalist. I think there's a balancing we do where, the goods tend to outweigh the bads when it comes to human experience because of our psychology. But when on the basis of any involuntary imposition on will is immoral, and that if somebody causes an involuntary imposition on will to happen to somebody else, that is immoral.
Right, but the parents never cause that. It's impossible for the parents to cause that. They can't do it.
Like, honestly, I think the way out of this would be if, we accept, if Tom accepts that not all involuntary impositions of will are immoral.
No, they are all moral. That's kind of like the law. There's no option B.
I think Tom just, compares it to other things. Like there are some necessary involuntary impositions on will that we have to just do because of the world we live in, which are better than the the outcome or the other possibility, right?
Right, but they're still immoral. They don't stop
Like-
being immoral. They're still immoral to do.
No, exactly. Yeah, it's just a lesser evil sort of thing.
Yep.
Right. Which is what I'm saying. Like there's a balance there. So it would still be an immoral act, like from my position, if I was using that involuntary impositions foundation. However, it would be likely less immoral than.
Well, again, if you're using the involuntary impositions, it can't ever be immoral to create a being. It can't. Your analogy just fails under my model 100% of the time. So if you're using my model, then antinatalism is false. It's not immoral. So I mean, your interpretation may be different, but under the definition I've given of involuntary imposition of will, creating a being isn't ever an involuntary imposition of will. It can't be. So there is nothing there that's be considered immoral. Like the parents are not involuntarily imposing on the child, so the parent has not done anything wrong. It's as simple as that.
But
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it leads to that, and it's the cause of further impositions on will down the road.
But again, that's a separate concern. That doesn't make it immoral. That's a separate concern. So that what the parents doing by having kids is not an involuntary imposition of will. So the answer is objectively, this is not immoral. Now, other things are immoral later down the road, but that action itself is not immoral because there isn't an involuntary imposition of will.
Necessarily comes from that.
That's a separate concern. So that specific action of creating a child, there is no involuntary imposition of will, so it is not immoral. It's just as simple as that.
I just don't see.
But I mean, I think, Tom, your way of thinking about it does have merits, right? I mean, okay, if the person didn't exist, then you're saying that since he didn't exist or she, then there was no involuntary imposition of will. But I think another way of thinking about it that also has its merits is that, well, I mean, if it wasn't there, it wasn't voluntary because there was nobody there to volunteer to consent.
Well, if there's nobody there to consent, then it's not immoral. Like you can pick up a rock and do whatever you want with it because it's not going to consent or not consent. But if it doesn't have the ability to consent, then anything you do to it is amoral, not immoral or moral. So it wouldn't be immoral to create a child because it doesn't consent or not consent. It's just a non-conscious entity until it's created.
Right, and that's not what I'm saying.
Right, your argument is the follow-up argument of creating a being knowing that it's going to suffer.
I mean, I know that wasn't your point, Cloud, but I was thinking that I mean, a person could approach it that way, but I think Tom's way of thinking also has its merits. I mean, I don't think Tom is wrong per se. But,
Yeah, it's not wrong if you just focus on the act of creation, but when you talk about the necessary outcome of creation, that's necessarily linked that you can't get away from. I mean, unless the creation dies somehow, but
Tom,
you didn't intend it to die.
Should we be analyzing these actions, though, whether they involuntarily impose on will in the best of all possible worlds? Is that the mistake here? Is that we're analyzing the action not in the best of all possible worlds, but in this world?
Well, that's the thing, is that if you're trying to understand what's moral, you only need to look at the best of all possible worlds. And since there's no involuntary imposition and it's not immoral, but you shouldn't be trying to answer questions like, should I have kids based on what the implications of the best of all possible worlds are?
No.
So like, it would be moral for me to give all my money to charity and try and save as many lives as I can, but that's not the best decision to make in our world. Or it would be moral for me to let someone like turn the other cheek, as the Bible put it, but that would not be the best decision in this world. So trying to decide what we should do in this world is not the same as trying to decide what is moral. Those are two separate concepts. So just trying to decide, is having kids moral, based off on an objective standard, is a different question than should we do it in this world. And so you have to assess those separately. And the question is it immoral? Well, no, it's not immoral. We can know it's not immoral because we can look at the best of all possible worlds. Is there any involuntary imposition of will? No. Okay, no, not immoral. Should we do it in this world? That's a different question. That's something we need a lot more consideration about. And so antinatalism in a pragmatic sense could be completely reasonable. I haven't really thought about it that much, but it's not immoral in an objective sense.
Hey, I have a question.
Sure. Go for it.
Since we're talking about creation of babies or whatever, what's your view on abortion or whatever?
I think that killing anything is wrong, always immoral. So if we just assume that the fetus is conscious, then it's wrong to kill it. But it's also wrong to force a woman to use her body without consent. So either case is going to have an immoral action in it. And you have to pick which one is the lesser evil in this case. And so I say that the woman has the right to remove the child from her body, and then nature is the thing that kills it. Nature is morally culpable for the death of the child, not the mother.
You know, I actually admire that you understand that, because, you know, a lot of people are like, her body, her choice, but, you know, they seem to forget that there is another being in there with a body of its own.
Yep. Well, that's kind of the thing, is that the moral system I provide seems to be able to answer these questions pretty clearly, because that's how I came to the answer, was just looking at my moral model. That wasn't originally my intuitive response to the question. So.
So you're saying nature itself is immoral for killing the baby, right?
Absolutely. Nature is terribly immoral.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, no problem. I'd actually go further and say, if there's a God that created this nature, then that God is responsible for, like, the deaths of everyone. The worst being imaginable, almost.
Well, you know, this is strong evidence that there isn't at least a God who is all-powerful and loves us, cares about us.
That's right, unless he has a very strange notion of love. It's like, it's okay, your suffering is my love. You can just enjoy it.
Yeah, Justin Schieber had the perfect analogy. It's like, you know, you're a father and you give, you leave a house for your kid, and that house is booby-trapped all over the place, like Home Alone. Like,
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
That's kinda...
Oh, it's justice. That's what I always hear. Well, it's just love. You can't have love without justice. Oh, I
What?
love that one.
What does that even mean? Yes, you can.
I know, right? That's just, I don't know. I've just heard that from numerous different theists that, you know, oh well, it's just. So,
It's like,
you know,
just,
everything that happens.
No, I mean,
you can't have
like, if
justice
we're being
without
honest,
spaghetti. There you go. You can't have justice without spaghetti. There you go. Perfect reasoning.
if we're being honest, they have no answer, like no reasonable answer to it. Like the best they have are a bunch of ad hoc excuses, like, you know, like free will this, free will that. You know, they seem to forget that, you know, if their God is all powerful, I guess, you know, he could create people, a bunch of creatures that would freely choose not to commit evil or you know, not to inflict suffering on each other. But you know, it's like they don't really mean that God is all powerful.
Yep. He could just give us the option to go to a world without suffering, and we can still do whatever we want there. We still have free will. Done.
So Tom, quick question: who's your favorite debate opponent out of the people you've debated so far?
It depends what you mean. I mean, I really like Pete Inns. I think is right about everything. So,
like, which debate experience did you enjoy the most?
Maybe the Matt Slick one, because his answers just kind of fit exactly into my paradigm, and I could just squash them every single time, just step by step, and it was super fun just to go through that.
Just don't try to actually squash him, because he is a karate master.
So what's your opinion on the Hugh Ross debate, Tom?
Oh, my throat was really, really sore for that debate, so I really didn't get enough opportunity to really like try and challenge what he was saying. One of my analogies I totally forgot about was my coin analogy. So I mean, he walked into the classical traps, but I totally messed up in not being able to counter him as well because I just couldn't talk. My throat was so sore. I was in a lot of pain during that one.
Yeah, I felt like you couldn't get your point across on that one.
Well, yeah, but it was mostly because I just couldn't talk. It was like I was struggling so hard to like speak. Like you could probably hear it in my voice. My voice was like really cracking.
Hugh Ross, is an actual expert on, a lot of the things he speaks about, which would be cosmology, physics, whatever.
Yeah, I have a lot of those on. Like Jeff Zwerink, he's an astrophysicist. I had him on. Fuzz Rana is a biochemist. I had him on. Luke Barnes, he's a cosmologist. I had him on. So yeah, I have experts in the field regularly.
I mean, I think fine-tuning is like one of the better arguments they have because, I think, they have a point in some ways, really, about, the fine-tuning of these few features of the universe.
Well, that's the thing, is that it's apparent fine-tuning. It's a thing, it looks like it's fine-tuned, but what does fine-tuning really mean? And that's kind of the problem, because when they try to define it, it just seems like improbability, and that's it. It's just, oh, it's really improbable, therefore design.
What they mean is like, okay, so there are these features of the universe, and if you try to change any of these, even so slightly, the universe becomes unable to sustain life, right?
Right. But how is that fine-tuned? Like, for example, if I said, you take all of the constants and say, well, what is the probability that it could occur by random chance? And you just pick a number, like X or whatever. Like, you could say the probability of X occurring is like a coin, where if you flip it, it could be heads or tails or X, because it lands on its edge. Just make the edge of the coin really, really, really tiny, and so the probability of it landing on its edge is whatever number you pick. And so if you saw a coin that was on a table and it was on its edge with a super tiny edge, you say, wow, that must have been designed, because clearly there's no way it would have just happened by chance that it would have landed like that. But you can get the same exact probability from a dice with just X number of sides. Any side that it lands on is going to have the exact same probability as a coin with a width of X landing on its edge. But when you see the dice roll, you're not going to be like, oh, that was designed. It's just because everything it's going to land on is going to have the exact same probability. And so it seems like what they're saying is that, oh, well, there's only two possibilities, life and non-life. And clearly, life is just super rare, but that doesn't really take into consideration all of the other things that could have occurred. They think of it like the coin example, where it's just like a coin with an edge and that's the only real possibility, that nothing else really matters, when really it's more like a dice and there's tons of different possibilities. And so that's why they assume it's fine-tuned when they're just talking about probabilities. And it makes no sense.
I mean, I have some question about their evidence of these constants being fine-tuned. I also wonder, like, okay, that there's also many features of the universe that could be changed even slightly or even dramatically, and the universe would still be conducive to life. Like, they seem to, pick like 12 parameters of nature or something like that.
Well, there's
Like,
several
there's
hundred. There's several hundred that are fine-tuned that they pick from. They usually have a complete list. Like Luke Barnes picks 12 specifically because they're the big ones, but there's lots of them that could be changed to have that effect.
Well, I mean, that's why I said 12, because, Luke Barnes seems to be a more knowledgeable, more credible source than the other guys who make these claims, but
yeah.
Okay.
I in terms of the fine-tuning argument, which is something I've never understood, are any of these constants that they talk about actually constants that could be changed? I never understood what we were talking about in terms of changeable constants that were even subject to tuning.
Well, right, that's exactly the argument, is that they assume that these just could come out in any way. Any number could just be the way it is, and it just happens to be the right number, when really that may not be the case. It could be the case that all of the constants are interconnected like the weakened electromagnetic force, and so if you change one, the others will proportionally change to meet it. And so they couldn't actually be different. They're always going to be proportionally the same. And that's one of the arguments against fine-tuning, is that, well, you're just assuming that it couldn't have been otherwise, or that it could have been otherwise, when maybe it might not have.
Okay, yeah, I guess I didn't misunderstand that. I guess I just didn't find it persuasive because of it.
Yeah.
I think that is some misunderstanding, because, like, okay, we call these things constant, right? Because, in our universe, as far as we can tell from, inductive science, they've been the same all throughout its history, or at least for as long as these constants have been applicable.
Right.
But I mean, you could imagine a possible universe where these constants had different values, right?
Right, and we've actually seen some of the things that we thought were constants have actually changed, like gravity. Gravity changed. We know that the weak and electromagnetic force have changed, and the strong force has changed. So the things that we think of as constants may or may not be, and could change with time.
Right. Are you sure about that? Like these have like different values in the past, or?
Yep, like the weak and electromagnetic force, the way we know they changed was that if you heat them up to enough degree, they combine and become the same force. And that's what it was like at the early part of the Big Bang. Gravity was repulsive at the early part of the Big Bang. That's called the Guth inflation theory. So all of these forces have changed to some degree over time.
But I have never heard
fair
that.
enough. Fair enough.
That sounds incredibly interesting. Where could what was that called? The theory?
Guth early universe inflation, the inflation theory of the universe.
Okay, so I take back what I said.
It's Alan Guth.
Is there evidence?
Yes.
Is there evidence on that, or is it just literally, more of a theory that's made in the mind, or is there actual evidence that gravity can push things away?
Yeah, it's a predictive model that tries to explain the evidence of the cosmic microwave background and some other things. So yeah, it's well supported. It's essentially accepted universally in physics for the most part.
Yeah, but what I mean is, put it this way, is there any kind of actual evidence? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
I understand it may be accepted.
It makes
but
predictions about the cosmic microwave background that have been proven to be correct within a super high degree of accuracy. So yes, it has a lot of evidence.
Okay, I mean, and I suppose maybe sometime I'll kind of hit you up when you're not online, and I'll have a look at it maybe sometime.
Yeah, you can just Google it, Guth early universe inflation. It's pretty well supported.
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware. Yeah. Sure, but I've never seen any actual evidence. I've just seen the claim, that gravity can push, but I've never seen any actual evidence that gravity can push.
Well, again, if it makes testable predictions, that's evidence, and it does, and so it has evidence.
So you're saying basically what's the correlation equals causation kind of thing?
No, correlation indicates causation. It doesn't equal causation. So it gives evidence. It's not a proof. So testable predictions are evidence. That's how we know things are true for the most part.
That's exactly right. You said it pretty well.
Well, he's not sure, but I know.
We don't need to be sure to have knowledge. So again, that part's covered in philosophy.
Well, I mean, think about it. If there's causation, you would expect there to be a correlation, right?
Yep.
But I mean, yeah, okay, correlation is evidence for causation, but it doesn't mean it is. We have examples of correlation without causation, but, as far as I'm concerned, we don't have example of causation without correlation.
Right. So it could be causation, or correlation could be causation, but also might not be. But it is evidence of it to some degree.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, like, for example, you might turn off the light switch, and at the same exact time, the light bulb blows. And you think that turning off the switch turned off the light, but in fact, the light bulb blew just a microsecond before you turned it off, right? And you thought, oh, wow, look, correlation, but it turns out it was false, right?
Yeah, it's probabilistically true. So we can say that if I flip the switch and see the light turn off, and I do that repeatedly, the correlation is evidence of causation, but it's not proof of causation, because maybe something else is turning the light off. So it's evidence that there's a causation between the two, but it's not proof.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It could be that maybe it's wired wrong, and every time you turn it off, it blows the bulb, and you go to bed, and then you say your wife comes down, changes the bulb, and then the next night you go up and you turn the light off, and it blows the bulb, and you're convinced that switch turns off the light, when in fact it doesn't. It just breaks the bulb,
Yeah, pretty much.
But I agree. I actually agree with you. Sorry to interrupt there.
That's how science is, man. You can have some facts here that support a hypothesis, and then you can have other facts there that are evidence against it. And, maybe sometimes you have some facts that are indicative of it and others, but the majority of the facts go against it. I mean, that happens a lot.
What is the definition of fact within your guys' framework? What is a fact?
A statement that is true about reality.
But do you mean like a solipsistic fact, or do you mean actually ontologically the case in reality, outside of solipsism?
Actually, outside of the case, outside of solipsism.
But I thought anything outside of solipsism is uncertain. So you're saying facts
you don't need certainty. Certainty is irrelevant. So we can have all the knowledge we want without certainty.
Okay, I see what you mean. Something can be the case in reality, and we can know it, but it might be false.
No, again, you got to look up fallibilism. So this was already solved by philosophers like decades ago. We already know that we can have knowledge without certainty.
Okay, sure, but those people, they could be fallible. But I'm with you. I'm fully with you. You are making a lot of sense. Yeah, sorry to interject again, though. Yeah,
no problem. That's
I messed
why,
up the
that's why we're here.
flow.
We're here for you to interject and talk as much as you want. That's kind of the point. So don't feel bad about it.
Okay, yeah. It's just sometimes I sort of shut down the convo, with the certainty thing. But cool, thank you though. Thanks.
Face, I still find your certainty thing still interesting because I was in a similar position as you when I first took epistemology in college, and I hit that same wall when my professor said, "Hey, absolute certainty, you might not get it. You may not be entitled to it. We might not be able to justify it. But there still can be knowledge." And I feel like the same wall that you're hitting, where I concluded no. The certainty has to be possible at least for us to know things. And I remember how I got over that. I'm just interested in why you hook on that certainty thing, why you like it so much and you need it.
I mean, the way I got over it is when, I know I've had beliefs that I was certain of, really certain of, that ended up being wrong, and so has everybody else. I mean, it's life. It happens.
Yeah. I think that is what do you call it? Psychological certainty, which has no bearing on it being the case. You could be 100% certain, and it could be 100% false. But epistemic certainty is something that necessarily is the case. But obviously, proving something like that to someone is almost impossible because of things like solipsism. Even if Christ came down from heaven and pinched you, you could say, "Oh yeah, you could be in my mind. It doesn't mean anything,"
Slaves are people.
So I think proof is maybe impossible between people, possibly.
Well, I'd say it's just as impossible for a person as between people for the same reasons.
I mean, apart from your own existence, that one is an absolute, right?
Yep. Exactly.
You feel like you can prove you exist to yourself because you exist or something, right? Because there's thinking is going on, and you describe that thinking as the I, therefore you must exist, something like that.
Yep, I can't not exist because I am having an experience, so it's impossible for me not to exist.
Sure.
See, if Tom tries to doubt Tom or, question Tom or deny Tom, I mean, it's going to be presupposing Tom to do it, so.
Well, how does Tom identify Tom from other things? You see what I'm saying? How does,
I don't.
Because we're only assuming the laws of logic, right? So we're using the laws of logic to identify things, but they're only an assumption, which means that they don't necessarily have to hold. Am I right?
Well, right, but I don't differentiate myself from other things. That's not a part of the argument. I may just be all things. That's totally fine, but I still exist. So I don't have to differentiate myself to know I exist.
So, how do you know you're not the most high in that frame?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the obvious answer, right? Okay, so I have my assumptions. I have the experience of the world I experience, and through my experience, there are lots of things I experience that don't seem to be me. And then there's me. And that's how I differentiate. But I mean, isn't that how everybody else does it? I mean, isn't that the obvious trivial answer?
Well, they could all be in your head.
Maybe.
Right? You could be a solipsist and everything's in your head, so it isn't actually different from you.
Right. I mean, that's always a possibility, right? But like you, I guess I start off with the world I experience, and it seems that there's other things other than me out there.
Yeah.
But there's always a possibility that it's all me.
Yeah, well, for my argument, I don't even go that far, so.
When you say the world I experience, isn't that making some assumptions there that you are not the world kind of thing?
No.
Well, I mean, even if the world is me, I still experience me. Fuck.
So like if I assume
Right.
that the world is a part of my imagination, well then there's still some difference between the part of my imagination that isn't the world and a part of my imagination that is the world. So there's still a difference between the two, even if they're both a part of my mind in some sense.
Right, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, like what's the thing? Subconscious and conscious. Because a lot of people say when we get into solipsism, they say, well, you know, I'm not aware of what that person's aware of. But again, then you're not necessarily aware, like as you would probably agree, like of everything that you know, right? There's things that come to your awareness and things that are suppressed,
right,
as
right.
well. You know.
So
I'm agreeing.
If I like agree that, yeah. So if I said like I'm a solipsist and I'm the only thing that exists, and I'm imagining a unicorn, but I don't see a unicorn in front of me. Well, then there's got to be some difference between what I'm imagining and what I'm seeing. Now, maybe they're just two different levels of my imagination, but there's still some difference between them. And so I can still say the one that I see in front of me is the external world. We're going to call it that, even though it's a part of my mind. And the one that's in my internal head, we're going to call that the internal world, even though they're both different levels of internal. There's still some difference between them.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. That's fair. That's pretty fair.
You can walk in the woods, imagine that there's a unicorn there, right? Like, and you can imagine it clearly. But, you know, at the same time, is that what you see now? Right?
Yep, exactly.
Well, what is seeing? What is seeing? Because if you imagine something and you close your eyes and you see it, what is seeing? I mean, you're saying seeing is necessarily physical, I guess, is what you're saying? Not that you can prove physical is a real thing.
No. So I'm saying
Okay, I'll be...
If we just grant that we're a solipsistic mind, it's just my mind, and in my mind we have the thing that I see as the external world and the thing that I'm imagining in my head. There's still a difference between those two. Now I don't know what it is. Like doesn't need to be physical, but I know there's some difference between them. I can say I'm imagining a unicorn and I don't see one, so there's some difference between these two. Now maybe they're just both different layers of my mind. One's like a deeper level of my mind than the other one. But there's still a difference between the two. And we're just going to label those internal and external. It doesn't need to be physical. It doesn't need to be external. It's not a proof of the external world. The only thing it shows is that there's some difference between my imagination and my experience. But we don't know exactly what that is.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree with everything you just said. I think you're correct. But how would you know with certainty, if that's possible, if it's a thing, that there is a difference? I mean, how do you differentiate? Do you just make an assumption that, look, it seems different to me, therefore it's different? Or how do you get there?
Well, when I'm imagining a unicorn, I don't see a unicorn, so there's necessarily a difference because there's one property in one and one not a property in the other.
But isn't that religious? To say like something necessarily is the case, isn't that religion kind of thing?
No, it's a part of the I think, therefore I am. It's like a brute fact. It's a necessity because it's something I'm experiencing. Like if I imagine a unicorn but I don't see one, there is necessarily something different between these two categories. Because one thing is happening in one of them, but it's not happening in the other one. So like the law of logic, A equals A, since there's a different property in this thing than there is in the other thing, then they must necessarily not be the same thing.
I mean, okay, but that is a personal testimony, is it not? You know, which is obviously it's not super convincing. It's like what religious people do. They say this is a fact, right? Like kind of like me. You know, I make a claim, I don't give any evidence, and then obviously, people can just dismiss it without evidence. But that's basically what you're doing, right? Just making a claim.
Well, if I was trying to convince you, it wouldn't be evidence, and you shouldn't believe me because I said so. That would be bad evidence. But since it's part of my experience, I can prove with absolute certainty there's a difference between those two things.
Okay, so Thomas making a claim, man, and my stance is that what he's claiming really resembles what I experienced. So I take Tom serious.
But you don't know he exists. He could be in your mind, which means that you could be taking your own imagination seriously, which, I mean, again, that would be another testimony, right?
Well, no, so that's the thing.
I infer Tom exists. I mean, it's a weak inference, I admit it, man, but...
Well, no, you don't even have to. You can just say, you can imagine I'm a computer program and I'm just saying these things and I don't exist. The fact that it's true or not is independent of whether or not I exist. So if what I'm saying is true, it can be true without me existing. Like I could be a figment of his imagination or a computer or a brain in a vat. It doesn't make anything I'm saying any more or less true.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you. Well, TJ, with your, moral framework, I get the idea that, imposition of will and everything, but do you affirm or not affirm the idea that morals deals with, what you ought to do and what you ought not to do? Do you kind of go with that or not really? It's not a trap.
In my personal model, I get rid of oughts completely. I think it's just the is statements. I don't need oughts. Contemporary philosophy thinks it's about oughts, but I don't. So it's my personal viewpoint that no, it does not have to do with oughts.
So I mean, in other words, you're saying that me. Let's say I ought not to eat your child. You're saying that isn't necessarily true. You're saying that oughts is out of the question. Then, yeah, kind of.
Well, I'm saying if you ate my child, that would be immoral because it would move us away from the best of all possible worlds. And you just phrase that as an ought, but the ought part isn't really what's important. It's just a description of would it move us closer to the best of all possible worlds or not? So ought statements are not relevant to my model.
Well, what if oughts are necessary to move us to the best possible world?
I don't see how that would be the case.
Well, if we ought do the right thing, to get to the right world.
Well, because we can just rephrase it as an is statement and say, okay, so if it is the case that action X does not occur, it is closer to the best of all possible worlds. So you don't need an ought there at all. You just rephrase it as an is.
Well, I mean, ought we be in the best possible world, or ought we work towards that?
Not necessarily. That part is irrelevant. So it's like if I said you're 6 feet tall or whatever. It's like if you ask, well, should I ought to be 6 feet tall? Like, I don't care. Objective morality is just a factual claim. It doesn't matter whether you ought to care or if you're 6 feet tall. It just is. You just are. So I think morality is the same thing.
In other words, if everyone over 6 feet tall, we chop a bit off them, so it is the case. I mean, ought we do that kind of thing just to keep them all, within a certain range? Or
well, again, so there's no oughts. Ought is irrelevant. It's just saying if you do that, it would be immoral. Whether you ought to do that, I don't care about oughts. It's just a descriptive statement about what factually is and isn't moral.
So you almost have no stance on oughts, which to me, I mean, it is part of the reality that we seem to experience, whether it's solipsistic or not. We seem to experience oughts, right? You know what I mean? Like, I ought not, if every time I use the toothpaste, I ought not just squeeze it all out so you can't brush your teeth. That would, it seems I ought not to.
Well, I'm saying it's descriptive. So I'm saying you can phrase it without the ought, just rephrase it as an is statement. You don't need the ought. So it's like...
So how would you rephrase that?
The toothpaste example, if you... Wait, what was it? Something about toothpaste?
Yeah. If I use every time I use the toothpaste, I squeeze all of it out so you can't brush your teeth. And I'm saying I ought not to do that. But how would you rephrase that one?
I'm not sure if I consider that immoral, but yes, if you squeeze out all the toothpaste, it'll move us away from the best of all possible worlds, and it would be immoral. So I just rephrase it as that is statement.
And please don't do that.
I think it's totally okay.
Every morning.
I think it's okay if you do that.
Every morning. Yeah. You'd be like, face is really annoying, but he's not immoral. Yeah, exactly. He's not immoral. He just, he's just annoying.
Okay, so this is a little confusing for me. Simos here, by the way. So, morals are not to do with behavior. Is that what you're saying?
In my viewpoint, they are to do with descriptions of does the action move us closer or further away from the best of all possible worlds. So an action can be, or behavior can be moral or immoral, but it's not about what we ought to do. The oughts aren't important. It's just descriptive.
Right. So what does control our future behavior, do you think? Should we have control over future behavior, or is it an irrelevant question to you?
You mean, should we aspire to do things differently? Well, yeah, I think we should definitely move towards the best of all possible worlds, but it's not a part of morality that is like a moral imperative that we do it. It's just a moral description that we are doing it or we are not doing it.
Sure. Okay, so in what way is there some judgment over the way in which we move towards it? A better world?
I'm not sure what you mean. So it's like if we move towards it, that's moral. Like, I don't know the way we move towards it. Any way we move towards it would be moral. I'm not sure what you mean.
Is there a judgment over which path we should take in order to move towards it?
No, any path we take to move towards it is moral. There's no like judgment in between there.
Yeah, but how do we judge what future actions are going to be towards it?
If it's an involuntary imposition of will, it's away from it, and if it gives us more freedom, then it's towards it.
So, in that case, we would judge... Yeah, okay. Again, I'm a little confused, but that's probably down to me. So, thanks for answering the question.
Yeah, so, Tom, would you say that in your framework...
What? Go ahead.
Would you say that in your framework, there's no such thing as a moral command or a moral imperative? I mean, is that just not part of your system?
Yeah, I just get rid of those completely. I think those are just rephrase them as a descriptive statement, and it works just fine. You don't even need them.
So then we explore morality under under the framework, and then we can make a practical decision about whether our practical acts mirror that moral landscape.
Yeah, sort of. They don't even need to be practical. You can assess any action, whether it's practical or not, whether or not it would be moral or not.
Yeah, no, that would that goes back to my earlier question about how people would talk about morality. When I think about the way that people in state houses speak about the law and how we should organize ourselves, it's almost all ought language. I mean, it really is buried in ought. I'm just wondering how we would discuss things, how we would create our plans for living without that language.
Well, again, you can just rephrase any ought statement as a sentence of is statements. Like just say, we ought not kill. You can just say, well, if you kill, it's going to move us away from the best of all possible worlds. So it's immoral. I mean, you can rephrase any ought statement as an is statement. It doesn't change or lose anything to do that.
Gotcha. And so then the statement, we ought to move towards this best of all possible worlds under this moral framework, that in itself is not a moral command. That's just a practical decision based on what I want.
Well, there's no ought to move towards the possible world. That's not a thing. It's just saying if you do action, you will, or if you do action, you won't. So it's like saying if you turn on the heater, it'll get hotter, and if you turn it off, it'll get colder. There's not a statement about ought there at all. It's just stating if you do it, it's going to be moral, and if you don't do it, it will be immoral, or something like that. So it doesn't give us an ought that we should pursue it. That's kind of just a personal choice. You may not pursue it. You may pursue something else if you want.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I agree with you, Tom, but sorry, I'm going to ask yourself for a bit. What's the difference between a moral anti-realist like me and you at this point?
I choose to believe in objective morality and you choose not to. That's essentially the difference.
So would you say, is your belief in objective morality a subjective opinion, or is it actually objectively, the case?
Well, I mean, my belief is necessarily subjective. My belief can't be objective. I can't have a belief that defines reality. But it could be the case that there is an objective morality. That's an undiscovered problem. So I like to think there is one thing. I'm arguing for it, but I can't prove it one or the other. So it's definitely a subjective belief that I have.
Okay, yeah, and and I wouldn't even attack you on that, because I like atheists to actually have at least believe in objective morals, because then they're more likely to kind of, be decent people.
Well, I disagree with that, actually. I think that believing in subjective or objective morality doesn't actually have any impact on being a good person. Actually, usually it's believing in subjective morality makes you a better person in most cases.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it would depend upon the subject, right? Because I could believe in subjective morality and believe it's fine to, to eat people or something, it might.
Well, like if we look at all societies around the world where people mostly believe that there is no objective morality, they're usually better societies they're less criminal, less immoral than societies who believe in objective morality. So subjective morality is actually better for behavior than objective morality.
But what about North Korea now?
But what about North Korea? They believe in objective something. They're like they're what's his name? Kim Jong-un. He's actually a god, so they're religious there.
I was kidding, but
I know.
You're right. I mean that is the overall pattern, even if there are some exceptions here and there. Maybe North Korea isn't an exception to that.
Yeah, but it'd be like Stalin.
You know what you're saying that. You know what you're saying. Sorry, you know what you're saying that the objective, the stats would indicate that people that objective morals, tend to be worse. I think according to what you're saying.
Yeah.
Is it possible that maybe Islam might mess up the numbers? Because maybe that they hold to what they think is an objective system, but it would be, immoral. So maybe could that be corrupting the numbers?
Well, the number is just belief in objective morality as opposed to belief in subjective morality. So if you believe in an objective morality, then that would put you on the objective morality side.
Tom, can you explain why you believe in an objective morality?
Oh God, he already has.
I guess I could probably go dig that up, right?
Well, it's just I look at the moral intuition, the moral progress, and solving the moral dilemma as I come out with an answer. It seems like that answer could be objective, and I like to choose to believe it is. And I like to. It seems like it can answer all of the problems, and I think it's like an abstract kind of relation between people. So that's why I think it's objective.
I guess that then the reason I ask is most people I've ever spoken with who seem dedicated to preserving objective morality really only seem to do so because they want to retain ought statements. They want to retain that ability and that authority. But after you say you disregard ought, it just made me think, well, why do you care about objectives? But I think that answer makes sense.
Yeah, that would definitely make my connection to objective morality weird if that's why most people wanted to keep it, and I keep it. And I just get rid of oughts completely.
Yeah, this is still confusing me, I'm afraid. And so I've got another question for you.
Sure.
Okay, so why what you're saying seems to, and I'm sure it doesn't, and I'm sure you've got an answer. I do hope you've got an answer. What you're saying seems to go against the concept of a society and law.
What do you mean?
Well, societies and law are both two things which definitely go against the imposition of will, or do impose will.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
upon
So
people.
prison is absolutely immoral. Taxes are theft. Any kind of putting someone in prison, all immoral. Stoplights immoral. Cops immoral. All of that, yes. All of that is immoral. It's only justified because we need it to prevent a greater immorality. But yeah, it's definitely immoral.
So, hang on, we need it to preserve a greater morality?
Prevent a greater immorality. So we put people in prison because if we don't, then they're going to kill people. So it would be more immoral to let them kill people than to put them in prison. So we do the immoral thing, which is put them in prison, to prevent the greater immoral thing, which is let them kill people.
Right. And we should put them in prison.
It's the least immoral action. So no, we shouldn't put them in prison. It's still immoral, but it's the least immoral thing we can do. Still immoral though.
But hold on.
Flip that upside down. Yeah. Okay.
But what if the people that you're killing only exist in your mind? Would it still be wrong?
No. If they don't actually have any consciousness and they aren't, like they don't like, it's not an involuntary imposition of will, then no, it would not be immoral.
Okay, so because of solipsism, we can't know that anything is immoral then, right? Necessarily.
Right, you can't know it with absolute certainty, but you don't. Well, no, it'd still be immoral. You can still know it's immoral, but you can't know if killing those people would objectively be immoral because they actually exist, or whether or not it's just a perceived immorality because you think they exist. But that's not irrelevant. So it'd still be immoral to kill them if they were conscious beings, regardless of whether or not they actually are.
Okay, yeah, if they are, it's wrong. Okay, I see.
Right. So we can
Surely
still know
you're
objectively.
saying that everything. Surely you're saying everything is immoral. I mean, all action is immoral on some level.
No, because I can pick up a rock and there's no involuntary imposition of will there, so that would not be immoral.
Well, you can give some hypothetical where you picking up the rock influences other rocks, which then later on don't allow somebody else to pick up the rock when they need to in order to carry out some.
Or
thing
maybe
which will give a
or
less
maybe,
will.
or maybe it contradicts my will. Maybe I don't want you to pick up the rock and you do. So now we're stuck. Like kind of, whether you do it or don't do it, someone is, involuntarily, thingied.
Well, no. So
breathing.
So no, if you have
one I was thinking of.
Breathing. So you have rights over yourself and your universe essentially, but you don't have rights over a rock. So if you said, "I don't want you to pick up that rock," that has it's not an involuntary imposition for me to pick up the rock because it's not your will. I'm not imposing on your will. Even if I'm imposing on the rock, the fact that you wanted to move the rock is irrelevant. So your will only applies to you, not to just anything you want.
No, but I don't know. Because what it means to me, like my will, what I mean is, what if within my will is that I don't want the rock moved? Let's say I took hours to get it positioned in the right place, and you want to move it, and I'm like, wait, no, that's involuntarily, you're imposing on me,
If it was your rock and you owned it, and it would be immoral for me to do it, but if it wasn't, then no, it wouldn't.
Hang on, that's private property.
Exactly.
That needs to be protected by law, surely.
Well, it needs to be regulated by law, which is immoral, but it doesn't make a difference how you regulate it. It's still immoral, regardless of whether or not you regulate it.
Okay, it's a bit tricky. I'm kind of reticent for, I guess, the same reasons that I'm not sure where we're getting, whether. I don't know. I think declaring such things like society as immoral seems to me to be a step which I wouldn't want to take, even if I would agree with getting rid of the oughts.
Well, I mean, like Christianity does the same thing. Christianity says everyone is immoral. We're all in a broken world or whatever. And my system kind of does the same thing, where it's just saying that we aren't in the most ideal system, which is and that's what morality is the most ideal system. So our society isn't the most ideal, which I think most people would agree with. So I think you would, in a sense, agree that our society is immoral in the sense that it's not the most ideal it could be.
Right. Yes, I suppose so. But then I think that's a standard too high for the same reason I wouldn't think of things like absolute truth as being particularly relevant to humans. Right?
Right, absolutely.
Is that absolutely
that's why there's the two different categories. One is objective morality, which is the absolute objective truth, kind of like the absolute truth, which is way beyond human consideration. And the other is what's the pragmatic thing. Those are two separate questions. So when we're answering questions about morality, we're talking about that objective thing, the absolute truth that's out there that's way beyond human conception. But if you want to talk about what pragmatically should apply to this world, then you have to add a different consideration to it. So if the question is about morality, then it's one of those absolute questions that doesn't really apply to human society.
I see. Right. So you're using the same definition as objective as the theist would.
Yes, that is exactly the point.
Right. Okay. Again, that's just come through to me now, and I listen to, I'm a friend of, I know Alex Malpass and Ozzy and those people, and I listened to interest with that conversation that you had with him, and I it took me a while to kind of get through the whole process of trying to understand where you were coming from, and although I really liked the idea of this imposition of will, it did strike me as being somewhat redundant in the fact of being pragmatic, right? And now you've just explained that for me. So
yeah,
I really appreciate that, Tom. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for coming on and telling me, because it's really hard for me to try to explain it because it's such a novel idea and goes against the grain so well. So I really appreciate you coming on and talking with me about it, because it helps me to clarify my own ideas.
Yeah, I don't think it's a novel idea at all. I mean, if this have had it for thousands of years, right?
Well, I mean, the getting rid of the oughts, that's pretty novel. I don't know of anybody else who gets rid of the oughts in morality.
Yeah, I mean, we ought not to believe in ought.
Go ahead.
Richard Carrier.
No, I was saying we ought not to believe in oughts, really.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know about that, but
Yeah, I'm kidding. I'm just contradicting myself. I'm being crazy.
It was a joke. Yeah, I got it.
I just think there's something that you're.
Ralph invited me. What are you guys talking about?
Morality.
Morality?
Yep.
What about morality?
Yeah, partially. I think TJ was just saying, like about, was it involuntary imposition of will? Is kind of how he looks at it. But depending upon what world you're in, it gets a bit deep. But yeah, kind of morality.
Morality is the individual application of belief. Is that what you just said?
I mean, I look at it as what we ought to do and what we ought not to do. TJ looks a little bit different and sort of says that it's more to do with trying to move towards a better world. And but he says, but without oughts. So not that we ought to move to a better world, just that it is the case that if we do not, it would be worse. Something like that,
Okay.
So, real quick, TJ, say if, I know I always come up with these kind of scenarios and that, it's the same thing, just different angles. But if someone wants, if their will is to have the music really loud, and someone else, they're trying to sleep, they don't want it really loud. how do we differentiate? How do we sort of solve that issue? Do you know what I mean? It seems subjective, right? It just seems arbitrary, however we try and solve it.
Whose house is it? I just say whoever's house it is.
You know what I mean?
It's their. I'd say whoever's house it is, it's their property, so they have the right to do what they want with their house. And you can leave, but you don't have a right to control their house.
No, okay, but if you don't want to leave, now have they imposed upon your will involuntarily or whatever?
No, because you're choosing to stay. So I'd say that, like, in my model, in the best of all possible worlds, you have total control over yourself and your universe. So you have a total right to do whatever you want with your universe. And it's not an involuntary imposition to do anything you want with either of those. It's only immoral to impose on somebody else's self or somebody else's universe. And so they could just choose to leave and go back to their own universe, and they can set the music to be whatever they want.
So, I mean, what about if it's half and half? Would you put the music right bang in the middle of where you want it? Or, you know, what if you don't want to compromise? You know, you see what I'm saying? It gets deep.
Well, again, so the morality is, the question is whose house is it? If they own the house and they have the rights over it, then they get to set it, and it's not immoral for them to set it at whatever they want. So,
what if it's a dual ownership? Say if it's 50-50, for argument's sake.
Well, then you would have to go with whatever you agreed upon for the rules.
What are you, some kind of communist?
Yeah, exactly. So when you...
Well, he wouldn't be...
Whatever you guys
We're all
agreed
some
upon
kind of
in
communist.
the rules, if you guys set up a rule system where you were 50-50 and you agreed on that rule system and you set up some rules to whoever decides the music settings or whatever, then you essentially have to abide by whatever rule system you agreed to for the cooperative ownership of the house, and then that would be the moral thing to do because you both agreed to it, whatever that was.
What if you both agreed? What if you both agreed to be immoral? Then would you have to stick to it to be moral? Stick to the immoral act or whatever?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean. If you both agreed to be immoral, like if you both agreed to do whatever you wanted to do and that was consensual, then you couldn't be immoral with whatever you wanted to do. Because it was all consensual. Like if you I consent to let you do whatever you want. Well, then you can't really do anything immoral anymore because anything you do is consensual.
Well, what if I want to change my mind? You know, then you're saying that would still be moral. But then what if you don't want to change your mind at the same time? So we agreed to both be immoral. Then I decide to change my mind and be moral, but you want me to be immoral. Am I imposing upon your will?
Not if you agree to those rules. So if we agreed to rules of just free for all, do whatever you want, change your mind, whatever, and we both chose to live in that universe that we created together, then nothing you do is immoral. You can just do whatever you want. It's free for all. And it's totally fine.
Wow, that sounds like the best possible world. Even though it could lead to bloodshed and everything, it sounds great.
Yeah, if you agree to those rules with whoever you're living with, you get to do whatever you want, no matter how crazy it is. So I'm going to stick to my universe with the nice, consistent rules and nobody to bother me.
Right, yeah. Apart from me. No, I'm just kidding.
Tom, do you see laws as those kinds of agreements? The kind of like the radio agreement, is that an example of a law filling that gap?
Legal law or natural law?
A legal law, like you don't run a red stoplight.
Sort of, yeah. I think that laws aren't really. I mean, you could put it like a social contractarianism, where it's that kind of social agreement, and in a sense, it's like that because you agree to be in this society as opposed to another. But I think that it's a little more restrictive than that because a lot of laws are not consensual. And they're put into place simply because they're pragmatic to keep society alive, like taxes. So I wouldn't say taxes are moral or it's technically consensual, or like we don't consent to a lot of the laws that are passed. We just put people in office who decide them for us. So it's not a perfectly consensual system, but it's in general, I guess, the social contractarianism is kind of moral for that reason.
Yeah, you could definitely think of systems of law that would more closely approximate your moral system. I don't know what they would be.
Yeah, for sure.
I think you're going to have to go to heaven, actually, to get this instantiation.
I don't want to go to heaven.
The perfect world under
heaven would
Tom's
be
system, I think.
Heaven would be a bad choice, like because heaven has the whole hell thing and the must do everything God wants you to do thing, and you can't go to your own universe thing, and the whole praise and worship God without consent thing. I would not go with the heaven.
No,
option.
Tom. No, Tom. No, because you wouldn't have the will to do those things in heaven.
Oh yeah.
Do I get to bring my?
It's funny.
Do I get to bring my Sabbath records?
I'm
to
not.
heaven
I'm not a
someday?
theist, by the way. I am an atheist.
I kind of
I'm
figured.
just making.
I kind of figured. But no Black Sabbath records in heaven. God does not allow it.
I don't know, man. I try to think about what's moral and immoral. I think God might let Sabbath in.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you think if someone wants to rest, surely, I mean, you can't stop someone resting, right? You know, in a perfect world or a good world. That seems weird.
Resting?
And I want my nice, restful Sabbath music.
I don't know. I think
What you mean? Yeah.
I think the idolatry of the sex, drugs, and rock and roll might be against God's nature.
Well, I don't know. I mean, sex. Technically he created sex, right? According to the narrative. You know, even the plants that people use for drugs, he created them, and the receptor in the brain. Rock and roll. I mean, that one. I'm undecided on. You know, who knows?
Well, God also created evil, and He's not letting that into heaven for some reason.
Sure. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, in an indirect way, right? Yeah.
Well,
so
actually,
anything
no.
that doesn't kind of
Like,
meet his
it's
standard, yeah.
there's actually direct quotes in the Bible where God said God created evil. You can find a quote. I forget which one it is though.
Sure, but I mean, but it wasn't part of the 6 days of creation, right? It didn't sort of literally make evil. It just kind of stemmed from the disobedience. So yeah, he creates all things. So indirectly, yeah, he creates everything. Like that stems from the things he made.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Isaiah 45:7. So I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah, sure, but how does he do that? Because it's not a physical thing, right? It's more. It seems to come in as from disobedience, right? Within the narrative, like the serpent comes along with his free will and he says, did he say don't do this, don't do that? And then they say, oh, well, he said that, but we can do otherwise. You know what I mean?
Well,
It
actually,
seems to come from kind of free will. Not that you believe in free will.
No, I don't think so.
It
I
seems
think
to come from that
because evil predates Adam and Eve, with Lucifer being arrogant and wanting to be greater than God or whatever, and then God cast him out of heaven. So evil actually predates Adam and Eve and humanity.
Yeah, I mean, there's again different interpretations. I think some people look at it like that Satan was a fallen angel who was maybe like the guardian angel of Earth, who exercises free will to kind of try and make mankind disobey the Most High. But I am with you.
Yeah, there's a lot of interpretations there. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure angels have free will.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
That sounds Islamic, yeah. But I mean, would you say that it wouldn't make much sense if they didn't, So in other words, like, how can you punish Satan for doing wrong if he couldn't have done otherwise? It doesn't kind of make sense to me.
I don't think the Bible makes much sense in any regard, so I think that would be perfectly consistent with the inconsistency of the Bible.
I mean, yeah, but that's just kind of, that's obviously your framework, but, just trying to narrow down onto this one thing. If Satan is the cause of all evil, and basically he couldn't have done otherwise, then it just seems like how can you throw him into heaven or into hell first if he couldn't have done otherwise? It's like, it doesn't make sense.
Face, can God do anything he wants, though? I mean, he can do anything he wants.
No, not according to the Bible. According to the Bible, he cannot lie. He cannot make a square circle. He's stuck to the laws of logic and righteousness and justice.
Well, do you know what Calvinism is?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I don't affirm it, but I'm aware of. Yeah, it just basically is like a hard deterministic, or at least deterministic Christian
Right.
faith.
So they think everything's determined by God. God created it, and that's the way it is. But they still think immorality is there. So even though we're determined,
Yeah,
it's still
yeah. I mean,
immoral.
I debate with Calvinists sort of for 9 hours at a time sometimes, and we go round and round and round, and it never really gets anywhere.
Right.
But yeah, I know what you.
So yeah, it would kind of depend on your viewpoint on Christianity and how that works. So, but I'm not a Christian, so I don't really have any dog in that fight to know if Satan counts as having free will or not. I have no idea.
Would you say, in your opinion, TJ? I know you don't believe in free will, but if we just go with the paradigm for a moment, let's say there is free will. People are able to make choices within their nature. They're able to literally choose tea or coffee. They could have chosen tea, but they chose coffee, and they could kill. They could choose not to kill. Then it makes sense they're held accountable for the things they do that they could have done otherwise, right? If they acknowledge they could have done better,
yeah,
it makes sense that when they're punished for doing wrong,
right,
at least, right, within reason.
Right, in the deterministic worldview, yeah, you should definitely can put that in as a consideration.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, I mean, obviously I look at it as a free will worldview, but yeah, I know what you mean.
So yeah, it would kind of depend on your viewpoint on Christianity and how that works. So, but I'm not a Christian, so I don't really have any dog in that fight to know if Satan counts as having free will or not. I have no idea.
Would you say, in your opinion, TJ? I know you I mean, like TJ. I mean, surely, like, say if you ask your children, you might not have children, but if you ask your children, don't trash this house, or don't drop this vase or whatever, don't run through the hallway, and they ignore you and they go ahead and they do it. You're going to be within reason kind of pissed, right? You're going to say, look, I told you, don't do this, don't do that. And you've gone and done it. And like, you disobeyed me and you're ignorant and, no chocolate for you, right?
Yeah.
But when you say they couldn't have done otherwise, it seems kind of, I don't know. It seems to kind of destroy the whole thing.
Again, it's not really. Like, if you want, you can search for compatibilism, Dan Dennett's compatibilism. He goes into this in detail on how you define free will and culpability and how it doesn't really make a difference if you have libertarian free will or not. So, but if you want a more detailed example, you can go contact or Google search Dan Dennett's view on compatibilism.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Sure. I mean, I'm kind of aware of that. I mean, there's different ways of looking at that too. Some people say that compatibilism boils down to hard determinism still, and other people look at it a different way. It's kind of like a can of worms. It's probably a big topic to raise.
Well, yeah, that's exactly the point. Is that compatibilism is determinism. It's not different from determinism, but you still have accountability and agency, even though it's a deterministic model. That was kind of the point I was making.
Okay, yeah. So what is it? Is it that basically that you have a nature which you're hard determined to fulfill, but that your free will falls in line, or your will falls in line with that nature, therefore you're culpable for the bit that you fell in line with, or something like that? I probably worded it wrong.
Yeah, so essentially it's that your ability to make a neurological decision based off the capabilities of your brains, that is enough freedom to call free will, even though it may be determined fundamentally.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to get my head around. I mean, the way I look at it, you tell me if this is compatibilism or not. Some people accuse me of it. Other people say no. Is that from the most highest position, he knows all things that will happen. He knows whether I'm going to choose tea or coffee or not. So from his perspective, everything's hard determined. He's seen the end from the beginning. But in time, he gives the agents the ability to choose tea or coffee. He knows what they're going to choose. And some people say, well, how can they choose if he knows? But that's the fact. He knows what they're going to choose. So, they're choosing within their nature. He knows what they're going to choose. So it's like determinism and free will kind of rolling together. Like Forrest Gump says, that when he says that maybe it's like fate and choice, working at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. You could probably definitely pass that off as a kind of Christian compatibilism for sure. Compatibilism, Dan Dennett is an atheist, so his version is purely neurological, but I'm sure you could probably make it into a Christian kind of a version in that sense, yeah.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
I'm not so sure. I don't think you can, because if free will means being able to have done something different, then that's not free will. Then what you've just described, if God knows you're going to choose, it's still not free will under that definition, because you could not have done something different.
So, yeah, it kind of comes down to, though, that if you'd have chosen otherwise, he would have known otherwise. So it's like you're the origin of your choice within your nature, tea or coffee. He doesn't sort of just, hard determine that you will drink coffee forever. But, he gives you those choices. And then if you make a bad choice, then he holds you accountable. So it's like, do you see what I'm saying? It's kind of hard to put it in.
I do, but that's not God knowing what you're going to choose. That's God knowing your possible options of choice.
No, but I mean, so he knows the options and he knows what you'll choose. So what I'm saying is, but he doesn't cause you to choose it or force you to choose it. He just lays the options out, knowing that what you'll choose, but he's not responsible for the choice. He's not saying you are. You know what I mean?
I don't think that's possible under this free will definition that the Christians like to use, which is the ability to have done otherwise.
Yeah, that's not possible given libertarian free will, because if he knows what you're going to do before you do it, then you don't actually have the ability to do otherwise. So it would contradict libertarian free will. But if you use the compatibilist definition of free will, you can get that, but it wouldn't be the libertarian thing. It would be a different kind of free will, like a deterministic free will.
Okay, so could you give me that definition of free will?
Just the ability to make changes in accordance with our neurological state. So it's whatever our brain can do, the capabilities of our neurological freedoms to whatever some measurable degree is free will, and that's it. Even though they're fundamentally determined.
Right. So that's not free will under this ability to choose otherwise.
Correct. It's completely different. It's just a kind of determinism.
Yeah. So isn't that the free will which is required in order to make original sin and Adam's choice non-responsible to God?
It depends on which version of Christianity, because Calvinists say no. Calvinists are just pure determinists. They don't say there is any of that such thing, but it's still immoral for some reason. And so it depends on your version of Christianity.
Sure. So, but if we take the major versions of Christianity, Calvinism is certainly not one of them. If we take Catholicism or Protestantism in general,
Yes.
then
Yeah,
they use this other version of free will, which is
right.
Adam had a choice to do otherwise, and it's not God doing that he chose to eat the apple.
Right. I would say it contradicts the major branches of Christianity, but since I'm not a Christian, that would not be something you should ask me.
Yeah. No, I am. I'm curious because of your. Well, I'm tying it around, but carry on. Yahweh, did you want to face with Yahweh?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I suppose what I'm saying is, let's say on Judgment Day, I'm held accountable for X, Y, and Z, right? It's like, on that day, basically, I'm saying, when I'm there, I'm basically saying, yeah, okay, you're right. I could have done better. You know, I could have acted better in this situation. I'm acknowledging to him that, you know, ultimately, there's only one choice that I ultimately made, but I could have made a different choice. And I understand what you're saying, that ontologically, you couldn't. You only made one. But what I'm saying is that I had those options available. I'm acknowledging to him that, yeah, you're right. You gave me the option to steal or not steal, and I stole, and it's my, I'm sorry, that kind of thing. You see what I mean?
Well, if God knew what you were going to do before you did it, how exactly could you have chosen otherwise?
Yeah, that's the thing, is that he only knows because of my choice, right? So, I mean, you know, in a sense, he knows because he's outside of time, so he knows exactly what I chose. But I'm still choosing. I'm choosing that choice. Like you're agreeing. I chose a choice, and that choice implies options, does it not? You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but if he already knew it outside of time before you ever made the decision, if he can know it prior to your making the decision, then it's not a choice anymore.
Well, that's the thing. So I'm saying he knows outside of time what I chose, what I will choose. So I understand what you're saying. In some sense, it's not really a choice. You know, like the Matrix, when she says, it says candy, and he's like, do you already know I'm going to take it? And she goes, well, I wouldn't be much of an oracle if I didn't. And he goes, well, then how can I make a choice? And she's like, well, you've already made the choice, but now you're here to understand it. But yeah, it's kind of, it is a pickle. I think that's what she says. It is a pickle.
Yeah. So philosophically speaking, those are incompatible viewpoints. You can't have free will and have a God know you're going to do something.
Well, yeah, I know what you mean, kind of. But then the thing that the Matrix boils down to, right, is that choice is the problem, right? With the whole, that's what Neo represents, right? Is that you can't make me do anything. Yeah, he's like, fuck you, you can't make me do anything. That choice is that's the epistemic glitch in the Matrix, right? Is that you can't control Neo, that he ultimately will do as he will, right? Kind of thing.
Well, yeah, that's the hypothesis in the movie, but the movie doesn't really actually correspond to any philosophical viewpoint that can actually justify that, because it's not really logically possible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware of the problem. I thought about this a lot. It's, as I'm saying, I'm looking at it two different ways. So you guys are basically looking at it from the most highest perspective, that he knows what you're going to do, therefore you can't choose. And I'm looking at it from the human perspective, that before I've made the choice, I'm given options and I'm the one choosing. Nothing is forcing me to choose. I'm choosing. So in other words, what I'm saying is knowing what's going to happen doesn't equal causation. If you know I'm going to die, doesn't mean you caused me to die, if you see what I'm saying.
Right. I agree.
And I think we're both saying that only is justifiable in terms of being a coherent explanation under Calvinism. Is that right, Tom?
Yeah, I'd say that you can't hold that view and still hold to libertarian free will. Those are contradictory viewpoints.
I think by libertarian free will, all we're really saying is we're the origin of our choice. Whether or not it's known by someone else. If you were some kind of medium and you knew what I'm going to choose, you're not responsible. Basically, I'm responsible because I'm the origin of my final choice. You see what I mean?
Well, I'm okay with that. If you just want to say that your free will is that you're the origin of your choice, that's fine. But you can't also use the definition of you could have done otherwise. Because if someone knows what you're going to do outside of time, before time, that you're going to do it, then it's not logically possible for you to have done otherwise, even if you are the origin of the reason you did it.
Yeah, okay, I'm with you. Yeah, I might have to rephrase it. Okay, I'm with you. Because, but we all kind of operate within this framework that we truly feel like we're choosing our words, right? We truly feel like we're able to, you guys would call it the illusion of free will, I guess, or the illusion of choice.
Yeah, so we definitely feel that.
Yeah, it seems absurd to say, hey, to sort of, say if I was to choose, to say, you know what, I can't choose. You know what I mean? It just feels, again, it goes into a kind of, there's a lot of problems, I think, like epistemic problems with humanity, with, epistemology and stuff, it gets deep, it gets real. We come up against barriers where we go, wow, that doesn't make sense on either way, where we go left or right. We seem to kind of fall into absurd scenarios, right?
Well, I don't see there's not really any contradiction with saying that it seems like we could choose, but we really can't. Like that's not really a problem.
But we choose to say that, right? We choose to say that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we choose to say a lot of things due to our evolutionary nature. Like if I touch an object, I say, this object, this phone I'm holding is actually a solid object, but actually it's 99% empty space. Like it seems to me that the phone is a solid object, but really it's not. It's really 99% empty space.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm aware of that as well, yeah. I think it's to do with, as far as I know, it's the electrical something, right? Some kind of the electrons
the
and
distance
charge.
between distance between the electron and the protons and neutrons is mostly empty space, and so it seems like it's solid because we touch other electrons in the object, even though 99% of it is just the distance between the electron and the protons. So yeah, it's mostly empty space.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, when you talk about making a choice, you have to look at what does it mean to make a choice? Like you have a desire to choose that thing, right? Where does that desire come from? It occurs to you, right? You experience having the desire for the choice, right?
Yeah, it comes, I guess, from the what do you call it, your nature. But the weird thing about this, though, is like, as far as I know, if you say you could perfectly clone genetically a person, let's just say you could, every single, what do they call it, base, every single base, on the base pairs was identical, literally identical. You wouldn't really know for sure that those two people would choose the same things, right? They probably wouldn't. They probably, one would say I have Pepsi, and the other one would say I have Coke, and which is weird. It sort of seems to indicate there's something more than the physicality going on, which gets deeper also.
That's super speculative, I'd say, but I don't know, kind of weird speculation there. I really don't know. What I did want to say, going back to the Oracle thing, like the Matrix example, in that situation, you have an Oracle who didn't create everything necessarily, just happens to know what's going to happen. When you compare that to theism with a God who created everything and can see what is going to happen, it chose to create exactly what will happen, I think is the distinction.
Well, I don't think that's actually a distinction. Like in the Oracle example, if you suppose that the universe is there and there's a person who is an Oracle who didn't create it but can still see everything that's going to happen, well, you still couldn't have done otherwise when you're going to choose it because she already knows what you're going to do. So you also don't have free will in that case just because she knows you're going to do it.
Right. No, I don't think you have free will in that case either. But I think in juxtaposed to what Face was saying about how in the Oracle situation, it was some ability like this is what you were going to do anyway. But you were saying that, well, you didn't have a choice because I think there's more context with the God situation where God created this to happen this way. But yeah, I suppose you're right. I can see your point that either way, free will doesn't work. But I just think the Oracle example is entirely.
Yeah, it's quite a common objection as well, because we see biblically, we see things like that the Most High is, he's disappointed with creation, right? Which kind of makes sense because obviously creation is not great, it's not going well, and then they're always like, well, how does an all-knowing being that created all things and knew this was going to happen, how is he then disappointed? But I think it seems biblically we have like a being that has emotions on some level, you know what I mean? That disappointment, sadness, these kind of things,
Yeah, but it's kind of hard to be disappointed when you know everything that's going to happen.
Well, so say if you cause things, well, no, okay, so cause is the wrong word. So if you're the ultimate cause, but then things through what we would call free will, if people exercise this free will against you, in disobedience and things become, miserable, I think it's fair within that timeline, let's say within time, for him to be upset at that specific time. You know what I mean? But it kind of gets complex. It's, I suppose it's really deep,
You can't do that.
So face, would that be like if I knew if I poured hot water on my foot that I would be very disappointed because it would hurt, and I did it and I poured the hot water on my foot and I hurt myself and I'm disappointed. You're saying that I don't understand the force of this particular point.
Yeah, no, I'm conceding to a degree that it's very hard to even to explain, you know. But it just seems that is the biblical, you know, that is the creator that we're talking about, the biblical
narrative,
being, you know,
the biblical narrative.
Go ahead. Well,
Yeah, I
the
mean,
only
you
time I've heard it,
yeah, I
the
mean,
only
you've
time
all-
I've heard it explained is by a galvanist, and then they did it by the jumping through the loops of saying God has different types of will. All right.
right,
And one of them
like permissive,
allow,
prescriptive,
yeah,
permissive, and yeah.
secretive, yeah. So you know, and I think that's just jumping through hoops because that clearly means that he is both omniscient and not omniscient at the same time.
So what is
that? Just
that?
leads to more.
What does that mean? He has
Contradictions.
different wills. What does that mean?
Yeah, so what they're saying is like, so you have like a prescriptive will, how he wants things, and then you have a permissive will. So kind of like, you know, like you want your child to do well at school, but you're going to permit them within, you know, a reason to not do perfectly, right? You know, you want them to do perfectly, but you're going to permit them to fail in certain areas, right? You're not going to absolutely force them to do well. Do you see what I'm saying?
Not exactly. Like, how would you go about doing that and forcing them to do well in all situations?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you'd have to, if it was even possible, you'd have to fully contradict their own will, right? You'd have to somehow find a way to, I don't know, cause them so much pain, misery, and suffering, which again goes against their will. So it kind of contradicts itself. Yeah.
Well, right. So if it contradicts itself, how is that even a thing? Like, how is that a possible consideration for a god?
I mean, well, so from this Calvinistic perspective, which, you know, I'm kind of agnostic on, it just seems that, you know, there's the will, how he it, and then how he's allowed it to you know, free moral agents to be. So he's allowed it to be not so good. He wants it better, and that's where the disappointment.
Yeah, for me, it just seems strange to be disappointed in something you know is going to happen.
So the reason is usually given as a sufficiently, you know, what's the word? There is a sufficient reason which we don't know about because we're not God.
Right.
So they get out of it by appealing to a mystery.
Well, for me, I can't be disappointed in something I already know is going to happen. Like if I like put a card down face down and I know it's a king, I can't like lift up and be, oh, it's a king. I'm so disappointed. Like, because disappointed implies that you expected something differently. If you already knew what was going to happen, how could you be disappointed? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I disagree. I know, real quick. Simon, can I answer that? Sorry. Like, what I'm saying is that I disagree with that. So what I'm saying is, like, let's say you know that your wife is going to die, for example. You know, it's going to at some point. Now, just because you know doesn't mean you're not going to be disappointed when it finally happens, right? You know.
Right, but that's not
I don't know if
something I have
disappointment's the
control
right
over.
word.
So if I have control over it, like if I made it so my wife is going to die, and then I'm disappointed when it happens, like that makes no sense. So it's only disappointment if it's like something I don't have control over or something I don't know is going to happen. But God doesn't have that. Everything, he kind of has control over it all. So how can he be disappointed when I do something? When he created me knowing it was going to happen, it's very strange. It's like me placing the card face down and saying, oh no, it's a king. I'm so disappointed that I already knew that.
I mean, yeah, but when you say control of everything, I mean, sorry, Simon, one more time. So, but when you say control of everything, that assumes a certain kind of God, right? You know, that, in other words, that, you know, if I sin, he forces me to sin, and then he's angry and disappointed with me sinning, which, you know, I don't think even Calvinists probably don't always look at it like that, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, like the way he
That's
created
the
the
premise.
universe. So he has control over everything in the fact that he created it.
Sure, it's like this, okay? It's like they're saying there is a morally sufficient reason as to why he will permit people to do evil or things which are immoral, okay? And we don't know what that reason is, but there is a greater moral reason for which it will be achieved later. So although he's disappointed because, you know, he knows that the child is going to sin, he's going to allow that through his permissive will, because in the end it will suffice to his purpose, which, you know, is a greater moral good than allowing the sin.
But right, but how is that? That's what he wants, though. He wouldn't be disappointed in that because it achieves the greater good, right?
Oh no, he's disappointed in the action, right? Because free will means you could have chosen otherwise. Remember, they're having their cake and eating it here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not saying that this makes sense, right? I'm just saying this is how they tend to explain it. There was a thing with Skylar Fiction and Matt Slick recently, where some of this was brought up. If you go back to, Scarlet Fiction, presumably.
Yep.
Yeah, well, they went through this a little bit with the Matt Slick thing, so that might be worth just going through. I think it is about the 1 hour mark, roughly.
I feel like I've experienced this emotion which Face claims God experiences, this disappointment even though I'm in control of everything. If I eat too much pizza in a 2-week period, I know what that's going to do. Nevertheless, I do it, and nevertheless at the end I'm disappointed. But I don't associate that with like positive, moral, godlike behavior. It just seems like I'm failing.
I disagree. I think pizza is good. More pizza, the better.
But the pizza pain at the end, that pizza pain.
It depends what
Yeah, no.
it depends what you put on it, Tom. Anyway, look, I've got to get out of here. Thank you so much for the chat, guys. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you again sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for stopping by. Come back anytime.
Cheers. See you later.
Yeah, I agree with Titan though. I know that feeling when if someone buys a load of pizza and you eat like ridiculous amount, and then not only do you feel like physically bad, but like a week later you look silly. You look in the mirror and you go, oh wow, did I really kind of put on a stone or something? And you knew it was going to happen, and you do it more than once, and you repeat the same behavior, again and again.
Is that what God did though? It just seems pretty lame if that's what God's up to.
Yeah, definitely.
It's just failing to keep to his diet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the biblical understanding that he's perfect and that he's disappointed with all of the imperfect beings that he allowed to exist, kind of thing. I suppose the question from you guys would be, how can a perfect being make imperfect beings? Wouldn't that make you an imperfect creator or something? But I suppose the biblical understanding is that he makes them good or perfect with perfect free will, and then they exercise that, and then that's when all this nonsense happens, and disappointment and everything.
No, I don't have questions about this. What you're describing is what most of my Mormon friends describe. Do you happen to be a Mormon?
No.
So this logical, basically everything that you've said, I've also heard from the small amount of Mormons that I live nearby. How am I supposed to tell whether you or these Mormons are right?
I mean, I suppose it depends on the subject. It's possible that two contradictory worldviews could both be right on one particular topic. You know what I mean? Like me and you could both be right about 1 + 1, and we could have completely different worldviews of how we understand, epistemic things. But yeah, I suppose it all depends. Like, I mean, in some ways, like I suppose you cannot know. I mean, I suppose you could know by revelation. Maybe you already do know, but yeah, it gets deep. It gets real deep, all of this.
So I'm interested in that last thing you just said about saying you cannot know. Would that also mean? Do you think that what you've just offered, the basis for your belief, would be enough to, I don't know, act in the world? Would you create, for example, certain laws based on what you believe, if this is your justification?
I'm not sure. Maybe give me just a general example to see where it goes.
Well, if you were a legislator, would you vote to ban or permit certain kinds of abortion in this specific instance?
I mean, certain kinds. Possibly, I probably would try and minimize unnecessary abortion, right? So, maybe if there's a really solid case for, there's a high chance that the mother and the child will die if we proceed with abortion or something like that. But if it was, what I'm trying to say is, if it's unnecessary, then I wouldn't promote, or, I probably would try and legislate against what I would see as just harming a living, being, or or at least a potential being, depending on, how you look at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Would your justification be your belief, the thing that you've described?
I mean, I think it definitely has an influence, right? We do tend to see, you probably tend to see, it's probably atheists probably are more inclined to abortion, to saying abortion is fine, and theists are more inclined to say, no, that's not fine. Would you agree? You see that?
No, I agree. So if you were a legislator then, and you were exercising authority over others, you just recently said that you kind of can't know. When I asked if you could really distinguish between people who believe different things, he said it kind of gets too deep and you can't know. Do you think that it's fair to control or attempt to control other people based on a belief system that you really can't know about?
Well, no, I think I was talking more about yourself. That maybe in your frame, because you was asking how can I know who's right. So I'm saying maybe you can't know. Not necessarily I can't know, but maybe you can't know. But
okay,
but, yeah,
so so you can know.
I mean, I'll put it this way: if an all-knowing, but yeah, if the Most High says that murder is wrong, then murder is wrong, right? You know, if that's the ontological nature of, if our epistemology flows from the ontological what is, and that the Most High has said that, then it's just how it is. Whether or not it's wrong to kind of impose upon others, it's a good question, because I understand TJ's view is obviously anything that imposes on someone against their will is wrong. In other words, if I stop you having an abortion and you want to have an abortion, then I'm immoral. You know, even though I'm protecting your child, I would be the immoral one, and you guys would be the immoral ones for killing it. And it gets kind of, it gets again deep.
Would you be comfortable with, I know you've mentioned Islam, with somebody who believed in that spiritual framework using the same justification to control you? Would you be comfortable with that?
I mean, maybe comfortable is the wrong word. I mean, I don't really want to be led off like a lamb to the slaughter and beheaded or anything because of their belief system. I suppose I'll just take what reality gives me, but yeah, it doesn't seem fair. But there's a big difference between that and me saying, hey, your child is living, don't kill it, I think, but I know what you mean.
Okay, no thanks. I think that's a fair answer.
Okay, thank you. I thought he was going to go round and round for ages, but thank you, man. Because these are awkward, there are awkward, convos and that sometimes. Titan, while we've got a quiet moment, what's your moral, framework? Do you lean more towards the TJ framework, or do you believe in oughts and stuff? How do you look at it?
I don't know. I don't think about it that much. I really like TJump's framework. I feel like that sounds closest to what I feel like, but I don't think about it that much.
Uh-huh. I mean, you wouldn't say that in general you do believe in oughts? Kind of, it's not a trap, it's just I think most people do tend to. I think even when TJ rephrases it. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I feel like even when TJ...
I use ought language. I definitely act as if people should do certain things certain ways, but I don't know if I could justify it.
Sure. Okay, yeah, it's just like a inner testimony, maybe. Your heart testifies to you. When I say heart, I mean spiritually, like that you should.
No, I wouldn't classify it as a testimony. I would classify it as a reaction to my upbringing and cultural.
Which stems from ultimately what? I mean, evolution or something.
What I've been subjected to, the media I've consumed, the people I've known,
but, I mean,
the way I saw my parents.
But I mean, yeah. So I mean, that's a justification. That's cool. But if we trace it back, some people will trace it back to, a being who said this is how you should act, and that's consistent. And then other people will say, no, we trace it back to, at first, the fittest survived. It was better to eat the weak, and that was how we got here. And now we work as a team, and it's better not,
Well, I don't know if I would trace it back yet. I don't see why I have to. I know how I feel and how I act. I think I have a good idea why, but I don't know if I have to trace it back.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't force you to. I mean, I know some precepts will say, hey, if you can't trace it back, then it's kind of arbitrary. It just starts on, like number 12, and then arbitrarily lands on number 15, and it kind of, the rest of it is unknown.
Are you familiar with Cy 10's little chart that he has on his website, the precept squares?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't memorized them exactly, but I get the gist. It might start out something like, absolute truth does exist, absolute truth does not exist. I don't care if absolute truth exists.
Yeah, I don't care one. I always end up going to Disneyland every time I visit Cy's website. Why? I don't understand why I should care. I just know how I feel and how I act, and probably kind of why I feel that way. I just don't know why I should care beyond that.
So wouldn't that be the absolute truth, though, that you don't care, sort of thing?
Would it be an absolute truth?
Yeah, of that particular scenario, yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe I really do care, and I'm just lying to myself. Who knows?
or let's say even if we say it's either one or the other, let's say it could be that you care and it could be that you don't care. Wouldn't that be absolutely true that it's one or the other?
Maybe. Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
so,
absolute? What does that mean?
It's like so really absolute truth and normal truth is the same, but the reason why we bring this in is because you can go up to an atheist and say, do you know this? And they go, yes, I know it. And you go, you sure? They go, yeah, I'm sure. You go, absolutely sure? And they go, definitely not. So we've had to bring that in because they say truth can be completely false. So then when we're asking, is it true? We're meaning, is it the case? And they say yes, but they're saying what they mean when they say yes is it might not be. So we have to say absolutely for them to say, no, you know what? I'm going to be honest and say, I don't know it. You see what I'm saying?
I kind of, man. I don't know. You're kind of losing me on this. I don't know why I can't be unsure about all of these claims.
Well, as long as you're sure, you're unsure. If you're not sure, you're not sure. What you're saying is you might be sure. And that would be the ontological state of affairs. It would be a fact that you'd be unsure. And then that would be a surety, right?
Sure, but can't we go down this rabbit hole forever? I mean, don't I always put myself in this position, regardless of what I say?
Yeah,
I'm not sure. But maybe you do, maybe you do.
The way I answer that is just by saying that you can be sure about your beliefs without being sure about anything about reality. So there's two different claims there. One is that you're a surety in your beliefs, and the other is an assurity about the claims about the fundamental nature of reality. Those aren't the same thing.
Would you say it is a reality that you have beliefs, though? Like if truth is what's real, and it's true that you have beliefs, then it is a reality that you have beliefs, right?
Right. I wouldn't say you can't say absolutely nothing is certain. That doesn't make any sense. So, but when you're talking about certainty about reality, you're not saying that literally there is no absolute truth. You're just saying that we can't know anything about it, about what reality is, and that you can be certain about without it being a claim about reality itself.
So, so you're saying that is absolutely true, that we can't know anything to be absolutely the case, right?
No, I'm saying I don't know anything about that's absolutely the case, and that's absolutely true, but it's not a statement about reality, it's a statement about my knowledge, my limited lack of knowledge. Those are two separate categories.
But it is absolutely true that you have knowledge, or lack of, or whatever.
Right, but that's not a claim about the fundamental nature of reality, that's a claim about my knowledge.
Okay, but then again, if solipsism is possible, then maybe your claim of your knowledge could be the fundamental nature of reality, right? It could be a fundamental claim about reality.
It could be, but it still would be the case that I'm absolutely certain that I don't have that knowledge. So it'd still be true.
Well, yeah, you're not aware of it, but you could have suppressed that knowledge. You see what I'm saying? Because of solipsism,
But that's
if
all,
I have knowledge and you don't, But
that's all the claim is saying is I'm not aware of it, and that's sufficient. Because when we say I don't know, that knowledge and awareness are the same thing in that context.
So that's within your framework. So, what we're saying is you could know something. Let's say you learn, a complex mathematical equation, and you're not aware of it anymore. It's something you know, but you've forgotten. You've lost that knowledge. But you could, 10 seconds later, you might recall it without being taught it. So it's like a subconscious versus conscious, awareness versus not awareness.
No, in that case, you don't know it until you actually remember it. At the time when you don't remember it, you don't know it.
So I'm saying, like a justified true belief. So it's something that, it's true. So what you're saying, it comes down to the belief part, right? You had the justification, it's true, but you don't currently believe it because you're not aware of that state of affairs, I guess, right?
Right, so it wouldn't be knowledge because you don't know it at that point in time. So to know it, you have to actually be aware of it.
Sure, yeah. Obviously, I think my understanding of the biblical definition, and some precepts don't get this, that it seems the biblical definition of knowledge is not justified true belief. I believe, according to what I understand, is it's a justified truth. In the Bible is knowledge. So you can have a justified truth, the truth has gone out, you have it, you have the justification for it, and then you suppress your belief. So now you don't believe, but you know, according to the Bible. You see what I'm saying?
I have no idea how the Bible defines truth or knowledge, because that's outside of my purview.
Okay, yeah. Because Christ sometimes will say to people, you know who I am, you know where I came from and where I'm going. So he says, you know. Then he says, believe in me, believe. As if they can know him and not have a real belief. They've suppressed, like it says in Romans, that though they knew God, they neither glorified him as God and they neither gave him, respect or whatever, and that So it's like they've lost the belief in him, but the knowledge is already, they've already received the knowledge. They're fully justified in that knowledge, but they don't believe, you know?
Right. So I'm not.
Like you said,
I
yeah,
wouldn't. I wouldn't really use the Bible's definition of knowledge. So I don't know how that would conform to the philosophical definition.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you.
So, Face, is it true, based on what you're saying, that I must absolutely know something? Is that what you're trying to get me to say, that I have to absolutely know something?
I mean, I think it follows, right? Even if you claim that you know nothing, you know, then I mean that would be a knowledge claim, right? It would basically be, you'd be saying it is the case that you know nothing, and that would be, you know, knowledge, wouldn't it? Would it not?
I don't think so. But if I take what you say as true, that every single person must absolutely know something, then what? What's the next step?
Well, I don't really kind of lead people down a route to get to a particular goal. You know, I could maybe encourage you to kind of come to Christ, but I wouldn't sort of say, oh, look,
I mean, the next step in the argument is that what? So in order for there to be absolute knowledge,
it's not an argument.
there has to be a God.
There is no, there's no argument. That's, I mean, I don't make arguments. I just kind of, mostly, try and reason with people, you know? So when people say, I can't know anything, it's more, I don't really have an argument. Not necessarily. It's not really where I'm coming from. So I might encourage you to come to Christ, but I wouldn't say, hey, because you don't know anything and you're contradicting, therefore come to, I wouldn't bother,
What would it look like if I didn't know anything? Is it possible for me to not know anything absolutely?
I'm not sure. I don't really believe so. I'm not sure. I suppose it depends. I suppose you could be, maybe if you had a car crash or something, maybe you just completely blank. It's possible, I guess. It obviously be the ontological case that you would have no knowledge, but you wouldn't be aware of that, I guess.
It's a very interesting way of speaking and reasoning. I don't think I've ever encountered somebody who spoke in this way. It just seems like there's no way out of it. Does that make sense?
It's irrefutable, right? Yeah. I mean, to be honest, when you say you haven't heard this, I mean, it's quite Seidenbrunke-esque, Maybe I took it further than what he took it.
No, I mean in real life. I've never interacted with somebody who's spoken in this way. The problem I find is that I couldn't do anything with it. I couldn't build consensus with it. It seems like an easy way of saying, what I say goes. I think I could get a lot of authority from using this, but other than that, I just get stuck.
I mean, but I could say the same the other way around, right? I could say, hey, if we can't know anything for sure and we can't be certain of anything, then, any consensus that we reach, we don't even know we've reached it. We don't even know there's a consensus, right? It seems like earlier, both avenues seem to lead to kind of their own problems,
Well, we wouldn't absolutely know. I think we might be reasonably confident if we've reached consensus, but we wouldn't absolutely know.
Yeah, I mean, you think we might have reasonable confidence, but again, we wouldn't even be sure that we even think that. We couldn't even be sure that we even think that. You know what I mean?
Sure. Well, what do we lose if we're not sure if we can't think that? Don't we just act according to the law or the plan and the consensus anyways?
I mean, I suppose we just lose, obviously we lose certainty, we lose knowledge to any degree, even 0.000, which I just don't think people live like that. So really all it's trying to say is that you seem to live contrary to the claim. You say, hey, we can't know anything. But I think we're having a conversation. I think that, gravity pulls things to the ground. I believe you know many things,
No, I think that you understand my point.
I suppose we get each other's point. Yeah, it's like, I suppose we just have a different paradigm, right? Yeah.
So, TJump, if you're still streaming there, what's the weather like? Did you get hit by the
gigantic snowstorm? Yeah.
Yeah. Absolute killers up there.
Yep.
Absolute or partial? I'm just kidding.
Darn it! Hey.
Yeah, it snowed a whole bunch yesterday and today. causes many problems. I do not like the snow. Snow is terrible. It is like the worst thing ever. Absolutely, with 100% certainty.
They're pretty good at keeping the streets clean, you know, based on, I don't know, the years of experience they have up there. But I don't know, it's an uphill battle.
Yep. Until global warming solves it and just makes everything hot, that'll be nice.
They I think they dump a lot of that excess snow over near the campus. They make these huge snow mountains. And if global warming were to solve that problem, it would be an absolute shame because there are a lot of people who will not be breaking their arms and legs sliding off of those snow mountains.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, I do enjoy these streams, especially on like a weekend. You know, it's an interesting way to interact. So I'd say keep going with the idea. I don't know if the you know how you've seen the success of it, but it's pretty unique also in this crowd.
Yeah, for sure. And I was like, because a lot of people ask me to debate all the time, but I don't want to like invite them on my channel since they're not like a PhD or something. And I've been just pushing them off to James, say go talk to James and set something up. But this will give more people an opportunity to interact if they want to when I'm just hanging out playing video games. So
yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of with I can't remember who said. I think it might have been Pine Creek saying how uninteresting it can be to speak to practiced apologists or people who have a routine down.
Yeah.
You know, speaking to actual people it's more interesting to listen to.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, man. Well, I'm signing off. Appreciate the stream.
Yeah, thanks for coming by.
Bye-bye. Tartarus, you didn't want to say anything now?
I
Because,
think,
you know, like, you're quite an interesting guy when it comes to all these things, epistemology and stuff.
I think he's the guy who just signed off.
Oh, no, this one. Yeah, there's another one.
Oh, another one?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I don't know if you two, I don't know if TJ's met, I don't know if you two have met, TJ and Tartarus, but, you know, you'd probably have a, you know, at least interesting convo. I think you're both atheists, more or less, you know. Or, you know, or professed atheists.
I'm familiar with his YouTube channel. That's what sort of I got the notification and saw that Face was talking with TJump, and Face and I we've talked before, so that's how I ended up on here.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I invite you in, yeah.
I'm gonna switch over to my computer actually, just a moment.
All right, cool. What did you think was what did you think, TJ, of what I was saying earlier on? That if you only assume the laws of logic, then when you come to certain conclusions like I exist or whatever, and you're using those laws in that scenario, I know that's where you said you're not. As far as I'm concerned, though, you are using them because you're identifying something, like identifying the self, you know, or even each word you're using has an identity, right? So, you know, it is what it is, it's not what it's not. Because you're using those laws to identify things, if you're saying they're just assumed, wouldn't that kind of mean that those conclusions ultimately are based off an assumption that is not known, and therefore you can't be certain that the conclusion is valid, right?
Well, no, the laws of logic are just describing what reality is. So they're not a part of reality. You don't need to assume anything. They're just like words. So they're words to describe reality. We know reality exists, but that's all you really need. You don't need anything. The laws of logic don't do anything. They don't control reality. They don't keep it the way it is. You don't assume them. They're just purely.
Well, how do you know that? Do you know what I mean? Because what I'm saying is, I understand that's your belief, but obviously in the Christian paradigm, the laws of logic are prescriptive. They come from the mind of the Most High, who upholds things. You know, so things are, you know, they are what they are because of that, prescription.
Well, like one way is we know the laws of logic have problems. So if the laws of logic are from a god's mind, well then God's mind has some big problems with it. So we know.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the atheist is always going to think. Yeah, go on.
Well, we know the laws of logic are just man-made because there's problems with them. Like, there's the Lynchwinsky-Skolem theorem, which is the fact that standard logic can't express enumerable infinites. There's Gödel's incompleteness theorem 1, which says that there are certain statements in logic that can't be resolved. And there's Gödel's incompleteness theorem 2, which says that there are that no system of logic can be shown to be internally consistent without reference to an external logic. So we know logic is just a human language. It's just a formal human language and nothing more. It's not like, there's no, like, magic to it.
So I mean, have you memorized any of those problems? I understand that you kind of laid them out, you named them and stuff, but is there an example that you can remember where we can show something is not what it is or something like that?
Like Gödel's incompleteness theorem 2 says no system of logic can be shown to be internally consistent without reference to an external logic. And what that means is that if you have like God's mind, or essentially if you think that's logic, well then you can't ever show that it's internally consistent, meaning God could not actually know that he's all-knowing. It would be logically impossible if he is using the laws of logic to do it.
I don't see how that follows, necessarily. I don't see what you mean.
You'd have to Google like Gödel's incompleteness theorem 2. It's really complicated logic stuff.
Sure, but I mean, what I mean is, so if things are what they are, and if the thing that we're identifying is all-knowing, revelatory, etc., surely he doesn't then have to go to someone else or to another logical system to try and find out if he knows everything. Surely not, right?
Well, yeah, you absolutely would. You could say, so I'm an existing being, and suppose I want to know if I'm all-knowing. Well, how do I know it? If I just ask myself, well, that's not enough, because there could be something outside of myself that I just don't know about. So there's no way for me to justify the belief I'm all-knowing simply by believing I'm already all-knowing in the first place. Like, how do you demonstrate that I'm an all-knowing being to myself?
Yeah, I mean, I think we identifying this being. So he literally would be, above and beyond, transcendent in all ways, permeating all of reality and knowing all potentialities, even things that aren't real. Like he would know how you would react if you was an Indian woman in like Pakistan. Even though you never have been and never will be, he would know how you'd react. So I mean, so it's like deep knowledge. But I understand what you're saying. You're saying, well, how does he know that? He just does. It's, ultimately, either the nature of reality has a Most High or it does not. And if it does have a Most High, then the Most High would know by, just by definition, all things. It's just how it is, right?
Well, no, because even if you claim that the universe has a Most High and it knows everything about the universe, well, how does it know that it's the only thing, that's the extent of everything? Like, it doesn't. It can know everything in our universe without, and just have something else be out there that it just doesn't know about. Like, it may not be the Most High. It may think it's the Most High, but not actually be the Most High. So it knows everything within the context of its grounds of knowledge. It claims that it's the Most High. It's just wrong and just doesn't know it.
Well, I mean, put it this way. Would an ontological Most High, who knows all things, would he know he is the Most High? Or are you still saying that he, there could be something bigger kind of thing?
Well, right. That's the point, is that even if there was a thing that's the Most High, there is no way for it, at least there's no human way that we can recognize, for it to recognize that it's the Most High. It would still, like, how do you justify belief that you're the Most High? There's no way to do it. Now, maybe there could be that we just don't know about, but there's no way within logic to be able to justify that. So if it's using logic, it can't do it. So if logic is a reflection of God's mind and God is using logic to try and show that he himself is the Most High, he can't do it. It's not possible. So there'd have to be something else.
I mean, so I'm saying he is logical, but what I'm saying is he might not be using it in the way that you think. So he's not sort of just sitting around eternally thinking, you know what, premise 1, premise 2, I do know everything. You know what I mean?
Well, again, logic is a human system.
You know,
so we made up logic. We know everything about logic that there is to know because it's a human system of invention. So if God is using logic, then he can't know anything more than we do.
I don't know if that follows. You know, I mean, you know, you're saying that literally, like, you know, he could not know you know, I don't know, like he could not know how many atoms that the moon are made of. You're saying he could not know that?
No, I'm saying
Is that
like,
what you're saying? Unless
just following logic. Like, we know what logic is because we invented logic. So we know that Gödel's completeness theorem 2 holds to all logic. So if God is using the logic that you're talking about, then there's this problem and he can't get out of it because it's a problem with logic itself, because logic is man-made. So he would have to either have some different thing, a new addition that's outside of logic or outside of human logic, to be able to know that he's the all-powerful. He can't know that with logic. Using logic, he can't know that.
There was one little thing that you said that obviously doesn't follow in the because we're sort of doing an internal critique here.
Yeah.
And when you said, you know, because logic is man-made, obviously in this critique we're doing, logic is not man-made. You know, in this critique, logic is just emanating from his very being.
Right. So what I'm saying is that the logic that we're talking about, you're claiming that logic is supernatural. It's a part of this being's mind. And we know all of the laws of logic outside of this thought experiment. The thing that you're talking about when you're saying logic is a part of God's mind is a human construction. We made it up. But we know that there's problems with it. We know it can't solve certain things. We know that it doesn't work for certain things. But if you want to claim that it's a part of a divine mind, and the divine mind can use it to know things, well, one thing it can't use it to know is that it's divine. Because we know that's one of the problems that our logic can't solve. It's just a fundamental problem with the logic itself, that it can't solve that problem. So God could not use logic to be able to solve that problem, just because it's a fundamental problem with logic itself. It can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, if we're doing internal critique, though, you must have heard this said, right? That did it ever occur to you that nothing ever occurred to him? You know, basically that, you know, in this scenario, he's not coming to conclusions as such. He already knew them. You know.
Well, again, that's not a part of the argument. So the argument is that we know what logic is. We know logic has problems. So if it is true that logic is an extension of a God's mind, then God's mind has the same problems. So there has to be a different thing. We can't say that logic is a fundamental part of reality because the logic we know about isn't. We know it's flawed. So there has to be something else there. And it can't be logic. Logic can't be the most fundamental thing that's a part of the God's mind because we know it has problems. There has to be something else there to be the most fundamental thing. That's the problem.
I suppose, okay, I mean, you keep saying that, and I suppose when I asked the specifics, you're saying it's too big a topic to really get into, right? You're saying it's a,
well, it's,
you know, it's a big,
the
thing.
example was that there's no way using logic to justify, like I said, there's no way using any logic to be able to show that the logic is self-consistent. That's Gödel's incompleteness theorem. The proof for it is absolutely ridiculously math heavy. Like, there's no way for me to explain that. Like, I can't memorize that, but it proves definitively that logic can't do it. It's not possible for logic to accomplish that. So if you're right that God, or that logic is a representation of God's mind, then God can't do it. Or logic isn't a representation of God's mind, and logic is just a made-up human language. Those are kind of the two options.
Sure. I mean, obviously, from my perspective, I'm unconvinced. You know, you're saying, look, he cannot, but we can't really kind of lay out why. We're just saying, you know, trust me. It seems like, obviously, I can't.
Oh no, it's a logical.
And it seems even new to some degree.
It's a logical proof where they take all of the axioms of logic and write it out like step by step in a mathematical formula to show it's logically impossible for logic to do this. So you can look it up. It's Gödel's incompleteness theorem 2. It's out there. You can totally read it. There's no way am I going to try and spend the time to learn all of that math. No, it's ridiculous. But it's proven. It's like it's absolutely using the laws of logic. Logic can't do this kind of like absolute proof.
Yeah. Okay. Do you reckon someone's on YouTube trying to show this?
Oh yeah, lots of guys. Gödel's incompleteness theorem is super popular. They explain it on YouTube all the time, and did not go through that because it's so complicated. Freaking don't like Gödel, Escher, Bach. Freaking logical proofs. Annoying.
Okay. And to be honest, I don't even understand those higher mathematics anyway. Not really.
Yeah, it's not worth it. It doesn't do anything. But it's good to like if you.
So that means ultimately, like, yeah, I would have to take it on faith, which obviously I can't. But you know what I mean. To accept, you know, which would be bizarre for me to say, oh yeah, you know what, the Most High can't know he knows everything, and he can't know that he's the Most High, and he can't know that laws of logic hold, you know, because he doesn't have a mathematical answer to this equation that a man made using the broken laws of logic. it does sound absurd, right? A little bit.
Right. So you would, I mean, since that's a really important part of your theology, it might be worth it for you to actually try and learn that stuff, because we know for a fact that that's wrong. It's been proven that that can't be the case. So we know logic has problems. We know logic is a human made up language that doesn't apply to like the fundamental nature of reality because of certain problems that it has. And because logic is such an important part of your worldview, it might be worth it for you to want to actually research it to try and discover that, but it would totally just be up to you. So
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely worth me having a look for sure, seeing if I can grasp it, for sure.
yeah, I'd suggest go with the YouTube videos. The YouTube videos are the best. Just have the YouTube videos.
Sure. Yeah, good
explain
idea.
them.
But at the same time, even though you've said this, you would say that, things are what they are, right? And things are not what they're not. You still use these laws, right?
Right. So there's still descriptive laws. They're like, logic is a formal language. You can just go to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Classical Logic, line 1, logic is a formal language. So we can still use it to describe things, but it doesn't govern the universe. The universe governs
Tom,
logic.
Sorry, Tom. Do you think logic has any basis in nature?
It describes nature. Logic itself isn't a part of nature. It describes nature. You're really loud. Could you turn your volume down a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Is that better?
Yeah, that's a little better.
No?
Yep, that sounds good.
Yeah, I was just wondering, so you think it's purely like a construct of conscious entities then?
Yes, logic is a formal language.
Conscious beings?
Yep. Logic just describes the way reality is. It's not like a thing in reality.
Why do you think computable machines work based on these kind of theories, if that's the case, if it doesn't?
Because it describes reality accurately.
So it is in some way in reality then?
Well, reality is a thing, and then
Or it's just a
logic describes reality, so that's a thing.
I guess that's what I'm wondering, is like, it's not just a description or an interface, like it is kind of in reality as well. They kind of like, what's the word, calibrate against each other, in that the language that we use formally in logic is referring to something that's in reality. They're kind of interconnected in that way, though we could use a different set of symbols to describe it. Is that right? Or
No, it just refers to reality. So there's a reality, and reality is the way reality is, and we just describe that in different ways.
okay. I was just wondering what your kind of view was on those things.
So yeah, I just agree with the standard philosophical view. Logic and math are formal languages made up by humans to describe reality, and that's it. There's actually, I got a quote. I have a quote somewhere from a Christian philosopher I actually talked with.
While you're looking that up, TJ, wouldn't you say, I think it's a similar question to what Nathan asked, is like, whether or not we describe it and formally, go into the formalities and stuff like that, surely, like a tree is a tree. That's fundamental, right?
Right.
So, regardless, let's say like if all human minds cease to exist and there was no, all animal minds, no one ever formalized these thoughts. A tree is a tree, right? I mean, that does follow, right? Is. You know what I'm saying? Is that fair or not?
Yeah, a tree is a tree, but that's just a fact of reality. It's not because of the laws of logic. That's just the way it is. So the laws of logic don't do anything but just describe the fact that that's the way it is. So here is the Christian PhD, J. Brian Huffling. The law of non-contradiction is that something in existence can't be... the law of non-contradiction is that something in existence that can't be and not be simultaneously in the same way. In other words, a tree can't be a tree and not a tree at the same time in the same manner. These laws are thus grounded in being and abstracted via our knowing process. We have experience of reality and then induce said principles of being and know they apply to all thought and experience. So they're just figments of thought to describe the way reality is. The logic and the math isn't something independent of our thought. It's just our thought to describe the way reality is.
But then the logic does exist, right? It's just that it's irrelevant kind of what language and concepts we use to describe it.
Well, no, reality exists, and logic just describes reality.
Yeah.
So logic doesn't exist.
Yes.
It's just reality.
Do you not think that's kind of...
like like physics. So physics is a math that describes our physical world. If physics disappeared, the sort of formalized manner that we talk about physics, anyways, if that disappeared, that doesn't mean that gravity would go away. Physics helps us describe gravity. Logic helps us describe the world.
Exactly.
I think when I'm asking these questions, it's because what I mean by logic is not the formal language that I use to describe it, but what it actually represents. I don't know. I think maybe that's where a bit of the misunderstanding.
It represents
comes in.
reality. So so when you're saying if
Yeah.
no reality existed, then yes, there would be no logic. But that's the thing, is that it just describes reality.
So do you think like
Yeah.
the three laws of logic then are actual things?
No, they're just
Self
descriptions.
identity. Is it?
No, they're just descriptions of
Oh yeah,
reality.
yeah. Sorry. Okay. Yeah.
I think me and Nathan might be looking at it the same way though. We're talking about almost like a ontological, sort of logical nature of nature, right? That's what we're saying, is regardless of human minds or linguistics, just the fact that a thing is a thing, that's what we're pointing to, as opposed to the codified law.
Well, right, but that's the point, is that reality, there's not like a second thing that's logic that makes reality logical. Reality just is reality. And that's it, full stop. There's no reality is logical. They're not separate things. Reality just is reality, and we use logic to describe that. There's nothing further there. It couldn't not be otherwise. It's just, that's the way it is.
Are you using it as like a tautology? Sorry, are you using it like a tautology then, there, Tom? The like reality and logic, but even though it's like what is it to be a language then? It seems really weirdly like the semantic difference here. I don't quite understand.
Well, it's like English. There's a tree out there, and I call it a tree, but the word tree is just irrelevant. It's just nothing. So the logic is just the words we use to describe reality, and that's it. It's like the word tree.
Yeah, no, sorry, I get that bit. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I suppose I'm trying to articulate where I think the difference is here, which is that so there's logic that is there's the way reality is, and we describe that using our formalized languages, whatever they might be. They might be even natural languages, but really that's all we've got. Like, as conscious beings, that's how we experience reality primarily in our kind of thoughts and stuff. So like I don't know how we even would get to that point of reality without first thinking in like some weird abstract sense in terms of like words and language. Or do you get what I'm trying to say, or am I just being incoherent because I want to go to sleep?
I have no idea. So reality exists, and there can't be a not reality. Even if there was absolutely nothing, that would still be reality, and it would still exist as nothing. So there's no logic independent of reality. If there's no reality, there's no logic. And reality can't be illogical, because if it can't be reality and not reality at the same time. It's just to be illogical would be to not be reality, essentially. So reality is the thing that is logic. Logic is just describing reality, but it can't not be reality. So it can't be illogical, because it would just mean that it's not reality. That's what you're saying when you're saying it's illogical.
It's interesting. I think for me, what I find weird about that though is, and maybe you can describe, is like, I can take my set theory, then I can go away with it. I can produce a new type of computable machine, and then actually instantiate that out of matter, and it will work. Can you kind of like describe how the concepts then that I have in my mind translate into the physical world?
The same way they do for science. Like, we have a concept of gravity in my head, and I use it to make predictions about how things are going to fall, and then I can use those to create a model that can translate into the world. It's the same way you do with a computer system. It's just, we describe the concepts of reality, and if we describe them accurately, we can make future testable predictions and build things that'll affect things in reality. Like, if I understand gravity, I can build a trebuchet, and it'll work. I translate my idea of gravity into reality because it accurately describes reality. So logic and math are the same thing. They accurately describe reality, which is why we can use them to build things like computer programs, and why we can use our understanding of gravity to build trebuchets. The same thing.
You know how you've sometimes said kind of like the cogito that I think therefore I am is like the fundamental thing that you know.
Yes.
How do you get from that being the fundamental thing to like reality being this thing that we're very certain about then, for logic and stuff?
So again, logic just describes reality. That's just definitionally true. It describes whatever is existing. So it's not like
I'm kind of confused if if the I think therefore I am, which seems to be based on a type of reasoning and stuff, is like the fundamental thing, but actually the way reality is the fundamental thing. They seem at odds with each other for me.
well, your existing would be a part of reality. So they're both parts of reality. The way we describe it with logic and stuff isn't necessary. Like, I use the language I think therefore I am, but it's not true because I'm using the language I think therefore I am. That's just the way I'm describing it. So
That's interesting.
yeah.
So I mean, this might seem what's the word, like a unnecessary question, but just got to make sure that what you're saying, TJ. So, yeah, you're going to say it. Yeah, you're going to say, look, reality just is reality, regardless of whether we codified it, which is that logical law, right? It's it's basically A equals A, reality equals reality, regardless of the codification. In other words, you're saying that the laws of logic, even if we had nothing, if you had no universe, you just had blank equals blank, right? Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's reality. So reality is reality, and we use logic to describe reality.
Yeah, but then I suppose me and Nathan would point to it seems reality has a nature of logicalness. You know what I'm saying? It just seems
like
things.
that's the redundant part. That's just saying the same thing twice. Like, reality can't not have a logical aspect to it. It'd be a contradiction to say that reality is illogical and you're saying reality isn't reality. So you can't have reality that has a logical component to it. Reality just is reality. It's redundant to say that reality has a logical component to it. It makes no sense.
I mean, would it be impossible, for reality to have been different? Imagine if in reality things, A always converts to B. Imagine just every time you check A, it's B, and every time you check B, now it's C. That wouldn't have been impossible, right? It's not the case, but it wouldn't have been impossible.
Well, if you're talking about like a violation of the law of identity, yeah, that's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it is currently. It is actually. But what I'm saying is it's not, at least conceptually, you can conceive of, a bit like the quantum physics, right? Every time you check something, it changes its state, goes from the wave function and collapses into a particle. It's at least conceivable that, A could have changed every time you check,
Well, there are different logics that deal with the laws of identity differently. Like, there's some that reject identity, the non-contradiction, and excluded middle, and any of those could be a description of reality, and then our standard logic would just be wrong. So it's not like...
Yeah, there's a good... Sorry, Tom.
Go ahead.
I was going to say there's a good answer on the philosophy stack exchange as to whether wave particle duality kind of ruins the law, the traditional kind of laws of logic, and there's a load of papers and things linked through there, some of which get into that kind of quantum logic stuff, and it's quite interesting if people are interested in that to look it up.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, is it that within there you have 4 states of logic? Like, it is the case, it is not the case, and then 2 other ones, or was it like an infinite state? Was it 4? I can't remember.
It depends on what you're using. Usually it's like is not. And then there's I forget the third one. The fourth one is like a biconditional. I don't remember. But if then, or something like that. If then biconditional. I don't remember. I'm too tired.
Sure, yeah, I'm with you. But the funny thing is, I find no matter how wild we, think of something, you can still cram that into it is what it is, right? We could come up with a long list and say, okay, the long list is what it is, kind of thing.
Right. So the one that rejects the law of identity is ones that are partially something and partially something else.
Okay. Right. Yeah. But then again, something that's partially 2 things, let's say 50% 2 things, would still be what it is, right? You know what I mean? If I'm half tiger, half lion, I'm like I'm a Liger or a Tion, right?
Well, right,
So
but
kind of,
it's like
logic's funny
being-
stuff.
It's like being half square and half circle.
Right, yeah, okay, that one's, different. You'd have to make up a new word, wouldn't you? Like a squircle or something.
Well, yeah, so that would be like, that's the point of intuitionistic logic, I think. I'm pretty sure it's that one, intuitionistic logic. Or maybe it's many-valued logic. I don't remember which one denies the law of identity, but they have it so that you can be partially A and partially not A at the same time.
I mean, some Christians would freak out at me saying this, but do you think you could apply that to Christ? You could sort of like say, because they would say he's fully man and fully God, but like, and I don't really argue with that, but in some sense, it seems, at least in some sense, there is you could say it's like a partiality, right? It's like it's two separate scenarios that are both the case. I don't know if that even makes, if you see what I'm.
Yeah, you could argue that. I wouldn't have any problem with that. Like, I don't really know enough about Christianity to make a coherent argument against it, since it's not my worldview. You'd have to ask somebody who's more invested in the worldview.
Okay, yeah. Would you say, at least in your framework, though, that it seems counterintuitive when Christians say he's fully God and fully man? Do you ever feel like saying, hold on, how can you be fully both? You know what I mean?
Sort of. That's not really an argument I've ever taken issue with. Like, I don't really mind if you want to claim that.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I've heard Christians answer it, and they say, well, he's fully man in the flesh, and he's fully God in the spirit, and it kind of, as long as you're willing to entertain the spirit, it kind of solves it.
Pretty sure that one would be a heresy.
Maybe. I suppose it depends on, who you're talking to, because, what Christians are like, of the 32,000 denominations, according to them, each one, they're all oh, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I was going to say, like, I think there's some of the early church council stuff that go into that, and there's all like Greek words that we don't really have a good translation for, that where they define it, hash it all out or whatever. Tom, at what point did you because you used to be a Christian, right? Was this like, but did you stop being a Christian, would you say, like before you were doing philosophy then, or was your philosophy ever like a part of trying to make sense of the worldview, or what?
No, I lost my Christianity because none of my prayers were ever answered. So it had nothing to do with philosophy. I never even got into philosophy until years later.
I was just wondering.
Go on.
I was just going to say that's really interesting. Yeah, I think so, something similar maybe for a lot of people. It's like when you can be suffering and stuff, and that's what you turn to, and there's nothing resultant from it. It can be very, very difficult and disheartening. That was all I was going to say.
Yep. That's why most people leave the faith, I think.
So that's what I was going to ask, though, is that I suppose it depends on how you look at prayer. Like, is the Most High technically there just to pander to our needs? So we can say, my leg's sore, my PlayStation broke down again, and then if he doesn't answer, oh well, there you go, that proves he's not there. Or do you know what I mean? I suppose these prayers, I guess, would have to be in line with his will, and understand that kind of maybe makes you feel like, well, what's the point of praying for his will if he's all knowing and everything? It gets into a deep thing, but apparently we're still supposed to pray for his will be done, according to Christ, right? Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven,
But I just have fundamental issues with what God's will is. So, given the stories in the Bible and the way suffering works, it was so immoral the way the God is fundamentally that's what kind of led me away. And the fact that none of my prayers were ever answered when I desperately needed help, when I was expecting a personal being to be there, I was like, nope.
So, I mean, without getting too personal, I mean, what kind of things? I mean, would they be, would it be like pain and suffering? Would it be money? Would it be, or is it too personal a question?
I had major depression my entire life. I never had a single human being who meant anything to me, or a conversation that really mattered to me, or anybody who made me feel good about myself. So I was like alone my entire life. And that's what I was praying to change, just for friends and family and close relationships, which I never got.
Would you say that you've received that since you came away from the Most High? That now you have, it seems like you have friends, you know what I mean? Like now, like in the present.
Sort of. I'm definitely better off than I was, probably, but still haven't gotten anything near like a solution to my depression. Still working on that.
Maybe everyone is on the scale, you know what I mean? that of depression possibly. Even like you could be like mega rich and all the women in the world, and maybe you hit 50 and you realize it's all kind of meaningless and vanity, maybe.
I don't think so. I think that if you want to continue living, if you enjoy being alive, then you probably don't qualify as major depression.
Sure. Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah,
I
was going to say, what's similar for me if I was to describe, like when I've felt that way, and then I've thought, because it seems to be what the Gospels prescribe, for example, to go off somewhere like on your own and just to pray and to really like plead with God to try and make things different, and it's just silence, it's just the nature's still there, nothing changes in your life over like vast periods of times and things. I think that type of experience can be the difficult one. Like you keep going back and doing what seems to be prescribed, but nothing happens or changes, and that's very difficult to deal with. And now I'd say that there's a part of me that still, maybe despite depression and things, wants to say there's got to be some hope, and so I hold on to like a form of fideism. But it's very difficult to say there's a morally omnibenevolent God who's like dealing with this situation in that way, at least with my knowledge.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I think within that prayer though, when he's like, I say that thy will be done, it's like basically it's asking for the kingdom of heaven to come on earth, right? It's saying, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. So it's like seemingly it seems for some, for whatever reason, his will is that we suffer in this world, and that, like it says, blessed are the poor in spirit, blessed are those who, hunger and thirst for righteousness. So it seems, we have a whole different metric to what he does, it would seem. From our perspective, he's not just, but from his metric, he's all just. It's kind of complex.
All right, and I just see that as so unbelievably immoral that I could never worship that kind of a God.
Yeah, but I'm with you. But it's kind of subjective, I guess, right? It's just from a human perspective, we want it all now. We want to feel no pain now. We want our family and friends to live forever now. And because they don't, we're like, if you do exist, then I can't worship you, right? Because you took my brother, you took my friend, you took, everything I had, and then eventually you take my life too, and you want me to love you, I guess is what you mean.
Sort of, but yeah, it's just, that view of the world is just obviously immoral to me. Like, there's no way to justify it. There's nothing that could ever justify that. It doesn't matter whose worldview you're looking at it from. That's just objectively immoral. The Christian God is objectively immoral.
I think what's difficult is squaring. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I think what's difficult is squaring away that like apologetic answer with the God that is there in scriptures, like the Christian God with attributes of divine aseity. And when you've got verses in Luke when it's like, what father when you pray for this will give his child a scorpion or whatever, and then you go into sermons one week where it's saying, we get this is the inspired infallible word, and it's saying here what father will give his child a scorpion, so we can be certain when we pray for that. And it's like, well, that's just completely contrary to my experience. Like my experience is that if there is a God, I'm being allowed to suffer in this life in a way that I can't understand. Is it like, do you get that maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe that suffering is part of, I suppose, the fall, so the understanding that it's supposed to bring us to an understanding of the relationship with the Most High is broken. So in other words, the source of life, we're no longer in the presence of the source of life, we've fallen away from it, and we're in pain, misery, and suffering. And that verse you're talking about is something along the lines of, if your child asks for a fish, would you give him a snake? And if you who are evil are able to give good things to your children, how much more would the Heavenly Father give you if you ask him? But then again, it's not necessarily in the flesh, it may be in the spirit. He'll give you what you need in the spirit. But I know it doesn't really help much when you're like, look, I need it now. I'm homeless now. And you're telling me blessed are the poor, like, thanks a lot, but that's not helping, right?
Well, if there was a really all good God, he'd just give it to you both. There wouldn't be an option of one or the other. That's just evil, immoral for him to do that.
Well, no, but when you say all good, I mean, I think you're assuming that, like, if we're evil, that's, he said, if you that are evil can give good presents to your children. So if we're evil, what you're saying is he should still, okay, when you say all good, okay, that's, I think, the problem there. he is good, but he isn't necessarily all good to evil, right? He doesn't necessarily reward evil. You see what I'm saying?
Well, no, I'm saying there could be a better God, and that's just one who started us off with a better world, and we're done. So the conception of the Christian God is just immoral the way it is. Like there's a better God that could exist, and it's not the Christian God.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, obviously we're saying there's only one, and it is him. But I understand from your perspective, you're like, well, if it is, I don't care, and but you're probably saying it's not even that one anyway.
Well, no, I'm saying that the Christian God claims to be all good and all knowing, and we know that's false because there could be a better God, and it's just one that would start us off without the suffering. So the Christian God can't be all good simply because there's a better God that could exist. If you claim to be perfectly moral and there's something that's more moral than you, well, then you're clearly not perfectly moral.
But when you say better, what you mean is better to evil people, right? Is what you mean. You want you want to be showered with good things right now, even though you're not perfect. I'm not perfect, right?
No, I just mean objectively moral. Like I believe in objective morality, so there is an objective moral standard, which is involuntary impositions of will. So, like the Christian God could have given us the option and say, created us without putting us into the world and say, would you like to be a part of this world with all the suffering that I created? Or would you like to go to a different world without all the suffering and of your own choosing? And if he did that, then the God would be objectively more moral than the God who forced us to be here without our consent. So the fact that there is this better option that God didn't choose proves definitively he's not moral.
Yeah, I mean, I understand from that framework. What if it's both? What if he puts you in this world and then says, you can choose to like live in a perfect world. I made you to live in a better scenario. Like you'll be born into a world that's fallen, but I want you to have a relationship in a perfect world.
Right, it would just be objectively immoral to force us to be here first without our consent. Like, if I could snap my fingers and go to my own world, then that would be a better, more moral God. And since I can't do that, it's clearly not the case that God is perfectly moral.
But what if you committed suicide and that's like you're snapping of the fingers and you end up in a different world?
Well, that is definitely not a snapping of the fingers, because there's a great deal of suffering that goes along with committing suicide. It is not a fun or pleasant process to commit suicide. So just a God who created a world where you had to kill yourself to get to the better world, there would still be a better God who just made it where you could snap your fingers and you didn't have to kill yourself. So there's still a better option.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's hypothetical, obviously, right? But I know what you mean.
I mean, it's not really, it's pretty simple. It's not like a super complicated thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, if Christianity is true, there couldn't be another God, or a better one. There's only the one. There's only the best one.
I think Tom's objection, what it does is it basically defines the good in such a way as it can't be grounded in God's nature or the Christian God's nature. I think that's the kind of big thrust of what's being said.
Sure. Even though, but then it may well be that goodness is grounded in his nature,
Well, no,
but yeah, I understand it. We can imagine a different one.
Well, given my definition, it's logically impossible for the Christian God to ever exist. Like, if my definition of objective morality means, nope, Christian God cannot exist, it's a square circle.
I mean, I suppose, maybe it'd be harder to show that through scripture, because I think you use it more with the generic terms, like he's all good and blah, 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 which there isn't really a verse that says he's all good. I don't believe there is. It says he is good. It says he is good. He's the standard, but yeah. But obviously not to evil. He judges evil, obviously, right?
Oh, sure. If you just want to grant that God isn't omnibenevolent in the classical sense, that's fine. You can totally go that route.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's, unless someone's got a scripture, not right now, I'm not challenging you, but, as far as I know the Bible quite well, I don't think it ever says that generic term, like all good, and a lot of people think I'm splitting hairs there, because when I say he's the only good, he's the standard, they go, well, what's the difference? And, I suppose, yeah, it isn't a big difference, but it's still trying to hold to exactly what it says as opposed to what it could be, you know what I mean? I think if we hold to what it says, that is more fair, at least, to the description.
Yeah, that's like an internal critique of Christianity. So you'd have to take that up with other Christians who believe God is omnibenevolent. So I don't know. Like, if you want to grant that, then I'm okay with that. That argument's fine.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Cool.
Your kind of moral system. Can I ask how does it kind of like supervene moral properties onto situations, or how does that work?
What is that me or TJump?
A TJump. Like your moral system. I understand what you mean by it, but I'm having trouble kind of understanding how it actually kind of like imbues how it's moral realism in the sense that, like, if I am to say go out and kick a cat or something, like, why does that actually have badness, like, in reality?
So the description is that if it moves us towards the best of all possible worlds, it's moral, and if it moves us away, it's immoral, and that's just what morality is fundamentally. So kicking a cat would move us away from the best of all possible worlds, which would imbue it with moral badness simply because it moves us away from the best of all possible worlds.
I suppose this is where I'm coming from on that, is like that idea of that we ought to move towards the best of all possible worlds. It would be one thing that I don't quite understand. Why ought we do that on that system?
All right, so my system gets rid of all oughts. Oughts are just irrelevant. They're just is statements. So if the kicking the cat would just factually move us away from the best of all possible worlds. Now, if you want to do it, I just don't. I mean, I don't care. It's like, since it's about an objective is statement. It's like you are 6 feet tall. Like whether you ought to be 6 feet tall. Like I don't care. I don't care what height you want to be. I don't care what your opinion on the matter is. The whole point of objective morality is just to say, well, this is the way it is, whether you like it or not. So the oughts are kind of.
I have a question.
Sure.
I have a question. So, what if the only way to get to the best possible world is by destroying some evil people against their will to get there?
That would be immoral, and you shouldn't do it.
No, but it means that we wouldn't be able to get to the best possible world. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's totally fine.
You see what I'm saying?
So the goal again isn't to get there. Getting there is irrelevant. It's just a statement of doing this action is immoral or doing this action is immoral or is moral or immoral. So getting there just means any involuntary imposition is wrong, essentially, because that's not the best of all possible worlds. So if you're saying well, it would require an involuntary imposition to get there, well, then that couldn't be the best of all possible worlds by definition. So if killing one person would get everyone else to the best of all possible worlds, well, that still wouldn't be the best of all possible worlds because you had to kill that one person to get there. So
sure. I mean, like for example, the Christian paradigm, right? That Christ has to die in order to free all of those souls that are bound in sin, so they can live in a perfect paradise with Him, and that justice has been paid. That they earn death. The wage of sin is death. He paid that price, and He said, look, you can't pay it because you can't raise yourself from the dead. You can't pay that, but out of love, I paid it for you. That would get us to the best perfect possible world, but like you say, that someone has to suffer and die for everyone else, which to you is imperfect.
Right, so that would not be the best of all possible worlds, because the best of all possible worlds would be to get that without the first death in the first place.
Yeah, so I mean, I think, obviously the Christian paradigm is he comes into a world that's, one of the worst possible worlds, right, where we are, and he dies there. So it's not, it doesn't contradict. He comes to the fallen world, dies and suffers with those creatures, and then, moves, to a new kingdom and sets up a different kingdom, the best possible world, right?
Right, so that would still be immoral. That's not the best of all possible worlds because there was the first suffering in the first place. For it to be the best of all possible worlds, there has to be no suffering ever at all, no matter what. That's not, at least it's not consensual. So killing one person or having one a vicarious redemption is still not the best of all possible worlds. It still moves us away from the best of all possible worlds because there was that one instance of suffering that was non-consensual.
Mm-hmm. Or consensual, depending on how you look at it.
Well, if it's consensual, if it's
Mhm.
consensual, then there's not immoral.
Yeah,
You can
I mean,
do whatever you want.
like in the paradigm, like Christ cries in the Garden of Gethsemane, right? He's he's worried, he's scared, obviously, about the pain because he knows what's going to happen. But he says, Thy will be done, not mine. In other words, his human nature is in submission, to the divine nature, right? That he doesn't want to suffer in the flesh, but he knows that there's a greater good, and that he's willing, in quotes, to do that.
Right. So, I mean, if anything is consensual, then it's not immoral. So it would only be immoral if you had to kill one person without their consent to do whatever. And then it would not be moving us towards the best of all possible worlds. It would be moving us away because you had to kill that one person without consent. If you have to kill one person with consent to get to the best of all possible worlds, well, that's totally fine because they consented in the first place. And so there would be no contradiction if you have to kill one person with their consent to get to the best of all possible worlds.
Mm-hmm. How would you feel if, let's say, you get to a point in your life, say 50, 70, who knows, and you're suffering so much that in some respect that you feel almost consensual to dying, right? You feel you know, you're like, look, I'm an atheist, but if there's a being out there that can take my life from me, go ahead and do it because I'm sick of the suffering. That would be consensual, right? Maybe everyone goes through that.
Well, yeah,
Through that, who knows?
If you wanted to die for any reason, then it would be moral to help you die. So assisted suicide is
fair enough.
moral.
Tom, I'm still kind of in like the meta-ethics sense with your theory. What I think I'm struggling with is, you know, like say someone who's a natural realist, they might say that there's some natural property which is like a tautology of good when we use it in language, or like a Platonist who's not even necessarily theistic. They say that there's the good that supervenes onto a situation, but they seem to be trying to like describe the way reality is when they do that. I don't really understand how your theory, like meta-ethically, it feels to me like it's you describing this best case scenario, but it seems like it's just you describing it. Can you help me like understand it, maybe in how it actually gives the property of the good to certain events and things?
All right, so they're just saying it's like a tautological nature to describe that, and I'm saying that what gives it the good is if we're moving closer to the best of all possible worlds, that is the same as the tautological good. So instead of saying it's a fundamental part of reality, mine is like an abstract descriptions of relations. So I say that like the best of all possible worlds is like an abstract object, like a perfect triangle. There is no such thing as a perfect triangle. They don't exist, but we can use the idea to get as close as possible in our world. So we can use the idea of the best of all possible worlds to move as close as possible. And in that way, doing so would just be the same as the goodness. It's just the tautological definition of goodness.
That helps me understand actually a bit. Yeah, the analogy of the perfect triangle was very good. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. All right, guys, I'm going to get off. Been streaming for who knows how many hours, like 12 hours probably. Thanks for showing up. Thanks
Yeah, I
for
was
talking.
like this morning you were on. It was crazy. You've been on ages.
Yeah. And not having to work and being a full-time YouTuber gives me a lot of time to just play video games. So, all right, I'm going to get off. I'll see you guys later.
Yep,
Peace out.
thanks.
Cool. See you.